goes a little bit off time. Xset weighed up exactly for the moment. So in comes Cryo. Cryo going to be able to get one, but they still haven't cleared out Hayes in the back line. But this is just perfect.
Oh, Urkus, what more can you get? So much more.
They need the spike actually down. Lots of pings going in. Aaron's still able to get another kill, but that's it. That's the Viper's pit down. And the Hunter's Fury. BCJ just does not miss with that ultimate.
It comes down to this as he hops off again. A tap as the spike was halfway. The Omen swings and he's up for 4 once more.
Teammate Shen Momiji coming out huge there in 4.
Dashes up right forward. Shorty finds it. Mina with the clutch.
Quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals in chronological order await us. But first, I'm Time to Light. That right there is Chad Lantis. Chad, yesterday a barn burner of 8 maps. How do you feel about them as we head into Sunday?
Good, and we might get 8 maps today. Potential of 9 total, a minimum of 6. So that's quick math for anybody out there looking forward to the things, because it's going to be 3 best of 3s, quarterfinals, semifinals, and the grand finals is what we're going to be covering today to figure out who is the Fullerton LAN champion, at least for the first Fullerton LAN of this year for now. And yeah, there's a lot of great teams that definitely can take it. There's some favorites, some underdogs for sure, and we'll talk about the stories as they come.
You talked about this is the first of 2 Fullerton LANs. We have the entirety of the Nerd Street Summer Champs ahead of us. Lots of online events, weekly by the way, nerdstreet.com. Lots of LANs, also on nerdstreet.com. Go sign up, go hang out for them. But it's a lot to explain. Lucky for you, we have a video. Roll the tape. Hey there. Welcome back. That was the wrong video. We'll be with that one in just a second. But, Chad, I do want to point out, in this LAN specifically, it's a lot of people showing up. We notably have Shazam showing up and lots of teams coming with it, but we're going to cover that in just a second. Here's the video.
Welcome to the Valorant format explainer for the Nerd Street Champs. Valorant is back for this year's summer edition of Nerd Street Champs, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Our Valorant series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Our online tournaments will feature 32 and 64 team brackets, while our LAN tournaments will feature 16 and 32 team brackets. Throughout the Valorant Champs circuit, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for leaderboard points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across 14 weekly online events and 11 LAN events, all with varying prize pools. Leaderboard points will also vary based on the size of LANs. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Bakersfield, California, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $50,000 Valorant Nerd Street Championship Finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Our Summer Champs leaderboard will determine seeding going into the final event. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 12 teams will come from the top 12 seeds on our Valorant Champs leaderboard. The Valorant Nerd Street Champs Finals is the culmination event for the entire circuit, featuring 3 stages. Stage 1 is an open format last chance qualifier. Stage 2 and 3 will be the grand final. Stage 1 will kick off with the last chance qualifier, where 8 teams will be awarded qualification into the next stage. Stage 2 will pit those qualified from the LCQ against seeds 9 through 16. The 8 teams to make it out of Stage 2 will then compete against seeds 1 through 8 in Stage 3. The winning team of Stage 3 will receive the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool and the title of our Valorant Nerd Street Champs. Sign up and begin your Nerd Street Championship journey today at nerdstreet.com.
That's how the Nerd Street Champs format here for Valorant is laid out. For all of you wondering, that's also on our YouTube channel. Go take a look. Go get yourself figured out with, well, that format. It's important. You want to win a lot of games, make a lot of money, and get a lot of points towards our finals in August, all the way back in Philadelphia. But for now, we stay in Fullerton, California, at the local host, local to Fullerton itself. I'm still Time Light, that's still Chad. Our first best of 3 of the day, QOR Red taking on, I gotta say, one of my favorite teams at the event, Illusion.
Yeah, they're also one of the more recognizable teams that have been together for quite some time, with having a trial of Trippy in there, who is the former coach, head coach of FaZe, coming in as a trial for this new team for him, and doing really well. Something that you pointed out, I saw him tweet it out last night as well, of dropping over 40 bomb in a 20-18 deep in the overtime game. That was literally 7th overtime against ranked G to win it out. That was a game 2 kind of deal and close out the series last night. So definitely they're here to play. They're here to dig deep and do whatever it takes to move forward in this tournament. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can bring up against a team like QR Red.
Yeah, we were talking about how much cash is on the line. Let's take a look at that. It's a $10,000 LAN. First place with $5,500 in their pockets as they go home. Second with $2,500. Third and fourth share $2,000 between them with $1,000 each. These squads need to make it into the top 4. You win here, you make it into the money. You lose, you go home. A little upset. Both of these squads are in a good spot to move on. QOR Red both alongside Illusion, I have to say, looking strong. Neither of them losing a map inside of their round of 16 matchup. We talked about, you said, Trippy popping off with Illusion on Bind. It was nuts to see. I saw a couple of the highlights on that one, mainly videos from the LAN itself. The energy is nuts.
Yeah, definitely love the energy there. And I don't want to see the energy going into this roster list as well, seeing what players are listed as to be playing today. QR Red, hopefully they got a good night's sleep last night, because their last game last night was played starting at 11 p.m. local time over in Fullerton, ending probably by 1 a.m., assuming they have to do at least 2 maps there, which they did do 2 maps. I don't know how long they went and if there's, time between, but still, I mean, that's a late night coming into here, starting at 12 p.m., right? Like, let's go home, let's go to the hotel, wherever it may be, and get some rest and come back here strong. And hopefully they did so, because Illusion would definitely be a team that you need to be well rested for. Looking at QR Red, Manish, Critical, who's formerly part of KCP, formerly signed player as well, so someone very much with experience coming in here. Snarly, Cavern, and Town to round out that roster over there on the side of QR Red.
Take a look at Alvarix looking to pop out on the Rays. We didn't see QOR Red yesterday, one of the lots of teams we didn't get to see. Unfortunately, with a 32-team bracket and only one full day to cover at least 16 of them, we're not going to see everybody. But the reality of the situation is we'd like to see all the ones that are popping off. Illusion was one of them yesterday, making it through as one of the top seeds from their group. QOR Red, one of those squads as well. I want to get a question out here, Chad, early on. Before we take a look at maps, before we take a look at anything else, who do you think's going to take this one?
I gotta say the favorite for this one is Illusion. I mean, Critical at the helm, having a lot of experience, can give some good information for the teams like that too, but like, Trippy also provides that tier 1 experience from FaZe side, and Illusion as a team otherwise has been together for a very long time. So they are all very coordinated and cohesive with each other, very used to each other with all that chemistry developed. QR Red has been together for sure. Just Illusion has shown up a lot more in recent events, even like Nerd Street Tramps events as well. So I gotta say, based on paper, past results, experience level, Illusion has the edge in this map. Series.
Well, we've seen who's playing. Let's see where they will be playing. Of course, places to play are always pivotal. Let's take a look at our maps for this first best of 3 on the day. Opening up with the bans. Surprising to see Split and Breeze off the board early. Icebox and Ascent, the 2 most played maps in North America, with, well, at the end, Haven right behind. I was really hoping that Fracture was going to make it through. We were keeping an eye on the map bans as they progressed. I saw Fracture made it through that first ban phase, and I was really happy, and then it was banned, and I wasn't.
Yeah, we haven't actually covered Fracture and Bind. Not that they haven't been played yet, the tournament, but us for broadcast haven't seen it yet. So we'd love to be able to see those, especially Fracture is always fun to cast the new agents, new maps, always fun to cast for sure. But Haven, Ascent, Icebox, the three most common maps in NA, definitely the most familiar for players. So it definitely makes a lot of sense that they would go into those maps for teams that are putting in a trial like Trippy for Illusion, or playing with a player like a Critical being fit in for QRA Red. Like if you don't have a full 5, we're used to this roster, we're developing strategies, and typically teams kind of go back to what is comfortable and normal for them, and that is these 3 maps. So therefore, I would expect these teams to actually look a lot more cohesive and game-faced going into these maps, not very uncoordinated, unused to the map, and seeing, okay, on split, how do we figure out how to get mid-control and execute that with the same coordinated timing as somebody going from A lobby and stuff like that. Like, you don't have to really do that as much on Icebox, Haven, and Ascent, so this should be a lot more of a competitive match today.
One notable thing I want to bring up about Illusion specifically, we saw them yesterday. I've been looking through VLR because I like information about teams, and Trippy's really been focusing on that Omen play, which is both a good and a bad thing. Omen can be countered, so keep that in mind for later. If we see QOR Red aware of that, as we are, it's relatively public information. They could look it up just as I did earlier on today. They should be looking to counter out that Shrouded Step, even from the shadows, which is useful on all 3 of the maps we're playing. Longer rotations serve for more difficult rotations, especially on the defensive side, or even on the attack if you have a good defensive half. I'd favor the Omen in most of these situations. We talked about it earlier, you said it specifically. In just 38 rounds of play, Trippy dropped 43 kills on Bind. That ended 20-18. Wow.
That's a long one.
Wow.
That being the last match of the day too. Like that's a grinder of a match to go out. So what that says is that team has the ability to dig deep and come out on top at the very end of things. So that it definitely is promising that they're not going to give up until the last moment, until the series is over. If they are ever behind, if that ever is the case. I am hoping that we go to Haven for a Game 3 today, just because QR Red runs Fade on Haven. So would definitely love to see the new agent come out. If we're seeing the 3 old guard of NA maps today, at least we can see the new agent, right? On Icebox going to here, I would be surprised to see Fade. I've been seeing it in solo queues and stuff like that, but competitive play, not the best map for her. On Ascent, maybe. However, QR Red hasn't run it on Ascent. I'm not super familiar with Illusion, and who knows, they might pick up something very unfamiliar, or something a surprise pick, something you can do very easily with the new agent coming out. But we're mostly seeing what we just saw there in the agent selection. Largely the same agents you expect, Sova, Viper, things like that. Sage would be a common one. So I think we're going to see some familiarity, and it comes down to which team can execute those familiar compositions the best.
Just click heads, forehead. That's my expert opinion on this. If you click heads better than the other team clicks heads, then you win the game. Just mouse 1 with your cursor over top of them, and you win. You're looking good in that situation. Illusion start things off on the attacking side here on Icebox. It is their map pick, so QOR got the decision of going to the defense, and they chose it as well. Relatively mirrored composition for both squads, not fully, as you can see. Notable switch-ups, you can see the KO being brought, which I'm a little surprised about, but it's not the complete end of the world to see Cavern on that without anybody else in the KO.
Yeah, Cavern and Critical are both initiator players, and basically every map they play for QR Red, they run double initiator. So not surprised to see them both on initiator, but it is kind of surprising that QR Red doesn't have a duelist at all. However, KO kind of acts as a pseudo-duelist, and the way people play Chamber as well also kind of feels like a pseudo-duelist. So having 2 pseudo-duelists on the team pretty much makes up for it. You still have an Opera option with the Chamber as well, so losing a Jet isn't that bad of a deal. Speaking of Jets, though, it's Alvarez priming up that dash, being the entry for the team, getting ready to dash out if needed, and they didn't have time. Got shot from the side when Starly, as the rest of the team floods in. The Illusion getting the best of it overall.
Boone just holds W, and I don't think Town can get around that. No, we can't. In goes the shock dart. That should do a decent bit of damage, but will not find the kill. The initiation for Illusion looks good early, but is turned back. Town does get that refrag as Dens falls. It will be a setup retake here for Core, but they need more out of it. They need an opening pick to be able to build off of because they have yet to clear out these close angles, and the crossfires, as we brought up just yesterday, are very important to clear as soon as humanly possible. Foon with the right click into the left click swing, and it's just over in that same situation. Critical on 1 HP. Wait, maybe not out of this one just yet. Trippy has the Sheriff. It's one shot for both of them, but Trippy will get the frag as they back away. Critical on 1 HP. Almost had it, but Illusion win the pistol.
The Sheriff's just so strong on pistol rounds, man. Just one shot to the body was all it took there from anything, because Critical is so crazy low HP, but still has the confidence for Trippy just to fall back and knows you have time to work with there. Now buying up to a Bulldog, even investing into a Vandal is Alvarez. Very ambitious buy-ups from Illusion that will not allow them to easily fill the gaps if they lose members on this round, but they'll still be able to have Vandal and Bulldog likely going into the following round, which would help them contest with the full buy-up from Illusion. Churro get a nice opening frag onto Manish, which wasn't even with one of the big buy-up weapons there for Churro.
Oh my goodness, how is Foon alive? They still are. What is that? Town dropped as his Cavern. That's a little less of a surprising pick. Churro taking that aggressive gunfight. Just gonna win it relatively easily. This is a round that looks relatively concrete for Illusion, but as soon as I say it, I casters curse it. The spike down, good positioning now for Core as they swing around. The Owl Drone will gain a little bit of information, but Critical avoids it. Has the Frenzy out. Unfortunately, their teammate did not. Trippy hits the swing, and the spray. Illusion win the conversion.
Yeah, I like seeing Illusion fall back there because the guns were dropped from Foon. Churro just had a Sheriff, but Foon having this Spectre. There's confirmation of where two members QR Red are. There's gun drop there that would be good upgrade to be obtained. So Illusion goes back, covers that base, and gets the frags from there as well because they still have the weapon advantage in the moment. It's a good decision by Illusion to be able to rotate back and cover that immediately. Up 2-0 quickly, but they did lose those two members. It was just a Spectre and a Sheriff Wheeler, so it wasn't that big of a deal to be able to buy it back up to just a Sheriff or Foon. But they will have to deal with the full buy-up of QR, who so far hasn't had the best of opportunities to be able to hold their ground because Illusion either had the weapon advantage gunning them down or swarmed on the site before QR could fall back. So we haven't seen a good hold from them yet, and we still haven't as Alvarez finds a nice cheeky little quick peek to get the first kill on Manish, and Churro as well.
Ooh.
That toxic screen came out a little bit too late for Town.
This is not a position you want to be in if you're on the Core side. Boone will get the spike down. It's a post plant again here for Illusion. They've been dangerous in these situations before. We saw it just on stream yesterday, and they made it through the round of 16 for a good dang reason. They're looking to repeat, at least their reign of terror. Thus far, they're in a good position to do so. It will be another retake here for Core, but they have to find, yet again, an opening pick. There is one. Dens dropped. Their doppelganger of Critical will remove him, but it does not seem like Core are wanting to push this. The spike's still down. No advanced positioning gain whatsoever from Core, and as that Sage Wall drops and the Viper Wall takes its place, that's the round. There's no real reason at this point for Core to push it. They haven't before, and they will not now. The spike will indeed go off. Foon's looking to take a rifle, maybe even two away. Question now, does it work out? The answer, no. No, it does not.
Yeah, a little bit of a wild round, I'm gonna be honest. Illusion just won their bonus with 3 members of QR Red saving when the Illusion is winning the bonus. That is incredibly rare to see. Almost always the team going on an anti-bonus will just try to go for it because they realize that the majority of the time they have the weapon advantage, but it's just the execution on site was so quick and effective and efficient that they got it down so fast. The members of QR Red had to take so much time to rotate through, had to clear corners. It just took too much time. So Illusion's explosiveness has been very advantageous for them, especially because they get 1 to 2 kills on the way in. And speaking of which, they do it yet again. Town falls immediately when the round starts, not even 10 seconds in.
Somebody's got to be playing a lottery on how many times Illusion can get an opening pick. Look at the positioning as well from Arborix up above, looking to find the frag.
Oh my.
Will do so for free. no contention, and a second on to Manish. This round looks all but over. A
Comps?
third for Alvarix, looking for a fourth. No information given over by the rest of the team. You said it, comms, not there. Core drop 4 in a row, and Illusion lose just a single player in their fourth.
QR Red looks very not coordinated right now, which is a little bit surprising considering they made it to the quarterfinals so far. Like, how do you gotta be like early morning jitters or something, right? Like maybe you need to wake up, get into it. A reminder, this is a team that played deep in the night. They elected to do it in the nighttime instead of waking up early to play the matches like that. So, maybe they just need to get more active on the comms. Maybe take a timeout right now. If I was a coach, be like, hey guys, let's talk about how Alvarez got picked at Boiler, then rotating got picked at Kitchen, and then we're still not looking at Kitchen. Like we get some comms going to Churro. Immediately gets a kill on Town yet again. A Town may need to stop taking those early peaks, perhaps. Who knows? And second member of Kyora comes down, but finally they get picked back, take down Alvarez. But again, the spike is planted in less than 30 seconds of the round, which I feel like has happened almost every single time.
Cavern looking to catch a timing, does. Trippy's just dinked though and makes it out alive, just barely at that. The fragment being thrown in, looking for the frag. Cavern finds yet another, that time a dink, that time the kill. Critical, creating some space there with the Hunter's Fury, but finds no tags nor any kills. The Viper will not be able to be healed up. A good slow orb will force Churro out, and a good flash forces the shots out. Churro, the information's now there as to the Chamber's whereabouts. The shots miss. It's down to just Trippy. He finds one, nothing more. Illusion dropped their first round. Core, better late than never.
The two people I'm looking at a lot for QR Red are Cavern and Critical, the two C's of the team, the two initiators as well, and they're two players very commonly seen at the top of the board for this squad. On top of it all, Critical, the experience before, Cavern just stepping up to the plate, basically. Starly, Talon, and Manish all have their moments as well, of course. Just those are the two that I've seen to be a little bit more on the consistency side and effectiveness as far as the kills count goes, and especially considering you don't have any duelists to be the ones like, look at the duelists, they should be at the top of the scoreboard. Like, those are the two that I'll be looking at more so, based on nature of being initiators, things like that as well. Cavern especially, since Critical on Silver naturally will be a little bit late to the fight. KO being a little bit more the forefront, I would expect to be the one who helps drag this team through on Icebox if they have their way back into the fight. Starly at least getting the trade back and Manish finding the kill on Trippy as well. So QR Red, for the first time we've seen so far this series, going into round number 6, have the advantage on kills 20 seconds into the round.
Get wrecked. No, they don't. Not anymore. Trippy's res.
It's even Stevens.
Boone gets the res. There's the early prowess paying off. Boone finding those early kills means that resurrection is available much earlier than their doppelgangers, and now there's Snarly just one ult point away, so they can even find a kill, and they'll have the res available as well. Unfortunately, they'd have to go up towards heaven to try and find the res, so I don't think that's going to happen. But I digress. Again, an A hit looking likely, but this time, or is it looking like a fake? Kind of.
A little bit. They have time to work with still to go either site, but definitely appears to be a B site hit is what they look to do. Critical using that recon bolt over to A, not getting any pings, but that was a very defensive recon bolt to be fair. So they don't know if they're still in A lobby or not. It's not in range to hear the footprints either for Town, so they won't know about the spike plant until now that activates. Now you see the rotation going underway. Town find the first frag on Thune. Keeps the player advantage over towards your red. The Viper spits down. Town has their own, but will they be able to get close enough to actually activate it?
I don't know if you want to pop your own
You
Viper
might not even want
inside of your
to.
opponents, though.
Yeah.
That would put you in an awkward position, really on both sides.
The observers
would be
don't want
decayed
that.
down to 1 HP, though. Yeah, Den's in a good position. There's one. There's a second playing that X-ray vision, but the VIP is indeed dropped. The swing from Manish drops Dens. A strong frag found across onto Trippy, dropping that Viper's Pit, allowing Core Red to push through and pushing them up onto 2.
No timeout taken by QR Red, but they still are making the adaptations needed. Talon's not getting picked off early in the rounds, playing a little bit more safe and composed, while the rest of the team is falling off the side a little bit more gracefully or working together to at least get trades on those initial engagements as well. Realizing Illusion has a very aggressive playstyle thus far, so now it's all on Illusion to make the adaptations of saying, you know what, They are playing back. They're playing safer. They're playing together a lot more. They're not as isolated for us to swarm on and get early picks. So we may need to go into a little bit more of a default or bait and switch options or other strategies that we may need to employ moving forward. The tour de force will be one of the strategies used by, it seems like, both teams, unless it's a visual bug on the top side. But either way, Manish activating their own, holding the angle that Dens wants to peek, but has composure not to do so just yet.
Aggression from Manish is something that you've really been looking for, and yes, it is the two tour de forces. No visual bugs today, says Valorant, at least not for the time being. They messed with us for the login bug yesterday and figured that was enough for the LAN.
That's enough for a weekend.
I appreciate it. We appreciate you, Riot Games. Manish still holding this long angle, playing the timing. Churro has found some timing of their own. The Owl Drone faked from Dens, mainly faking us, not Manish. The sound cue not there for the defensive chamber. But look, the angle's still being held. Churro finds the opener, though. In goes that Owl Drone, and Manish has to back away, dropping their trademark. A good shock dart, dropping Churro down to 75 HP. They're clicked with that recon bolt. Town in a good position to try and aggress over towards the B side, playing around that sage wall. They start that spike plant. Do they swing on it? Yes, they do. What? It's a kill. It's a double for Town. What is that spray transfer? The snake bite put down, allowing them to try and re-aggress. A second will not land. They will indeed get the spike down. Good positioning from the defensive side, though, will allow them to retake quickly. Dens playing around that far side will bring it right back to even. Good positioning from the Sova to drop that Viper. No more, says the Sova. But they have to find more. Manish will not. It's down to Cavern.
Cavern with the pop flashes. That's who duelist moment. Gets both of them flashed. Transfers the spray, but doesn't have enough bullets in the chamber to finish the fight. Dens lives just so narrowly. The classic doesn't come out just in time. So Illusion does win the round, but man, was that close. And also, I think we might have the sweet flick of the day already from what Town just did. Look at that. That is insane. And Cavern almost had it at the end, just didn't quite have the weapon, the bullets in the chamber. Couldn't track the strafe close enough.
Oh, that's nuts. What is that shot? Oh my goodness. Somebody write that down for the Mike and Ike sweet play of the day. Tune back in after the grand finals, by the way, to figure out what it actually is. There's still a lot of Valorant to come, so that one may be it. We could have that one topped. We have a minimum of at least 5 more maps, not including this one. So stick around. We have more coming your way. Churro about to get caught with the timing. Does die. The Sheriff lands, Snarly heals themselves up and catches the timing onto Foon as well. Foon seems to be generally aware of the position of their counterpart. Needs to get aggressive though. Needs to make sure that Snarly cannot get comfortable. Is back up to 100 HP. A headshot will drop them. But look, Foon's caught a timing of their own. There's the first. They're unaware of Snarly's position, but has to find the kill regardless. The swing, back and forth, one for the other, neither finding each other. Foon drops that Sage Wall, is still unaware of Snarly's position, seems to be aware of it generally, but still does not find the kill. It's a fake towards B, though. It has baited out the rotation as Alvarez gets that control towards the A side. They'll get a res, though. It'll be a 4v3 retake.
Spike planted.
Wow, nobody was watching the doorway at that time. Unlucky for Alvarez. Plant was going down. Both people on the team looking off elsewhere who weren't planting. Trippy now in the 2v4. Pushing ahead, looking to try to find the kill on Manish, but still gets taken down as well. It's all down to just Dens left alone. The one who clutched up the last round, but in 1 versus 4 is hard to say they'll be able to do the same, but 1 down so far. Make that 2, make that 3. Can it be the 4th? There's Manish, who shut down the 2 before. Can they shut down the 3rd, or will it be Dens closing out the round? And yes, it shall be Dens with a 4K and a 1v4 clutch to keep Illusion in the lead.
What is that clutch from Dens as well? Dissecting the retake is all it takes. 1 versus 1 versus 1. Here's the 4K. There's Dens with the first, the second, and the third as they line up. Both headshots, and the 4th to close it out. Illusion, what is that? 2 straight rounds where it could have been brought back by Core. It just is not. That was a 4v1 from the 3 versus 4, yet still, it does not go Core's way.
Absolutely remarkable clutch situation as Manish. It's time for the next round. It's time to shut them down, keep up the pressure that Manish provided to even put it into a 4v1 situation at the very least. Makes it now a 5v4 for the next round. Critical on Heaven. finds the frag on the Dens. No clutch this time around. Critical says with the Hunter's Fury to shut down the spike plant attempt. Shuts down the spike wielder as well as Spoon falls. Alvarez on a cheeky position, but the rest of the team is gone. So now it's Alvarez in a 1v5 grand total clutch situation. Can the outshine Dens of the past round? But this time it's against Secure Red members who have upgraded weaponry. It's going to be far tougher of a task for Alvarez. Now suppressed to boot.
Not a great position for Alvarez to be in. They'll swing and die. Not even a first kill for the Jet this time around. Dens shall not be outshined as Core pick up their third. Finally starting to bring themselves back into this, but it's still an awkward position for them. They're still down by 3 rounds. It should be a bye for Illusion yet again. Actually, looking at their economy, it won't. It'll be the first time Illusion's really pushed onto a save round thus far here on Icebox. The attacking side for him's looked good thus far. It has to continue to do so.
Yeah, indeed it shall need to do so. You don't want to get to a tied game, especially with the kind of lead that they had to start off this half. What they get with the advantage there is that they have the edge on adaptation timings. They get the rounds to breathe. So it's on them to come out and say, we didn't just have a strong start, we can have a strong finish as well. They did that yesterday, but can they do it again against Kiora Red? The blades are activated from Alvarez. Tour de Force is not yet available, so this is going to be the driving force for Illusion on this round.
Aggression's the call, and quickly at that Cloudburst popped up towards heaven. Alvarez getting aggressive. Critical finds a timing, but does not find the kill. Just a little bit of damage, actually a lot of bit of damage, as Asova's down to low HP. Full A control gained. It'll be a full 5 versus 5 retake. A flank set up, the Blade Storm out. It will not find the kill. Not even a little bit of damage. Alvarez still has to aggress here, has to find at least one with the Blade Storm popped. Again, there's that flank, but finds absolutely nothing. Cavern with 1, with a second as well. Looking for the third onto Dens. In goes a 0 point, but poorly timed, will allow Dens to bring it back. The sonar to push Churro back into the far position will push him far enough out for Critical to drop. It's down to just 2 here on the attacking side. The Shock Dart lineup isn't there. The Hunter's Fury lineup is. There's the first shot. It lands. So does the second, but Manish on 100 HP will be perfectly fine. A good aggression from Critical will put them onto 4 as Core do make it difficult for themselves, but win regardless.
I'm a little surprised that they committed the Hunter's Fury to that situation when there's 4 people alive. In what world do they not have at least one person off the point and be able to come back and get to it after the third shot's sent, and not have one person push over to get the kill just like they just did onto Dens? It's a little bit of a futile attempt there. However, it did effectively do some economical damage, and if they can get a clean sweep here, taking out this operator from Manish's hands, there is a world where they don't allow Kiora Red to have a perfect buy up in the next round, maybe, but I don't think that possibility is quite worth it. Churro, though, getting the first frag in town, and makes this a possibility of a round for that could be the outcome. Churro finding Cavern as well, and Manish push ahead. Has a rendezvous option to get out with the operator in hand. Snarly answering back that spike down. We know that's in the middle, but there's a lot of places they can go if we don't get these frags to follow up. Dens does exactly that, though, on the side of Illusion. Is all down to Manish with just the operator hand, and you're looking at 4 people. They're not going to line up just right for that one to happen. Illusion with a very strong victory in... Man, that was a very quick round. Holy crap. As Kiora Red is forced onto a judge for Manish in the result.
Final round before we flip sides and Illusion go into the disadvantageous side here in Icebox. A good start for them, but they have to win this round to really solidify the finish as well. Core put together 2 different rounds, or 2 different straights of 2-round streaks, and it looked good for them. You'd like a 5th if you're on the Core Red side, but going down 8-4 is not the worst position for you to be in. Manish looking to get aggressive. The rendezvous is not set up for this, so they will have to get the kill, and they do. Dropping their doppelganger, there's the rendezvous placed, and away they will go. Nice opener and a nice retreat gives Core a good early man advantage.
That also gave him the tour de force. That gave him the ult. Like, he just sent it. Here we go. Catch him by surprise, close quarters. That's something we've done so far. Got the kill, caught him by surprise effectively on Churro, and now has a operator to work with alongside that judge for this final round of the half.
Again, aggressing in towards A, that's the call. Alvarez getting aggressive up above. The Cloudburst to allow them to get even more so. leaves Dens to gain the information. Shock darts are prepped for the default plant, but thus far, not too much aggression towards that general area. Velvor is still in a good position, as is Foon, putting down that Sage Wall. In goes the Null Command, disallowing any bit of ability nor utility on this attacking side, and away they will go. It seems like B may be the call, especially with the Null Command drop, trying to make it null and void, but they look to reaggress.
Cut the noise, retech, take, re-exec is the call. These members won't be able to see. The spike should get planted at the very least, but the defensive side of things might be a little tough unless they get a pick or two first. And that's one that they got so far. You know where Cavern is. That makes that 2, and this spike plant is looking a lot better suddenly. The Tour de Force looking even better than that.
Trippy unaware. Oh no, doesn't get the spike down. There's Dens. There's a second. 1 versus 1. Has the time to get the spike down. The aggression from Manish not there in time. Into the 1 versus 1. Spike down. Dens plays a game of ring around the Rosie and looks to bring his pockets full of posies and notably a round win. Manish getting aggressive on top will land the frag. Manish with the judge and a little bit of tactical crouching to close it all out. Puts Core Red onto 5 and breaks Illusion as this half ends, and we move on to the second.
That was quite the half for sure. The technical crouch, I don't know if that was actually a serious crouch or if they're like accidentally grabbing the rope, because that spacing is like trying to press forward a fuse but also grabs the rope in that situation is really awkward. It's one of the reasons people plant there actually. So definitely an amazing round to be seen and amazing half for sure, and I'm definitely looking forward to the second going for sure. We're going into a little bit of a halftime break, so we'll see you back in just a moment.
Welcome in and welcome along to the second half of Icebox between Illusion and Core Red. A 7-5 split in the first goes the way of Illusion on their attacking side. They make it the advantageous one. They look to double up as they need 6 to close out map 1 in their favor. It is their map pick. That would be the way they'd like to do so. I'm still time to late, joined here by Chad Lantis. And Chad, half number 1, an odd finish, really, for both teams.
Yeah, it was a strong start by Illusion, going super aggressive. Fiora had to make the adaptations, but as that happened, Illusion seemed to have a little bit of discoordination once things slowed down towards the end of the half, and it got really scrappy. And at the end of things, it's the Sovas shining up. It was their time to the light, if you will, to come up top of the scoreboard. Ha ha! Had that one in the chamber. There we go. Speaking of chamber, both of them doing very well as well. Manish especially. We'll see what they can do on attack as Trippy gets the first frag.
second as well, looking for a third, will not get it. Foon looking to do more damage, does the damage, but does not find the kill. Tro uses the headhunter and hunts for a head, finds one as well. Healing orb thrown out by Snarly before they start to plant that spike. It's a 2 versus 3. Illusion favored here in the retake as they have the man advantage, but still need the frags. Churro finds the first. They need to clear Snarly close range. Charlie, no more than the first. The right click lands. And unfortunately for them, nothing more than that. Illusion with the second pistol as well. They've looked good with pistols out.
Yeah, celebration for Illusion for sure, as they've won both pistols, and that's almost guaranteed 4 rounds if you win both pistols, because your anti-eco following is surely going to be in their favor. However, agents like Chamber in the lobby with those headhunters as well, one taps ahead, sheriffs as well as a gun in the game, which maybe nobody actually buys, interestingly enough, for Hero Red. They might just send it with classics. Yeah, back and forth. I feel like sheriffs are good enough of an option that they're cheap enough. You don't have to buy armor, just get that one tap, and that could be a complete game changer. Those classic right clicks, we talk about those all the time, but those are pretty much just a close quarter range options. Longer ranges, this map offers those for like medium range especially. The sheriff one tap could be a difference maker that Hero Red needs. Like that.
Spiked out. What is this? They're trying to plant far side. It's denied early on, but it still will come through. Churro getting aggressive right into town, who does get the wall down, doesn't get anything more. They attempted the spike plant. It was unsuccessful in the end. And Illusion condense on the B site. They condense with a W as well, extending that lead to 4 as they continue their reign of terror onto the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a strategy I first saw become popular from Fnatic on Icebox last year in Iceland, where they just go super aggressive aggro with the wall being dropped in the mid just like that and just rush to drop and then plant it, usually on top of Nest on the B site. But one that's been around for a long enough time that players and teams are used to it, and that seems to be the case for Illusion.
Virtually free. Just dropping that wall is a very good aggressive spot. Churro trying their best at jumping. Unsuccessful that time around. Makes it to the first spot, not the second over top of the far elevated position. Now has to play close range with this wall. Do they clear the close corners? Seems like they will. Cavern gets the information and gets the kill. A good opener here for Core Red, as they needed that, especially with the weapon disadvantage. Now they have the man advantage. That's a good way to even things out.
That sheriff looks sick. I want that stand. Anyway, Pure Red does have the player advantage. They have a weapon advantage as well, but they don't have the round advantage. They need to win this one out. Right now, they're completely stalled out at B site with a lot of noise being made, and Illusion making even more noise as he finds the headshot onto town. Trooper getting a frag as well. Illusion looking pretty good so far until the rifles come in for critical advantage. It's one remaining. It's just Foon with just a Spectre in hand and many members of Pure Red to fight through.
But all of them are low, especially with the Spectre out. This is certainly possible. The aggression here from Foon, looking for the first, does not get it. Cavern plays the close off angle and is left on 1 HP. You know, why not? That's a nice amount of HP and a nice score line, as we have 6-9 through this one. Core start to bring things back, but this is the round they need to win.
Indeed it is. This is the one that Alvarez is investing heavily into with an operator, just the light armor on top of that. I'm interested in seeing where the Jet goes. Usually now the Chambers are in these compositions, Jets pretty much go over to his A side every time while the Chamber plays for B, because this rendezvous location going over towards Nest as a fallback location just works out so well that we see it very commonly.
Goodness, Snarly cannot stay alive in this game. I feel so bad for Snarly. They're not even being given an opportunity to play. And it's not like an ability diff or anything. It's just a combination of Illusion being nuts and Snarly getting caught with timing, time and time again. Time is of the essence. If it wasn't, it really wouldn't be in my name.
Indeed, time to light. It was Town beforehand on the first few rounds of this game, but Town made the adjustments needed. Snarly was actually coming out on top very well for the team at the beginning, but lately has not had quite the same amount of luck on the decision making. But changes has happened before for Hero Red. I imagine they could do the same. But will it be enough to be able to make this comeback happen? Down 6-9. Very nice. They managed clearing out that trademark. There's only 1 to go, so that's it. With the dual command activated, they still haven't quite floated onto the site. Talk to screen should be going up. Should be able to allow them on to the B site to get the plant down soon enough, but taking the time is actually working out in Illusion's favor as Alvarez finds the first frag on a Manish.
Dens is in a good position on the long angle. Toxic Screen back up, but the spray from Dens lands regardless. Foon looking to get aggressive through that same screen, but Critical whips out the Uno reverse card and does it himself. The aggression finds him a kill, but has to do more. He's now vulnerable as he's walked straight through that screen. He should fall. He does indeed. Alvarez does twice the damage and finishes him off. Illusion go up to double digits and re-extend their lead to 4 as Core again need a round win and just do not have the weapons to do so.
Yeah, I'm honestly not a fan of popping the no command just standing there. I think they're going for like trying to bluff it as if they're going to do a bait and switch over and do like that counter strat kind of situation. But Illusion just didn't fall for it. They left 1 or 2 people just kind of lingering towards A just in case, but primarily just like, yeah, they're just going to fake this. We're going to stay here at B. And that's exactly what happened. Ooh, you hear the crowd noises now.
Again. Oh no! Oh yeah, we do have crowd noise. Look at that. Nice audio bit of pushing through. By the way, shout out to our production team. The reason you see all these replays, you see all the camera angles, everything, and you now hear the crowd. This is live from the Fullerton local host. For all of you wondering and maybe looking to go play some games, do it tomorrow. It's a little crowded right now. I don't even think the PCs are available. As the day progresses, they may be. Yep. But it's a difficult position to be in. Good flash. Alvarez avoids it properly. Now he's just waiting behind A1. Has to sit here, and the Owl Drone doesn't find them. Now looking to get aggressive around the side. Finds the first. Has to find more, though. And since they're suppressed, cannot pop the Tailwind. Apparently does not have to as they find yet another. Town does finish them off, though. A good bit of a snake bite does take them out. But Dens picks up right where they left off. Trippy with a triple. A full house of frags as Trippy finds 3. The Jet finds 2 of their own, and Illusion go up on to 11.
Yeah, fantastic anti-eco overall, only losing 1 along the way. 1 or 2. As Illusion will now have their Viper's Pit to work with. Trippy gets that on the line for this half and looks to be using that in the middle of A, right in that choke point, which is where we commonly see Vipers do because it covers everything on the A site for the entrance in there. B is a little bit more exposed to that mid access.
Please. Oh, okay. He does get taken out for, I think, the first time early this game. Churro brings it back. You know, why the heck not? Just drops Snarly straight through the toxic screen. Not going to find another, but does do a decent bit of damage. And Rendezvous away. The TP is there for the chamber. And the re-aggression is as well. Taking out their counterpart. Dropping Manish. Good positioning again for the chamber. Avoiding that Hunter's Fury is more than difficult for Dens, but he does it regardless. Town drops through their own orb. An awful position now for Cores. It's a 2 versus 4. They still have to aggress and just take the B site, much less get that spike down.
And this is a big buy-up round for Core. They need to win this one out because if they lose it, they'll be on match point on the bad end of it with bad economy on top of that as well. Spike's even dropped in Spade main, 2 versus 4 situation. The only good thing now is that they have 50 seconds to work with. There's a little bit of time to be done, and the 0 point is available again. Recon Bolt shortly, surely. Getting a nice angle on Alvarez, and Miracle on the timing gets the frag on Churro as well. It's a 2 versus 2 on the site, and we still have time to get the spike in.
1 enemy remaining.
Swing though, Trippy drops him. Cavern's now left in a 1 versus 2, has to swing back onto the spike and will not get there in time. Illusion send themselves onto map point as Dens gets the kill required. Cavern not even able to get to the spike, much less get to plant it down. Core with 6 straight required just to tie us up and send us to OT.
Yeah, Critical leading the chart for sure. I expect them to perform very well here. But they're going to need to just dig even deeper, bring up the team. Seem a little bit uncoordinated, seem a little bit behind on the curve versus Illusion. And honestly, on this offensive side of things, despite having a little bit of success, overall it's been incredibly favored towards Illusion on the defensive side. Core just hasn't been able to have a coordinated attack so far, but Cavern with a nice swing and frag onto Alvarez could be the ticket to another round win.
Oh no! Dens headed back away and dies because of it. Trippy's on 8 HP, even inside of their own Viper's Pit. It's not the damage from the Viper's Pit, it's just damage they've taken prior. The swing from Foon, unsuccessful. Snarly finds one of their own, and Churro You're supposed to hit your opponents, not do an outline of them. I know it's California, so art's very
Are you?
prevalent there, but not
I've tried
this
that
kind of art.
a lot. I guess it doesn't work, huh? So maybe I should try hitting them now.
No, not as successful in my own
Interesting.
opinion. I mean, it hasn't let me win rounds. I've tried it a few times. It usually leads
Yeah.
to me dying like it just did for Churro. I don't recommend it.
It looks good. It's very artistic, at least. Style points doesn't help at all. He wins.
Not in round count. I don't think so.
I should make an adjustment then. Huh. Anyway, QR Red has many ultimates online. Flawless round needed to keep their economy thriving so they can keep buying out the rest of this map. No command activated. Maybe a little more aggressive this time. Not that it would matter a whole lot as the Illusion members are completely flooding to the other side of the map. This is a strategy we saw them use yesterday, actually, where they tried this on Haven. Being aggressive on defense, pushing off the backside, Trippy over the anchor, holding on the CT area, defensive end. Churro not able to get the frag, unluckily, but the rest of the team should have an angle on this.
Manish, oh my goodness, gets choked right in front of. Alvarez drops their Bladestorm, looking to get aggressive. Manish plays a bit of skeet shooting and hits the shot required, but will not find another. A 3 versus 2 retake now for Illusion, but they have to push in towards this Viper's Pit. No longer, Snarly will have a drop right in front of them, and Snarly will drop themselves. Illusion will take map number 1 as Icebox goes the way of the team that picked it, and in a stylish fashion, 13-7 with a thrifty round to close it out.
And that last round was a perfect example of how that half and a lot of the game overall went. Illusion just going for a very confident strategy, largely aggressive, and doing that as a team. It may not have been the best, most successful on statistics plays on paper. However, it's the play that the team did together, and that's what matters the most sometimes, and that's what Illusion did. QR Red not doing things together the majority of times, and in the response to Illusion doing a very unorthodox strategy of sending 4 people completely aggressively through B main into the attacking spawn and on the flank side of things on a save round. QR Red sent 1 to 2 people at a time to deal with them, and they just couldn't handle the numbers of Illusion swarming in, so they ended up losing in an anti-eco fashion therefore. So hopefully going into the next map of Ascent after the other side of this break, they'll be able to find a better opportunity of working together as a team. But on a map like Ascent time, I don't know if it's going to be as easy to do with it being a little bit more spread out.
I don't like their chances on Ascent. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not looking great, especially after a 13-7 loss. Icebox, again, a very often played map where teams should have a decent idea of what they're doing. That's a lot of the times just mechanical differences that usually come through along with coordination. That's also the name of the game. That's the same on Ascent. It's coordination and really hitting your shots. That's what it comes down to. Chad, I want a number prediction into Ascent. You have one. Because I usually like to ask you. I'm usually wrong, so that's why I'm asking you.
I'm going to go with 13-9. I think it's still going to be heavily for Illusion based on what I've seen from fundamentals of these teams. However, it is QR Red's map pick, so I have to imagine they do a little bit better at the very least on their map pick, but I think it's still going to be fairly significant of a win for Illusion, so 13-9 is going to be my best bet.
I feel like that's relatively normal as well. A 13-9, 13-10, maybe even all 24 rounds required, but I'd have to agree with you. 13-9 looking relatively likely, especially after this 13-7 win. We'll move on to Ascent, but first, I do want to highlight one of our outstanding sponsors here at NSG and at the Fullerton LAN itself. Mike and Ike take your game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help you fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. I happen to have a box sitting right here because I wanted Mike and Ike this morning, so I decided to grab a box. I also have the what's this, the Mega Mix thing sitting next to me. I'm gonna cover the whole because I ate like half of them, but I love them. They're very good. I just dropped one, so I'm gonna eat that. We're gonna send into a break. When we come back, it's Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN here in Valorant. Map number 1 going the way of Illusion as Core Red dropped their first map of the event. Not a great start for them, but there's still time to come back. And on their own map pick, there's a time to do so.
For sure. Ascent does play very similarly to Icebox, considering it's one of the standard A site, B site, and there's a mid lane to control and work for access to either location. There are obviously differences that do significantly alter your strategies, but overall it's largely the same as in regards to if this team goes very aggressively, gets a pick or two on a site, it's going to take a little bit to rotate over to that site, and if QRed does exactly that strategy of defense where they lose 1 or 2 people on initial takes, or the defensive side of things, they just won't have a good retake option. So hopefully they take the lessons learned from Icebox, where they did have a more successful back end of that defensive half. Take those lessons learned, apply them immediately, have a better success on that side of things. They should look better on defense. For offense, they didn't really seem to have a solution developed just yet, but hopefully during this little bit of a break, going to the next round, or next map I should say, they should be able to formulate some kind of game plan of what comms can we use, who's IGLing here exactly, and how can we work together to execute on these sites.
2 rounds on the attacking side of Icebox is never good for a team. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm a little hungry, and I may eat it. But it's not strong to just get 2 on the attacking side of Icebox. Yeah, they got 5 on the defense, which was okay, but as we now head into Ascent, this is not a position you want to be in if you are Core Red. You're looking for them to play aggressive early. Even though they start off on the attacking side, they want to hold more W than ever before. They cannot let Illusion get comfortable as they start off on the defense.
And that may depend on the compositions as well. If you go into like a Killjoy, you have to kind of figure out where that setup is for sure. Cypher option, is there a tripwire there or not? But if the defending team of Illusion decides to go with just a chamber as a lone sentinel, which some teams do, then you could just definitely go very aggressive. So because of that, I do imagine that they'd at least grab a Killjoy, but we'll see what they decide to do today for Illusion. Because a lot of strategies on the game of Valorant largely depend on what the enemy's composition is and what your composition is, which is one of the exciting things about this game, and something we'll be able to talk about more and more as the game develops and more agents release, which is very exciting to look ahead towards. And even still, with a few out there as it is, we'll have good options. Speaking of options, look at how many players and teams that are out there. And for future visits, anybody out there going to the Fullerton LAN Center, have a lot of options of PCs to work with for your gaming needs.
Here's a live look in on the team. It is not normal. That's Shaz, by the way. For all of you who have been looking out, Shaz is the second one in. The very blonde hair with, brunette/brown roots. That's him. If you're looking out for him, if he wins this, he may be on stream, so stick around. He should be playing next. Leet versus E-Daters is the team that is on the other side of that. This is 2Tap, who it is not normal to playing up against. We're not covering this game. We were going to, but some issues arose, so we didn't. We moved up the bracket just a little bit to Illusion versus Core Red. The winner of this plays the winner of Zero Marksman Black versus TMG. TMG ended up beating Rat Turtle Squad V2 just earlier on. They played this morning rather than playing at almost 1 a.m. local last night. That would have been 4 a.m. Eastern for all of you East Coast people. There's a lot of Valorant this weekend. There was a lot last night. Yes, last night they played well into the night, and understandably so. TMG were like, we'll play tomorrow. So they did. They will play Zero Marksman Black. I believe they start either within the next 10 minutes or they have already started. The winner of that plays the winner of this, and then Leet versus E-Daters plays the winner of 2-Tap versus It Is Not.
There you go. Bracket described for anybody curious out there. And I'm honestly curious of what composition these teams go into. QR Red hasn't ran Fade on Ascent. They seem to be willing to do so on Haven. They've had success with it on Haven. And Ascent is a map I think it's good on. However, Critical and Cavern are going to switch roles a little bit. Switch which initiators they play. I always think that's interesting, but I think it might come down to which player has better lineups for Sova on the map. It's generally the case. With the Brimstone picked up as well, and not the usual Omen you usually see on Haven, or Ascent I should say, which is actually what Trippy went ahead with what you called out earlier. Seems to be Trippy's go-to controller with exception to Icebox where Viper just reigns supreme.
I was looking at how they selected on the core side. Not a single duelist brought forward, nor a chamber. They're running double sentinel in terms of Killjoy Sage. Yes, Sage on Ascent, which is not completely out of question, but certainly not really in the meta nowadays. You're also looking at the double initiator, which is completely unsurprising. You have the Sova KO combination. That's run just about every day of the week. And then for smokes, they're running the Brim. That's your controller main. Understandably so, but as we head into the game on the other side, much different, or a little bit different. A duelist instead of that second sentinel, and the Omen on controller and for smokes rather than that Brim, also providing the third set of quote-unquote flashes, considering the paranoia just near sights you, it doesn't really flash.
Yet again, the no duelist for a core, which I think honestly, Icebox and Ascent are probably the two maps you can get away with that on. Just because of the way they are set up, some choke points to work with, things like that. And I don't think having no duelist was the issue for Core in the first map of this Icebox. I think it was more of a coordination thing and ability to read the room with Illusion, which looks like Illusion is going to be able to do that against Core as they all just flood very aggressively through mid, and they're punished therefore as Illusion was completely set up and ready for that. It's all down to Capital, just a classic in hand. Free gun, by the way, and this is why it's a free gun. You can't quite win in a 1 versus 4 situation when they're all stacked up against you. Cavern falls, Illusion with a very commanding first round win on the second map.
I had a question why Cavern didn't just sprint for the spike plant. You get a few extra credits. Yeah, it's not a great position for you to be in, but it's whether
agree.
They collapse on you in a 1v4 as a retake or a 1v4 as you're walking next to balcony outside a market. Like, I don't usually fully question things, but why on that situation? Hey, you do you, you're playing the game, I'm not. Sometimes situational calls for them is much more difficult than it is for us. You could have expected somebody in Boathouse, had no shot at it whatsoever. That was the call. It didn't work out. It is what it is, as the kids say, and goes the 0 point and the sonar dart on both sides. One detects 4, the other detects 1, and in so, the 4 will back the heck away.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of stagnation. The one thing I will say about the last round is there's so much chaos happening that was distracted by the mid lane. I don't know if they actually had full confirmation that the B-side was open or not, so that could be the case. But either way, going into this next round, they're looking to grab the orb. Some shock darts going out, sprays through the wall, and they haven't quite done enough for a kill, but still definitely a lot of damage down onto the Brimstone, who will definitely be following up the teammates this time around. Manish, ooh, nice head dink from Churro. Keeping that Sage a little bit honest, as the heal is not quite available yet, as it's already been used.
That was used earlier, especially with the shock darts being thrown through. Denz is playing the long angle here with the Ares. Already 2 sprays through with that Ares. It's going to be a full B commit. The question now remains, does it work out? And the answer seems to be not particularly. Good 1-for-1, now 2-for-2 trade. Not really favoring anybody, but the weapon advantage will still play into the hands of Illusion. There's another kill. Cavern dropping. Alvarez leaves now just the Killjoy in a 1 versus 2. Snarly, not a great position for them, switching from one Sentinel role on the other. From the Sage last map into the now dead Killjoy. This time around, 2 in a row for Illusion, winning the statistically most likely round for them to pick up. And as they push through into the third, it's a bonus round that you'll probably see them just with pistols.
There's a little thing I'm going to hyper-focus on for no good reason. His ends dropped the Ares and picked up the Spectre there for that last kill, because I think the Spectre is a better option for there. Faster, no wind-up time, and you can just run and gun it a lot better when you know the enemy player is a little bit weakened. But decided not to pick the Ares back up despite holding this angle for B main. Instead, going to be challenging with the Spectre from the doorway instead of holding the wall with an LMG. No way of that is the better option, I'd say. It's just interesting that that was the decision making. Mid completely wide open by both teams. Entirely. Which is interesting. Not even utility. Literally now finally a smoke. There wasn't even a lawn bot being dropped over there.
They faked him. Oh, Alvarez gets jabaited. You got jabaited. Insert troll meme here. Critical finds the kill, and Illusion dropped the opener. Not a great position for them to be in. They should be able to recover that rifle. I believe it just was by the KO. But around towards B seems to be the call with the opener towards A. They're gambling on the fact that the rotations will be baited out. That is an incorrect assumption. They have found out Killjoy, but they still have to clear out Denz's position. That seems to be the call. It is Snarly wins the gunfight, leaving just Churro on this B side alone. Trippy now coming over. The Shrouded step in towards the site will allow them to re-aggress across. Town has to clear this close angle, and they don't, not early enough, but it will not matter. The Vandal is just better. Churro now in a 1 versus 4 on the site. Finds a second as well. Needs to find a third and will not. Manish will shut him down. Critical looking to swing back onto Foon. Their counterpart sitting right in front of him, but they have yet to find the peak. This is still possible. The Vandal's out for Foon, but as they walk straight in and don't clear the close corner, Critical will shut him down, and Core pick up their first here on Ascent.
So on paper, based on Illusion winning the first round, this has progressed exactly how you would expect. Fairly healthy roster Core. Dropping these 2 members to Churro, though, was pretty costly, but not enough that I think it's going to be that big of a factor. They can still fully buy up. There's an Odin in the hand for Cavern, who elects to get that instead of full armor with a lesser weapon. Oh, switch around allows them to get a full armor instead. Very nice. Quick little money management.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What is that from Manish? Snarly, I understand that peak. Alvarez dying, but Manish just jumping up and hits the headshot regardless. Trippy's now left alone on the site, has absolutely no utility whatsoever. Dark cover's not available. They've already been used. He's been detected, sonar'd out, and now dead. But Churro, there for the refrag, finds only one. Den's now left alone. In goes the first of 2 shock darts, the second thrown in just the same. The Owl drone's available, but Sonar still has 20 seconds left on it. This is a 1 versus 3. It is more than possible, especially with the Odin out. You have that continuance of fire available, but you have to find an opener. That's the issue they're going to run into. The spray down below will not land. It's the Uno reverse card placed down from Cavern as they shoot back up through the heaven position, and Core tie us up.
Just Ascent Sova Odin is essentially the description of how that very end of that round went. All tied up. Core definitely looking a lot more composed and cohesive in this map than we saw on Icebox. Like, by far. They look a completely different team on attack. They look like they're just stacking up, getting ready for execute. They'll send a utility, get on a site after the utility used, and set up crossfires, things like that. The 101s they're doing effectively, and they're also setting up backwards a little bit in case there's some cheeky plays on B sites. Illusion on a bit of a save round. They realize this. Illusion definitely goes for this aggressive death ball strategy as they are again. And Core is ready for it.
Well, Town catches his timing. Foon's drop looking for a second is Town, but the over-aggression will indeed cost them. Critical.
Oh no, don't do it.
Cover. A good flash. It has to land. It doesn't, but Cavern with the wall bang will manage with a double from the bottom of mid. Will land the shots required, and Core now take the lead. If I've done my statistics correctly, this is the first time they've had the lead in the series.
Yes. That is accurate. And Critical right there, I was concerned as he kept pushing forward, posturing to walk out of the smoke from the pot flash. Maybe comms came through, and it's like, Critical, you're better than this. You know better than this. And indeed they did. They did not go that aggressive and ambitious, especially since the smoke timer was almost gone as well, which made that work out even better. But now it's going to be a buy-up for Illusion. Core definitely looking completely night and day versus what they looked like on Icebox attack side. So that little bit of time to discuss things was good. Perhaps they could have taken a tactical timeout last map and had that time to discuss instead, but nevertheless, here they are with improvements made on their map pick.
Alvarez Alvarez looking to hold down the angle, dashes straight to their teammate. The spray across still finds a first kill. I don't think the information's there as to their teammates' whereabouts. Now it is. In goes the Hunter's Fury on that defensive side. They actually walk straight into it. Orbital strike as well. The aggression coming through for both sides, but Alvarez goes on to 3 frags. The orbital strike finds absolutely nothing, nor does the Hunter's Fury, and a lot of control now gained here for Illusion. All of the A site is theirs, but it's a full rotation that way, and a baited one at that. Trippy, the peek across, should find the kill, but doesn't. Critical finds the frag, and they could push onto the B site completely unrestricted, but they have to do so quickly. They will indeed. Cavern holding the long angle, looking for this first kill, really giving them the advantage. Holding the long angle, finds a first, finds a second as well through the wall, and only drops to 25 HP. Core can pull this off.
Churro can as well. Both members are very weak. Just 1 or 2 body shots is all it's needed for Churro. 1 for Cavern. But Suppress makes this a little bit tougher, and the wall of penetration shots will be doing the same. The ping from the Owl drone lets them know where to aim. And it was technically winnable, but it was played literally perfectly from the 2 members of Core in that situation.
I think Illusion had a little bit of a slower retake than they probably should have. Through A main, it takes much longer to get towards mid than it does from the top of CT, or the top of Heaven on A. An awkward position for the defensive side to be in, but Reno calls the timeout for the squad. Reno's the coach for earlier. Illusion, take a second. And understandably so, this is 4 straight lost rounds for them.
Yep.
2.5 being gun rounds, 1.5 being ecos, 1 was a half buy, so I guess that's the half. Core, on the attacking side, are in a good position here, Chad. If they can build off of this lead, especially on the attacking side of their own map pick, as they head onto the defense, they can set up those crossfires that I'm sure they've practiced, the reason they map. And look.
Yeah, I'd say this is the perfect time for a timeout. Like, if there's ever a time for a timeout without you bleeding too much, this would be the time. You had 2 full buy-up rounds and just the bad reads overall. Core looks like a completely different animal at this point. They're playing super different than they did on Icebox. So it's the time to say, okay, maybe they just had, like, they were mentally shook from our offense on Icebox, so their offense wasn't very good to follow or something. I don't know. But all we do know is that they're playing up now, and we can't do the same things, get away with it that we did on Icebox. But now we need to adjust some things to figure things out. And a lot of that is the fact that Core is more willing to send a lot more utility and be a lot more aggressive with their attack. And now Illusion's answer is, let's completely stack a site and gamble, and that might pay off. Tucked away in logs, we'll be able to get at least 1, but that's all they've gotten so far until Churro and Foon show up.
Cross, Boone looks to find the first, a shock dart into their teammate as it goes straight off the wall, but the round goes their way regardless. They'll stabilize the core and recover that rifle. Good positioning from Illusion, just not matching the aggression from Core. A good null command to really be the catalyst of that aggression onto the B side, removing every single one of the abilities of all 5 players on the Illusion side. Yes, the aggression was there, yeah, a couple shots landed, but just not enough. Illusion dropped yet another, finally into a gun round.
Okay, so there's a gamble stack for eco round, fair enough. You take a gamble, that's how it goes. But now, with the buy operator for Alvarez, who will be controlling B main, Killjoy utility is all set for A instead. This is where they want to change the allocation of resources. But it's going to be so much effort on Alvarez, who has to hold down B main. So many people here missing the first shot, no more dashes to be used. The shorty will not be good enough for this moment, but Dins has the cover fire.
Barely at that. Finally, they get the shot through, and goes a Hunter's Fury aggression from really both sides, but the Hunter's Fury finds 2 as they line up for it. Don't line up for linear aggression, ladies and gents. Not the position you want to be in. They trade shock darts. None of them land, and the call now, run your tails towards A into the full Killjoy setup and the awaiting arms of the KO.
Yeah, they're actually running into a little bit worse of a situation because of the Killjoy setup. Cavern and Critical played this rotation play perfectly last time, but I was in a 2 versus 3 situation. 2 versus 5 with all his utility still available for Illusion. Don't know if they're going to be able to do the same thing. It's even tougher of a task by far. Even getting into the site. Even getting to the site itself beyond this doorway is going to be a tough task. And I don't think it's in the cards. It's all down to Critical and 1 HP. 2 make that even. Well, it's 1 more they need, but it's going to need a lot more than that if we're going to survive that. Shot through the corner by Foon. A flawless round by Illusion with a fantastic adaptation of resources and response after the timeout.
On today's episode of r/, there was an attempt, of course, attack on A. The 0 point not landing really allowed Illusion to concrete themselves on the site. It helped that 3 players were already solidifying themselves in the point itself, and with Core not landing that 0 point and the Owl drone finding absolutely nothing other than bare bones information and 0 tags, the swings were perfect from Illusion, and a strong 3rd round win, their first since the 2nd round. It's been a little while since they had a fucking
Indeed. Resurrection is available for Core. The null command from Illusion can even further stall. So if Core does go to the A site, which is where they're rotating it again, and yet again a bad call, which is interesting. They see a Sova and Jet on B and decide, you know what, let's go away from that and go towards where probably is a KO and Killjoy at that point. When the KO has no command. So I feel like at this point in time, if you have confirmation of where the Sova is, you push forward a little bit, figure out the Killjoy's not here, you just execute there. But they choose to go A site instead, and this is going to be tough to push through while suppressed going into that Killjoy util. And we're going back. And I think it's a good call. We still have time to do it. Let's do it now.
Look how quickly Alvarez has taken this control, though. If they don't make noise on this defensive side, they're in a good position to deal with this. As long as there's no rotations through the attacker spawn, they're in a good spot. Trippy gains the information and backs away. From the shadows does not always have to be used in an aggressive manner. Information is always the name of the game in tactical first-person shooters. There's the info, and they find an opening kill as well here on the Illusion defense. Boone finds yet another. The frag is being thrown in. It is a trade as Boone does fall. The spray through, though, does not. Snarly, good position, dies just the same, and Alvarez, with that aggression, converts off their 2nd frag on the round. Illusion bring themselves back to within 1.
Yeah, honestly, the Illusion played that round perfectly based on what Core was doing. Core fell off. They got the sense of it. They showed up over towards A site. The null command was popped just to stall them out a little bit, and that allows time for Alvarez to get that control on tiles. Once that first pick happened and Trippy used that from the shadows into a main, that kind of baited Core into thinking, you know what, they think we left, so let's go ahead and rotate back into A. But then that kill onto town happened at the same timing, so when they tried going to A, they got shut down. And it all was just over at that point as numbers advanced for Illusion, just encroaching on the remaining members of Core. And now Core going back to B main, but Alvarez is still here with the operator. Nothing has changed from Illusion because it hasn't been foiled, these plans, the last few rounds. And Alvarez still not being foiled with his operator in hand.
Benz hits the shock dart and hits the headshot onto Snarly. And now it's Alvarez looking to get aggressive. The super shorty not going to land. It's brought back. Wait a second. This has turned from a 5 versus 2 to a 2 versus 2 with site control for Core should they take it aggressively. But now with the retake utility here, this could turn around. A good flash means Cavern can't see a dang thing, but the spray's still there. 63 bullets remaining in that large barrel magazine. Still needs to find a frag, though. They're continuing to take this control. Cavern looking to push through. It misses. Town is flashed as well. Can't see a dang thing. Good coordination and a strong flash gives Foon the aggression and Illusion the tied game.
Yeah, it's just the good old pop flash out of smoke from a KO to do the job just fine. Tied game for sure, and not a good buy for Core. However, they do have 4 ultimates to work with. The Resurrection is still online for Manish, who hasn't popped off just quite the same as we've seen on the Chamber, when now on the Sage.
Quick peeks now.
I do feel like Chamber is a viable pick on this set, so it's interesting that it went over to the Sage instead. I have to imagine that's...
You bring no duelist and you bring double sentinel.
Yep.
An awkward position, and one of the sentinels isn't Chamber. A weird position,
Yeah.
but the Hunter's Fury, it lands for damage, and they take the site. So that's the entire site gone. Illusion now have to retake without much control and with no ultimates to use.
Lockdown being underway, the plant will go down, the player advantage for Core as well, and also on that point, I have to imagine the defensive side of things will be a lot better, but it's something we talked about on the other side of the half. For at least for right now, Illusion realizing that with forecasts of discussion will need to be... They're at least in contention right now with 5 rounds, but they definitely with this composition will want to 7 on their attack. For the defensive side of things, I should say. But it's not looking good right now. Snarly on a perfect position garage.
Oh my goodness, finds a first, finds a second, finds a third. The spray transfer's there. The ace is not. Manish gets the final kill. Foon denies the ace attempt. And there was an attempt, just unfortunately not a successful one. Rifles recovered. Core retake the lead into the final round of the half.
The operator is picked up for Manish as well, which is an interesting decision. Even with a Jet or Chamber on the team, an operator on offense isn't always the case. They decided to go with it this time around. That was a fantastic spray transfer from Snarly. Almost got that last kill. I have to think that if they did, that maybe that would be contention for a sweet flick of the day. Even still is a possibility, which is crazy. We've mentioned that for 2 plays so far, and this is literally the first series of the day. We have 2 more after this, and the game isn't even over yet. Series, I should say. On top of that, score is looking good right now. Churro, though, would gain the first frag, and the hold on A site is good. This is not the place for you to go, Core. Go back to B, where you found some success. You're still trying for it, interestingly enough, and it's not working out.
You're able to strike, just section stuff off. A good res. Unfortunately, Cavern dies again. Down goes Town. Vanish. Now in a 1 versus 4 here, Chad. Has 60 seconds on the clock. This is more than possible, but with an op and no healing orb for the next 30, you're in an awkward position. They just want to get aggressive, though. They'll find the information onto the first, but still the shot's not landing. They are still suppressed, and they're now dead. Illusion tie us up. The real question remains, will they take control back? We'll find out after the break. Nerd Street Summer Champs. Illusion tied us up as we head into the halftime break. Core still have some control to work with. This is their map pick. They are on the defensive side of said map pick. I'm still Time to Light, joined here by Chad Lantis. And Chad, the first half really back and forth.
It really was. And this second half, I think, is going to be really in favor of Core, actually, with his composition they're coming out with. Something that we first saw in a scene very prominently from a team of Virtuoso. Anders being the coach at the helm for that decision making. Is a no duelist composition on a sit specifically is incredibly strong on defense with having weaknesses on offense. The fact that Core got 6 rounds is good as it is, and right now Illusion tries to answer with aggression just like they did on Icebox, and so far so good as they're good for 2 for 1 as a cost. And they're approaching on to A site. Town doing everything they can to stall them, fall off, survive, and allow the team to rotate through.
Vision's already there. They're starting to make this way back into it. Town on the far side towards main. There's a rotate short as well. Town with a double straight through. Is only hit for 15 with that shock dart trip. He has to get aggressive here, and they seem to be aware of it. Town with their third on the round, and a lot of staying power here from the defensive side. It's down to Dens, who will fall. Snarly picks up right where their Brim left off, and Illusion drop the pistol. for the first time this series.
Yeah, and honestly, Town could not have played that round any better. Use the incendiary just to stall them enough for the rotation to come through to have some support. Had the spray down, the perfect read in a situation, got done just in time as the smoke was coming through. Perfect shots there. And the read that Trippy was going to push through aggressively through their own smoke, even pinged it for the allies saying, yep, they're going to push through this. 100% they're aggressive. And it was ready, repositioned themselves, so Trippy was expecting it and got that last frag. Perfectly done. And Core with a no duelist on the team as a stronger defensive option because you have a lot more utility to work with, a lot better ways of locking down the map that essentially has 4 choke points total. So the long bot, the turret, the narrow swarms for B-side, the information from Sova, the pop flashes from KO, the smokes and the incendiaries, and as the fragment as well for the A-site setup. And the Sage that can wall off tree, everything is counted for, everything's locked down. Critical. The bait and switch alongside Town will be able to get the first 2 frags of the anti-eco.
Town does die to the shock dart, but, well, Critical's just spraying them down and putting down some sprays just for a good measure. This should be a relatively clean finish to the round for Core, regardless of how the next few gunfights play out. Churro looking to get aggressive in towards mid, has found a decent bit of control to work with, but Cavern has now been smoked off and is sitting inside of smoke. I don't think they're aware of it. They could have gotten aggressive in towards B main, but it's a little too late for Trippy. Churro dies. Poorly timed peek. Unfortunate for the Killjoy, who also dies to a Killjoy. Oh, I saw tactical crouching. Uh-oh. Somebody call the landmins.
It was a glitch. It was a bug. I promise. I swear.
Sure.
I just really want to look at that little beacon on the ground. I just want to better look at it. Core now on their bonus. I will be honest, though, with how the compositions go, like, Illusion has to go through these choke points. That's just how Ascent is. It's getting past these choke points is a big part of it. And with this composition, especially since they're all going towards B-side, which is what Core is planning for with all its utility, going towards mid instead with still a lot of Core members here around the choke points. Shotgun in hand as well. Great read on the situation. Beautiful rotation to A-site. Exactly what Illusion needed to do.
Cavern needs the spray right now. It just hasn't. It goes to shock dart. It's late. It could have landed, but it did not. Churro does not make it under the door, and now just has to wait in a close angle. That shock dart lands for very little. The swing for Town misses entirely. The Bucky whiffs. Now Manish has to find a kill here and will not, spraying straight through. Actually does find the kill into Churro. The slow orb looking to push through. The flash as well. It's mistimed though. Dens flashed, as was their Sage, but still good positioning for Core on this retake. All 3 players in through short. Slow reaction time though for Alvarez could cost them. Foon on the site looking to play the long angle. The crossfire's there. The Omen in a good position to deal with this. The far swing as Omen does just that. Manish now left alone. 1 versus 2 has the sound cues and is now gone. Illusion win the anti-bonus. A vital round for them to pick up.
Definitely a vital round for Illusion. They did lose 3 members. They got the spike planted, though, so that kind of buffers it a little bit, so they can still get a pretty good buy up here. Churro not on good eco, but whatever. At the very end there for Core, 2 versus 2, they did get weapon upgrades, but at the very end of it all, they went and did Lone Wolf plays, which I would like to see them try to go for a little bit better of a 2-player entry option or something like that. A little ahead of the game was Cavern, ahead of Manish, but next round all good. Move forward. These cheeky Sage wall plays, and Sage I think was the pick over a duelist mostly because of the defensive side. The Sage wall plays for lockdowns of sites and entrances and creative angles to hold. It's very strong on the map of Ascent.
The center dart should gain a lot of information, and Snarly just waiting here as Foon looking to fall to the exact same angle they dropped critical in just a little bit earlier. Shock dart thrown in, it misses. That one should as well, and indeed does. Aggression now switched towards mid and then towards A. Short seems to be the call here for the attacking side, and understandably so. Good paranoia back towards
nice incendiary.
Town. He's just waiting. He has to wait. He has to back away. Town just waiting. No, he dies. The re-aggression, though. Manish can push this, but has to find a frag. Snarly, though, finds one of their own, as does Critical. This has continued to turn back and forth between the 2 squads. Nobody really taking control until now. Illusion does just that.
I'm loving Illusion's gameplay. They're just sending it. It's like every side. They're just full, like, grouping up and just running it down left, right, center. and just throwing core into a confusion of where exactly are they going to go. Luckily for Carrot, had a little bit of a good read, good spray down, finds Alvarez, but makes it a 2 versus 2 situation. The spike planted, and yet again we see Churro holding up in garage. We saw this beat work out really well for Core on this killjoy positioning last half. Will work out for Churro.
Information gained, that'll drop the turret, but they have yet to clear out Churro. They should be relatively aware of the Killjoy's positioning considering the turret placement, but you're never fully aware. The swing, that should find the Sova, but it doesn't. Now Trippy's left alone, in towards the boathouse. It's planted for him, but he has to shoot the sonar dart. Now the information's there. The spray through, it does not land, but it does a decent bit of damage. That time, it kills him. He will fall. The Odin's there. You can hear the team screaming in the background. The time should be there. It is. By 2/3 of a second, just barely, but a Core round win regardless.
If Cavern had anything other than an Odin, then Illusion won that round.
Yep.
That's wild. And that is exactly why people go with Odins, with Sovas on Descent all the time. It's basically a staple pick. That's nuts. I mean, that wall is so durable from back of Boathouse. Spray down through that smoke as well to find Alvarez. The quantity of bullets going the way of Churro as well. It's just absolutely insane. Very close round for Illusion. However, Core comes out on top. Great job by them. The wall placement and shut down by the judge in the hands of Town. And this is a field day for Town. Welcome home, says the man, the Brim, with an ace in hand. What a round for Town, who has played this defensive side of the map absolutely perfectly thus far.
The meat grinder there with the judge, the anti-eco, no armor means no time to live. The TTL still existing, just in more coding terms rather than anything else. Town hears the swing. There's a first, a second, and a third. The fourth to boot just with a single magazine. The switch out, an unnecessary switch. He could have done that in one magazine. Decides not to, just for the safe bet. But the bet was there, and it paid off in dividends. Core onto double digits. This is exactly what they need on their own map.
Judges relocate over towards mid. That's not where you want to be if you're the side of Illusion, that's for sure. But nice fragment play to push him off the corner, actually. Really good read on the situation, clearing it out. But good response by Town yet again. I'm honestly just, as a recently became Brimstone main, I am very much enjoying Town's decision making so far on this defensive side, especially. Hasn't had an easy go on the map of Icebox. It naturally didn't have an easy time on offense because of the team opposition, but on defense, it really has come to light and owning this opportunity presented to them.
Finished with the spray. That's a triple found from the sonar, and they line up 2 for each. It's down to just Trippy. There's one through the smoke, but has to find 2 more, and will not. It's 11 for Core. Town with yet another on the judge. That is 6 in 2 rounds of play. Finally switching out for a rifle, but apparently he should probably just hold on towards that judge. Reno calling another timeout for the Illusion squad. There's 4 ultimates available for the team. Good sectioning utility used from Core in that orbital strike from the Brimstone you saw. I love to see how efficient they've been on the defensive side.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking forward to, as well as forecasting it towards the end of that last half, is that Illusion really needed to get to like a 7-5. Like the bare minimum was 5 rounds, but getting to a 7-5 half would have been really nice because they would need the lead considering this team composition, and I didn't expect Town to play it so immaculately on top of it all so far. The rest of Core as well doing a fantastic job. Can't say it's all just a Town show, but definitely seems to be the sheriff of these lands, that's for sure. The Odin work from Cavern has been immaculate. The reads as well from players like Snarly and Manish, Critical, have been fantastic. This composition, they have all the utility in the world. And Illusion, while I love their playstyle of just being super aggressive and aggro on offense, it really struggles when it comes to a team that can just lock down the 4 choke points of the map. They have enough utility to do that effectively. So no matter what, as an aggressive team, you're going to be running into utility that just disrupts your flow and makes it so much harder to just be aggro like that. So Illusion off the back end of this timeout. While I love the aggressive gameplay, outside of this null command, which will allow you to do the aggressive play, maybe want to slow it down, but even for this round, they just keep pushing forward. The spike is in spawn even. So they're going to make a play for A and maybe rotate to B. Should be the case.
It's a fake. Boon's the only one here, dropping the wall and pushing through, using the fragment to gain some control, but will fall regardless. It is a fake though. They found it out from the shadows used to get in towards the boathouse, and the plant should come through relatively unrestricted. In goes the Hunter's Fury, but that should not land, assuming they avoid it, and they do, with positioning here for the attacking side, but Churro getting over aggressive, not dropping the door in towards the market will cost him his life. Town getting aggressive in towards the garage, unaware of Den's positioning, but does not care. 4 HP left over for the Brim, and now Trippy left over with 125 and a 1 versus 5. None now left over. Core onto map point, looking to force Haven.
Yeah, even with the null command being popped, there's already that utility already being used, can be sent by a distance, and the fact that you can just spray down an ankle. We're on LAN connections, where we don't have LAN servers specifically, but we're all on very low ping. Look at that right now, under 20. These players are all skilled enough. They can hold an angle. If they hear you stomping through, they can just time that, like, all right, 1, 2, 3, shoot. We'll just start spraying now because we can hear the stomping coming in. It's like, they are easily skilled enough to be able to hold an angle just like that if you're being aggressive and very telegraphed for the playstyle. So that did not work out for Illusion whatsoever, and was still not going to work out for the final round if they choose to do the same thing. Light armor in hand, they really have needed a long time ago to slow down, bait out utility from core, whittle down those resources to then finally execute on sites. They just simply haven't done that. Despite being a playstyle I enjoy watching, it is not one that's effective in the current form of Valorant.
Critical. Oh my goodness. Fragment dropping their counterpart. Down goes Spoon early. This is not a good opener for the Illusion side, who really cannot afford to lose these players early. 2 ultimates available for the attacking side. 1 for the defense. 1 is shared by the 2. Lockdowns for each, and the Hunter's Fury, which is the counter to the lockdown, available for Illusion. That's the position they need to use. Hope they bait out that lockdown and then counter it and use one of their own. That's really the only way into this. I do not like their overall chances already with the man disadvantage, and they haven't really chosen a site. They finally do. It seems to be B is the call.
Player down. They have a lockdown that Hunter's Fury to work with. Enemy lockdown can be used as well. At least this one will be able to push them off. Critical trying to get that suppression in time. It's okay. You got 2 kills instead on the way out. Pops the null command. Has the ping, but can't quite get the spray down, but still good ship damage to be used. And they have their own lockdown to work with on the way back. That's a good shock dart. Won't get the kill. Nerfs coming through. Owl drone being used as well. They'll get a lot of information on top of things that Hunter's Fury could be used by Illusion still to be able to cancel out that lockdown, which is absolutely needed. But during that time, Churro will be the person who has to hold the ground. You can only get good for 1. Cavern good for 2. Core going to map 3.
An efficient finish to the second map there for Core. 13-7 for both teams. Everybody placing down everything dead even. 20 rounds for the 2 squads as Core Red take map 2. That means we head to Haven. It's our first 3-map series of the weekend here, Chad. What a series to do it.
Yeah, I'm real excited for 2 things. One, it's awesome seeing Core responding and growing and adapting from Icebox. They definitely looked way more improved. They look a lot more coordinated on offense for Ascent, which they did far more than offense on Icebox. For the defense side, the lessons they learned and showed the improvement on for the back end of the defensive half of Icebox, they show that from the start on defense for Ascent, and even better because of how the composition works on Ascent of No Duelist was even stronger for the defensive side than on Icebox, based on how much more of a choke point access places they were. And Town really stepped up as well. Very impressed by that player for that half. Everybody else in Core did great. Going to Haven, also, Cavern has ran Fade so far, and I am so stoked to cast more Fade gameplay, because as a caster, cast as many games, it's always nice to have a breath of fresh air, something new on the field. So definitely looking forward to Haven coming up soon time.
Something fresh is our third map. We continue here in the series. We are not done. We go to a third, but first we take a little bit of a break. When we come back, it's our culmination of our first 3-game series of the weekend and the end of the quarterfinals here between Core Red and Illusion. Stick with us, Haven, when we come back. Three maps required in our quarterfinals matchup. We head to Haven. But first, welcome back to Nerd Street Summer Champs, Valorant, Fullerton, LAN. All three are required here. Chad, by the way, I'm time to light. That right there is Chad Lantis, and I'm a little surprised that it was as dominant as we saw in Ascent. We both predicted somewhere around 13-9 or 13-10 in favor of Illusion, and Core Red said no. Just no.
Yeah, a lot of it came down to the composition and Illusion's stubbornness to not slow themselves down and properly bait out utility. They just said, you know what, screw it. We're just going to send it every single round and hope it works. And that arrogance was not expected, I'd say. And it's the one that definitely allowed Core to just run with the strengths of the composition, and shouts to them to also perform those strengths very well. So it's a little bit of a discredit to Illusion because of the stubbornness, and also credit to Core for performing as they needed to do. Going into map 3, it's been 2 13-7 games. It's Illusion on their map pick, running it down on Icebox, and Core not being able to handle the pressure. On Ascent, it was Core able to handle the pressure. So I wonder, though, on Ascent, if Core can do the same, because it's a map that's a lot more wide spread. There's 5 lanes to work with, some of them a little bit wider to do, 3 sites to plant at as well. And it's a map that naturally favors very aggressive teams. So going into this, even though Core runs Fade, which is exciting, and they have shown improvements for sure in the series, it's still going to a decider map that does allow Illusion a better time of things with their playstyle.
I don't know who to favor in this. I know the play style for Illusion is favored, but I think the momentum is really there for Core.
Yeah.
As are the round wins in the previous. Looking at how they played Ascent, it was confidently. And that's the issue you're going to run into if you're Illusion. You can hit as many shots as you want, but if you're not taking confident peeks because you just got rolled on a map that you probably should have done at least a little bit better on, you're not in a good position. Now, Haven, I think, is similar to that of Ascent, where it's the great equalizer, but the play styles are relatively different, considering it's 3 sites rather than 2. It's not cardboard walls like it is on Ascent, and Odin's not as prevalent, but you can still spray down like Seed Long if you please.
Yeah, you say confidence for Core. I gotta also say that's confidence for Illusion too. Like, Core has confidence because they play their playstyle correctly with their composition, things like that, and they got a lot of round wins, so naturally it's a thing. But also, Illusion, I feel like their arrogance isn't laziness. I think it's just overconfidence. It might be the case. And they're just like, you know, we're going to send it because we're just better players or something like that. Might be the case. Hard to say. Obviously, we don't have insight on the brains of the players, and we don't have the comms either to see what they're talking about. But just reading off the play styles, I feel like going to this last map, it is incredibly even, and I honestly would not be surprised with how things have developed and what we've discussed that we might find a overtime situation as well. And we could also find another 13-7 situation on the top of it too. Like, it's definitely an exciting Game 3 decider map to go into, with being one of the classic maps, one that allows for a large variation of agents. I think Haven has every agent is viable in my opinion. Like, even Phoenix can be played here, which is an agent that's considered the worst in the game. And teams like Crew out there can make it look like it's actually pretty good. So this is an exciting map. Anything can happen. Any team could win, any composition, and any outcome. Either way, we're going to know who will move on to the semifinals.
Who you got?
Who you got?
I'm asking you again because who you got? That's all I've got. You said either team can move on to the semifinals, but I need a prediction, because we could see all these teams here in the venue. Only one of them are going to come out with $5,500. Who at least moves on to the money between these squads?
Yeah, that's another big thing too, right? Go semifinals, top four gets money. So this is literally the deciding map to see which one of these teams gets paid. It's so hard. I'm going to predict after agents come through. Let me see agents select first, because just a hard read is a little tough. Let me see. Fade will get picked up. I like the breach grab that's really strong in this map. Trippy on the Omen looked really good for the Seahole defensive side yesterday, for sure. Alvarez had a little bit of a tough time making things happen, especially in Garage, for post-plant situations. So the post-plant for Illusion was amazing. But going over to attacking side, I don't know how proficient Cavernier is on Fade, but I have to imagine pretty good, considering the fact that they were top fragging yesterday on Fade. So, man, I'm going to go with Core. Even though I like Illusion's playstyle, I'm going to go ahead and favor the new agent, and the fact that I think Illusion's C site's post-plant is a little weaker than others teams that we've seen. I'm going to have to go with Core, but it's incredibly close, man. It's a tough call.
I'm going to go with Illusion here. I like the fact that they're sticking with what's been working before, notably on Haven for them. The Chamber being brought out yet again is very effective for the squad as a whole, and I see no reason as to why that would not continue. We're back in towards this best of 3. It's map 3 between Illusion and Core. Illusion bringing the more traditional setup. I don't like the Cypher. That's my main gripe with this. Yes, Illusion have gotten relatively aggressive on their defensive sides, but not enough to warrant a Cypher, to the point where, yes, it'll work much better on the defense, but you have to get a lot of control, especially early on the attacking side, because it's Haven.
And something else I'll say, too, is Illusion hasn't really shown sign of having this is our op player or anything like that, whereas Manish definitely seems to be the case, and operator users are really good on Haven, especially on the defensive side. So having Manish on the Jet with having a Cypher for anti-lurks is going to be so proficient for Core, especially on the defensive side of things. Even on offense, they have the Fade and Breach to work with as well. So I think they're going to be good on both sides, which Illusion may struggle on defense.
Town jumping down, though, after only finding one. A good flash. Snarly can't see a dang thing. The frenzy shots won't land, but they bait out the peak, so Critical can. Manish looking to swing across, finds a second for themselves as well. Trippy's dropped. Core win yet another pistol. For all of you wondering how the pistol rounds have gone thus far, Illusion won all of the first 3 between both Icebox and Ascent. The last 2 both have gone the way of Core on their attacking side both times. Core, wow, that's a great start for him.
Yeah, it is. And also, compositionally, what's the stopping power on defense for Illusion? That is just a guarantee. It requires a lot of reads in prediction work. So they're going to require a lot of Foon getting so much information for the team. Otherwise, outside of using those birds and the dog, there's going to be a lot of guesswork. And that's why Churro has to push out of this, trying to find some way of getting information. Illusion going aggressive on the defense like they have before, pushing out mid as a 5-sec has been the play. Core doing the homework or getting lucky. Either way, we're ready for that aggression out mid and just gun them down for a flawless anti-eco. And that might be a tell for how Illusion's defense may go.
I would like to formally apologize to Core for trashing their Cypher pick. My bad. The aggression apparently is there for Illusion. 1 kill between 2 rounds for the squad as a whole. They really only dropped the Omen in the opposing side, that being Town, and that really wasn't a relatively difficult kill to find. A falling Omen is not a very accurate Omen in that same right. Aggression coming through here for Core. A bonus round win would be astounding to see for the squad, but Foon not getting cleared, sitting here with the Vandal, but it's a split through C as a whole. The Cloudburst not letting them see a dang thing, but the swing is, there's 2, but it's immediately traded with 2 back the other way. Den's in a good position, finds the first, does not find a second. A 2-for-2 retake is now just down to the chamber. Churro in a 1 versus 2 with a Roomba on their own side. But Critical with the flick. What is that? Dropping Churro. Core win 3 in a row, and the bonus goes their way. They'll recover rifles as well.
My God. So I thought it was going to be horrible because they didn't clear out the corner. A perfect POV perspective from our observer. Just catching that was that key member of Illusion not being cleared, had the perfect opportunity to get multi-kill, but only got good for 1, got traded out in his overall trades on the site. But the turning point was when Critical got the last kill, making it a 2 versus 1 situation. Got the weapon upgrade as well, and from there also had an insane flick on top of it all. Now Core in an anti-eco yet again. Illusion a little bit more composed than before. Core watching through mid just in case. Illusion went really hard-headed about it, but they decide not to do so. And it's going to be an open C site that Core's going to have a free reign on. They're just using some utility just in case. Good to just cross those T's, dot those I's. They don't have the full information we do, of course. So just minimal amount of eco, or utility I should say, just to clear out. Don't want to get anti-ecoed, and there they go. Starling with the first frag on the anti-rotation option. Gets the first frag, it's full flash, but it is what it is. Foon trades back. Good for 2, though, was Snarly.
This should again be a relatively clean round, but losing 2 early is not a great possession for them to be in. I think Alvarez just recovered a rifle there.
He
so
did.
This could happen.
Foon
Back
did
the
too.
way. Seekers are popped. Critical swinging through. Aftershock used to just section things off. Churro needs to find a head and does
Nice
not.
challenge.
Foon backing away towards defender's spawn. They have to find an early kill here. Foon does the swing through. Nothing more. That's the issue. Core with 4.
Critical not on a signed roster currently, here to get a paycheck, is popping off for the 5-0 with an insane flick in the last 2 rounds ago at that point, and then also a fantastic swing challenge with Town. Gets a nice 1v1 out of the smoke as well to shut down Alvarez. Town also stepping up very well as well. Town honestly a player who seems to be heating up more and more as the series goes on, which love to see that. Had a little bit of a slow start, but learned those lessons early in Icebox, adapted, and has been fantastic ever since.
Alvarez looking to get aggressive here. Churro should have been detected there. The swing, oh, Town finds the kill. Manish does as well. Alvarez is dead. In goes the Haunt just to find some information, and it will, detecting at least 1. I'm not sure if it found the second or not, but Manish swings regardless. The Aftershock used, but Trippy is there for the assist. In goes the Prowler. It does detect Trippy, who is now nearsighted. Can't see a dang thing and is now dead, so won't for the rest of the round. It's over anyway. The spike plant just for some extra credits. And Core with 5 straight. Chad, in this timeout, I've got some information from around the NSG LAN. E-Daters took game 1 over top of Elite, 13-10, while 2Tap took game 1 over It Is Not Normal, 16-14.
Sheesh.
Shaz's team, by the way.
It's a close game.
It Is Not Normal, losing map number 1. ZMM Black dropping TMG after map number 1 as well, 13-7. All of those are either in map number 2 or are concluding map number 2 now. We'll keep you updated as we get the end.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the Zero Marks Black game because they're pretty much the favorites for this whole tournament. TMG definitely has a very unlucky draw on the bracket there for themselves, but hopefully they can come back in game 2 and make it a little bit more competitive. The other 2 games, definitely close ones. Exciting to hear about that. This series has certainly been close as well. Even though it's been 2 13-7 games, it's been exciting adaptations going through, and also fantastic to watch a team of Core making adaptations and heating up overall. I talked about talent individually, but the team as a whole has been looking better and better as the series goes on. Illusion, meanwhile, the opposite, falling apart, a little bit more reckless in their abandon of compositional cohesion as the series has developed. However, when we saw them take time out before, they came back stronger, so perhaps that could be the case yet again. They have a Rolling Thunder to work with right now, but they still have that same issue of, on the defensive side of things, they don't have a lot of information to work with. Their one Sentinel's a chamber, just that one trademark now since it was nerfed, which is a little bit of a question to me still, but it is what it is. It's the right decision. And they're going to have to go with a lot of guesswork, so they have a Rolling Thunder, but where do they use that and when is going to be the problem.
Rolling Thunder on both sides, I feel like, is a massive question for either squad. It's, do you use it early to try to initiate onto a site, or do you use it late for either a retake or to deny a retake? That's the question for really both squads. Of course, both teams having the breach allows me to say, hey, both questions are viable. A seems to be the call and the real viable site for Core as a squad. Illusion in this situation are on a relative eco, so its retake is 5. That's the hope. In goes the Nightfall, finding absolutely nobody. A little bit of a wasted ult, but they solidify control of the site regardless.
Site's clear at least, so they can save a little bit of utility there. Fade is still a new agent, and that ultimate is fairly unique. It's a little bit tough to figure out how to properly use it. I've seen a lot of teams, most teams using it have not efficiently used it. Some teams have enough coordination they can just swing through that and just obliterate any team trying to defend the site when hit by that. Nice spam underway, pop little flash from Foon, a nice aerial dodging, a little bit of Maverick style from Manish, and a response by Core is beautiful, and this anti-eco to earn themselves a flawless. Manish will not be caught doing push-ups on the tarmac this time around.
This is a question to our admins on site. Does anybody want to go wake up Illusion? I think they've fallen asleep at their workstations.
Which is crazy.
6 straight rounds. I know, they won map 1 13-7.
And also, Core is the
that
team
easy?
that played at 11 p.m. start time for the last match last night. They had a really late, more than other teams, game. And the question, like, did they get good enough sleep? Well, maybe it took them a little bit of time to wake up with how Icebox went, but they're definitely awake right now. It's Illusion who seems like they might be a little asleep at the wheel of how they've played. That was eco, though, to be fair.
True. That was one where they were just trying to do economic damage. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Unfortunate situation there for Illusion. Massive
Just
control here for Core. They have mid control. They have long control towards A. They have now lost control towards C Garage, though. A good opening kill. Foon finding that first. That's exactly what you need. But Den's looking to aggress in towards B, but that's not the call. Snarly peeking around. Could catch a timing. The Rays not looking their way. They have caught a timing. Trippy and Alvarez not looking the direction of Snarly, but Snarly's not looking their direction either. Finally does, but it's too late. A good paranoia from Trippy will allow them to back up, but straight into the waiting arms of Snarly, who finds a second as well. A double for the Cypher, looking for a third. The Roomba is dealt with, as goes that neural theft, sealing all the information now for the Illusion retake as both go up to heaven.
I thought that was going to be a rough situation for Core because of the fact they're rotating into the side. Had 3 members of Illusion, but it's going to be a 2 versus 2. The flash is good. Starlight can't get the kill on Churro, and Churro swings through for 3. Churro with a massive step up to the moment, gets the triple kill, gets the defuse. Well, nope, we'll get that over to Fune because they are having ultimate. That's perfectly good call. In the moment as well, not even distracted from the hype of the triple kill, gets Illusion the first round win of this last map.
I love the flash as well from Foon up above in heaven. That was used in the previous round just the same, but this time they had the rifles to really use as an aggressive tool. Snarly flashed out, couldn't see a dang thing. Here's how Snarly was a catalyst to early success, and here's how the flash worked out. Outstanding show through. Churro finds the opener towards Long, the second down towards Snarly, and the third to just drop down. Shout out to our observers, by the way, and our replay up, just to give us all that information, because it happens so quickly. Sometimes it's hard for us to even divulge.
Yeah, that was quite the round for sure. And Illusion, yet again, they take a timeout on a pistol and they lose the eco, but they go and win the next round when they have the buy up. So definitely good to see that they are good at rounds that they have the ability to take a timeout for. There goes the Rolling Thunder alongside that scout used by the Fade, so they knew exactly where to look with those lines, telling them, hey, look, enemies here and they're stunned. Get ready to shoot them. Perfect combination of initiators.
Love to see it, and the effectiveness out of that Fade, but in goes the opposing initiation utility. No showstopper for you, says the Fade. In goes the Nightfall for the second time thus far. All three will not be able to hear a dang thing, and they're all detected. The information's there. They all fall. It's a flawless round for Core. The Nightfall alongside that Rolling Thunder used with that Blade Storm, but a win's a win. The ults are there to give you rounds. That's exactly what happened.
Dude, I love seeing when a Fade, so this could be a problem later on, but at least for now, it's new, so I'm excited about it. When a Fade with teammates knows where the enemy are, they can just use all their utility just to spam and suppress, and that's exactly what the agent is designed to do, and was done efficiently, effectively. It looks so freaking broken, and that's because they executed it properly as well. We got the information where they were as well, just like how Critical has information where these two members of Illusion are. Make that three. You didn't see the Sky jump up the smoke. Is aware of it anyway, but the ace isn't good. The Tour de Force makes it a 1v1 for Churro.
But he doesn't have the spike. He does have the From the Shadows. He's going to use it. He's going to go on towards A, pop the ultimate, grab the spike, go back to A, and plant. That's exactly what's going to happen. There's the spike. There's the plant. Perfect call. I love when I can read plays, because I totally don't do them in my competitive games. But here's Town, not using the Shrouded Step to get up towards Heaven. Rather is going to use that maybe later on to reposition quietly. The information's not there as towards Churro's position, though, who's just walking up main. No information on either side. The information is that Spike Plant is known, nothing past that. That's the issue that both squads will run into. The Vandal and Tour de Force available for Cho. He swings in towards CT, but Town looking to swing. He swings, but Churro drops him. A strong swing from the Chamber, and a strong round for Illusion, and Eco no less. There's the Thrifty. There's Illusion trying to come back into this game.
Yeah, that round, honestly, like, Churro, literally the player to look at for Illusion, bringing the team back. Gets that kill on a Critical who is maybe overheating a little bit in the moment. Didn't respect the fact that there was an operator in hand, but that's fair. Just popped off and got a big swing for 4K. But Churro gets that kill, gets the 1v1, plays the post plant perfectly in that situation with the off angle as well. Good read on scenario. And then also the player who got that massive 3K early on to win their first round. So this is definitely the player who stepped up in the moment for these clutch situations for Illusion.
Step up more, though. You're still down by 5 in a map where the defensive side isn't this disfavored. Yeah, the attack is usually favored on Haven, just not this much. In goes the Trailblazer, that'll gain information. Snarly looking to be aggressive. In goes the Guiding Light, he avoids it well. The swing, he doesn't even find the kill. Good aggression there from Alvarez. In goes this Rolling Thunder, though. C seems to be the call, and understandably so. Another 1-for-1 trade towards that A side, though, allows Illusion to gain information and a lot of control to work with. Good Prowler, that finds the near sights, and, well, Dens can't do a dang thing about it. A 3v3 retake here for Illusion. Oh, they're looking to push it quickly as well. Tribute the double. Cannot find the third. Foon steals the third. Illusion with a third as well. There you go. A lot of threes in this.
Indeed. I like what Illusion is doing. They are playing a little bit more heavily for the retake, working together as well, doing 1-2 punches, and trying to be a little bit more eager to get early picks as well, realizing their team composition requires that a little bit more than the average. So they are able to get another round. That one didn't require Churro clutching up as well, which is another great look for Illusion. Seems like some more confidence getting in their sails and a little bit more composure at that as well. They still have a chance to get this to a 7-5 scoreline. as we get to see a little bit more perspective of this LAN environment. You see all these players still underway. You can see not so normal, or it's not normal, sorry. Hard to keep up with some of these pickup group team names, but it's not normal after you left still in their match. Another update as well is E-Daters did win their series over 1337, aka Elite, in a 2-0 fashion. 2 13-10 games, so fairly close, but not close enough. And we're still waiting on the update for the other 2 matchups going underway.
I'm really upset that we fell. I
Same.
was happy to see Fireball Ops at another tournament. They were fun to watch as well. That was our best of 3. For
That's a
the
cool
SU.
roster of players for sure.
Did not see that. I know, they were like so fun to watch as well. Say on there was really efficient. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
went -1 in that game. The squad as a whole wasn't great. I'm looking at some of the statistics that we're seeing. Between all the maps, Fireball Ops went 35 and 40. Momiji 32 and 36, played the Viper and Omen. Say was on Jet both maps, but went 32 and 33. It wasn't great for the whole team. Overall, not the worst case scenario, but they lost. They're not in the money. Feels bad, man. They will move on, E-Daters. At least they play the winners of 2-Tap, and it is not normal. 2-Tap already won game 1. You can actually see those 2 squads playing. The left side of your screen has Shazam's team. Yes, Shazam from Sentinels. His team is on the left. The reason we're currently on a break is because we're filtering out PCs. Bit of some technical issues. You can see the PCs being switched out and off. That's the reason.
There you go. That's just LAN things, man. At any LAN you go to, they're incredibly exciting. You get to hang out with the homies, right? All the exciting sounds of the room, the cheers, the banter, all that kind of stuff is always exciting. The downfall, though, is there's a lot going on in that room. So sometimes you need to take a little bit of a tech pause to fix some issues, something of that sort. I believe that might be critical in the 99 there. Definitely a player who shows up to LANs in like that hoodie worn with a mask on kind of a look, very tall lad. So even though we can't see the face, I think the attire is becoming iconic enough that I can recognize that to be the player. Yeah, wearing Core Gaming shirt on as well. So that middle station, right down middle and center, that's the Core Gaming lads, and that would be critical.
Unfortunate situation for Core to be in. It's a technical pause for them. We'll take one as well. We're going to send it to a break. When we come back, we finish off the first half of Haven. Don't go anywhere. See you in a bit. Welcome along to Illusion versus Core. This is map 3. Apologies for the technical issues, but the pit stop crew of Nerd Street Gamers have come back into the fray. Outstanding job by our admin team. We're back into things. Unfortunately, a PC crash has cut us down, but we're starting things right back up in towards A again. That seems to be the call, but Alvarez shutting that one down. Foon does as well. It's everything going the way of this Illusion side. Cavern left alone. 1 versus 5. Has to find it first, then into a second. Will not find anything more than that. Illusion pick up their 4th, coming back from the tech pause in a stylish fashion.
It's a little bit concerning for Core right now, where this should be their advantage side. I think the teams were about even going into the second half based on compositions, but right now I feel like Core should have a better way of things if Illusion guesses wrong. The problem for them that round is Illusion guessed right. They stacked up on A site, they went very aggressive, and that's where they guessed correctly. Core happened to be there and they got all the frags, used all the utility and shut them down. And also a lot of good gunplay from Alvarez. And like the big buy up from Churro had all the utility. Oh no! Had to drop down because he accidentally dropped the operator. Can't hold mid, but it won't matter because Core said, screw it, we're going back. Run it down, going to A site, and Illusion being forced off with a really bad read, thinking that might have been a fake.
It's not by a long shot. Every single player on Illusion is on C. They drop a dark cover towards A main, but Core has everybody just waiting here. They can get this ult orb for free. They can get the spike plant for free. There's not a single person on the A side. The spike will go down for absolutely free. It's a discounted spike plant. Somebody, I don't know, go buy a lottery ticket for your guesswork on this one.
So Illusion kind of played themselves a little bit there, but here's the things. 1, there's tripwire, so Core will know at least somebody's on the flank here. 2, though, that's good for Illusion, is Core had to use a lot of utility thinking Illusion stacking up, they're taking this, we have to use a lot of utility to get onto the site. So he burned a lot of utility just for that. Cavern needs to get a pick or two here on the fall off. Will not have a way out to disengage. It's not like Arena, Raze, Jet, anything of that sort. Just needs assistance and nobody's there to help out. Well, critical.
Apparently critical was Churro with 1, Manish a 1 back, and the updraft away stays alive. Cavern is flashed though and does die in that encounter. Manish dropping Trippy, leaves just 1 alive. It's Foon left alone in a 1 versus 2, but the spike is just too far gone. That will indeed do it. Core win 2/3 of the rounds on the attacking side. They solidify control in our final map of play, and as we send ourselves into the second half, we're going to take a break. took a little bit of a break, but they apparently did not. Core win the pistol. It is their, what, 4th pistol in a row? If I've done my no, 3rd pistol in a row. As Illusions won the first 3, Core has won the last 3. Illusion down early, not a great position for them to be in, but that's one back. Core, another opener. If I had $1 for every time Core got an opener, I'd be able to retire.
That would be a great call, with exception to Icebox, but what would be also a great call is Critical getting yet another 4K, looking to collect a paycheck today.
Some information from around the NSG Fullerton LAN. 2Tap have won. They have beat It Is Not Normal, and Shazam losing in the quarterfinals apparently is not normal, or in this case, is
Unexpected.
now. They are out of the money. It Is Not Normal is done for the weekend. 2Tap, a strong win, 14-12 and 13-11, the 2 maps in that series. We move on to Edators versus 2Tap after this, but we still have this map to play, and well, ZMM still have to play their game as well. They'll take out the Haunt, but I'm pretty sure it could have gotten a little peek. I'm not 100% sure on that one just yet. Snarly just holding W. Apparently does not care. Finds 2 before the trademark even goes off. Drops a cage, but the trades are still there. Snarly onto a 3K in the round. The Cypher playing dividends here on the defensive side. Trippy, though, can only get 2. It's a quad for Snarly in the gun round. Core win yet another, and Illusion are being broken down here on the attacking side.
I absolutely loved Snarly's aggression there. That seemed to catch Illusion off guard, thinking, okay, Core just plays very safely and controlled on the defensive side. Exactly what they've done basically every single round on Icebox and Ascent. But there, Snarly said, screw it, we'll just throw them off and just run through with the Spectre enhanced SMGs, spray and pray, and it worked out. Catching the Illusion on the back foot, but not quite able to respond properly. So Core winning the bonus. 2 away from closing out the series, which is not something you'd expect after seeing that first map, but gotta give them credit. They made the adaptations that they needed to so far and have looked amazing ever since. Even since Ascent started, basically. And now Illusion, the team who has looked better after timeouts, will have at least one more tech pause for this half if they choose to use it. It's something that they may need to do after this round if they lose it.
Still not a great position for them to be in. Town has to vacate the premises. Paranoia of their own will be sent in. That finds at least 3, if not a 4th. Alvarez can't do a dang thing about it. Cavern throwing in the Prowler, finds 1 and near sights him. The second will not find anything. It's taken away. In goes everything here for the defensive side, but doesn't find as much as it probably could have. Snarly finding a kill back the other way. C has to be gained here from Illusion. If it's not, that may just be the map. The swing from Town, though, is perfect. It finds 2. Leaves just Tro in a 1 versus 2, and the swing could come through from that Cypher. There's a flank coming around through the attacker spawn as well, and Chad, it's not looking good for the Chamber.
No, it's good that Snarly is waiting. Don't pick it, not yet! Could have waited.
No, why?
Okay, well, now it's a 1v1.
He's aware.
Churro, we know, is really good at clutch situations, has done so for the first 2 round wins the Illusion had in the series, or at least for this map, I should say, and now it's a 1v1 situation. An operator in hand for Manish. This close range can be a tough shot.
What was the call there for Churro? Manish puts his core onto match point. What was Churro trying to do there? They dropped the rendezvous towards C Garage. Was the call to try and grab the spike, drop towards C Garage, and plant B?
Maybe. And it's possible that dropping the rendezvous like that could bait out a shot if somebody wants to shoot that, but I don't think Manish would be foolish enough to do so in that situation. Yeah, maybe just pressure could be the case. Could be distractions. Layer environment, that could be a possibility. It was something you get used to. I don't know. Tough to say. Could be a lot of possibilities. Either way, Manish holds the angle and hits the shot really well at close quarters with an operator hand, which is very impressive. And now holding a long, but nobody from Illusion's there. This is match point, serious point for Core.
Gnarly starting it off well, Critical with one of their own. It's looking amazing for Core, but Churro brings 2 back the other way. The Spectre coming out on top of those engagements, but not far enough. Tour de Force is popped, looking to get aggressive through. Manish finds the frag, pops a Blade Storm, and dashes straight in. Trippy left alone, 1 versus 3. Finds the first, but is down to 75 HP. Has to shoot the Prowler and back the heck away. The teleport up and over top. The Shrouded Step pushes the team onto an ace. Core move on to the semifinals.
Core looking incredibly dangerous on both Ascent and Haven. Their Ascent roster, especially in defense, is an iron wall that teams don't seem to be able to get through. And honest, Haven definitely seemed proficient with using that breach fade combination of utility, which is incredibly impressive, especially if they know where the enemy is. You saw at the very end, they knew where Trippy generally was, sent those seekers out to him, and they found the hit, made the near sight happen, and just swarmed the opposition and found success. Great job all the way through. Core looking incredibly good at adaptations and composure throughout that entire series.
It's the coordination as well. They didn't allow him to take those separated 1v1s after that first engagement. It was an ego peak, I'm not going to lie, from the Jet. It didn't play out, but 75 HP left over for the Omen. The Shrouded step up and over top from their counterpart, leaving Trippy left alone. Here's the wrap-up of how the game went. It didn't look that great for the Illusion squad past, well, map number 1, which you can see in front of you. But it's been a lot of stylish plays, really from both sides. Illusion had Dens get a quad here. That was a clutch. I can't even formulate words as to how outstanding the series was, but in the end, it's Illusion falling.
Yeah, honestly, Core had a lot of, it seemed to be comm issues for those first few rounds. Illusion was winning through aggression, and definitely seemed uncoordinated, a little bit off their composure, not very comfortable it seemed on Icebox. That was Illusion's pick, so it kind of makes sense that they'd be the ones looking more comfortable. But once they went to Core's pick, they seemed far more comfortable. Cavern alongside Critical, making a lot of big opportunities with double initiative composition. Snarly with a perfect opportunity out of Garage. Town playing the defensive side literally perfectly for almost every round, even on this anti-eco ace. It was an anti-eco, but man, was it flashy with how fast those kills came through. And going into the final map of Haven, it was Core just one step ahead of Illusion. Illusion's composition not very good for the defensive side of things. A lot of guesswork underway, and didn't guess right most of the time. And when it came to the even Stevens second half, it was Core, still more composed, momentum in the sails, and Churro did the best he could, but it wasn't quite enough.
When Illusion fell 6-0 down, it wasn't looking strong for them, and it was just continuing to look poor. Outstanding showing overall from Core Red. They will move themselves up onto the quarterfinals, up onto the semifinals after winning the quarterfinals. I know how brackets work, but I think comfort was the real catalyst to their success, and if you want to talk about comfort there, Chad, you just have to experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics. To support gamers everywhere, get yours for as little as $22.22 a month.
That's cheap.
Or you can use code NSG55 to save $55 at mavix.com/nerdstreet. Gamers, be comfortable, get a cool ergonomic chair, and you can help out Nerd Street along with Mavix as well.
There you go. Fantastic. Ergonomic support is incredibly important. Don't sit on stools or regular little chairs that have no support whatsoever. Not good for your back.
Like
it's
this
not gonna
one.
help you
I
be
need a new
gamer.
one.
You should get a Mavix chair. It's a perfect opportunity for you.
I
So while Time to Light goes and shops for his next Mavix chair perhaps, and I go ahead and take a nice drink of water, prepare for the next semifinal match, which I believe will be between E-Daters and 2Tap. I think you all should do the same of getting some water. Make sure your chair and ergonomic support is there. Do some stretches perhaps, and maybe check out our lovely sponsors. They'll be shown on screen during the break. We'll be back just shortly, and we'll see you then.
Committed too early though. There's 4 players here, and his infiltrator goes in. That's a big opener, but here's the return and a double kill from Poise. Oh, this one from the paint shells too, and that's what happens when you run into a site with 4 players there. They keep delaying on this plant. Giza's gonna get into position, and oh boy, this is going to hurt. One headshot, say it can work.
Can work. Shen, great aggressive play into finds 2 and Momiji in a 2v2. Giza finds a second.
Do they need to
Mojo
defuse?
from the top.
Okay. Momiji to hold.
Oh, even though he spotted out, finds one, tries to dodge the flash, and with the help of his teammates, Shen and Momiji coming out huge there, and
Shen in towards the back of sight. Spamming the top of the cloud burst will actually get Poise. Shen with 2, converts it to 3. Yeah, Kev knives out in the corner, has been spotted. He's gonna use that to try. What? And Momo's dead?
Harry and, you know, Momoji, I'm sure will try
Oh
to get
my!
Momiji does have his Omen ultimate.
Oh, no.
Try and reposition, but this shorty is good for 3 kills in 3 rounds. 3 peaks with the Infiltrator's feeling himself right now, man. Rolling Thunder comes in, and the aggression from Infiltrator finds one.
Man.
Stun finds 2. There's 2 more. Is he good? Shen finds 2. Finds a 3rd through that Cypher. Right, they've got all the info in the world, and they need to. They're not going to react because they know what's going on. Sim from the pipes finds
There
1,
we
finds
are.
2. Oh, good movement, but Icy clean with the shot there.
Spacey ship.
The semifinals. Welcome to our money matches here at the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton Valorant LAN. I'm Time to Light. That right there is Chadlantis. Both of these squads coming off of beating our teams of ringers. Shazam on one, Fireball Ops and Say on another. Neither in our semifinals. It's E-Daters and 2-Tap, Chad.
Yeah, because it does come down to the fact that Valorant is a team-based game, and even though these players are very skilled and experienced, one or two skilled, experienced players doesn't quite make up the difference to the fact that a lot of these players are very skilled mechanically. It comes down to which teams can be most cohesive, come in with the best strategies and execute the best with the best vibes, best comms, all that kind of stuff going all the way through. So even if you're really talented as a player, it might not be enough. That could be just the case. The 2-Tap E-Daters seem to be the better teams today at the very least, as we see the rosters of what those teams are. And the player I'm looking at the most here, Time to Light, is clear on E-Daters, who had quite the pop-off performance up against Elite in the quarterfinals. A plus 28 performance at that in their 2-0 victory, a 338 ACS, 58 kills across the two games is quite the stunning feat. 30% headshot accuracy as well, and getting 9 first bloods for plus 3 overall, which is the most in the lobby. As a Jet and Chamber player, naturally you see them on top of the scoreboard, but that is still such a performance.
On the other side, I'm looking really at Poggy. Now, Poggy played relatively well in the game up against It Is Not Normal, notably Shazam being on that squad, but their operator or their agent choices in Chamber and KO, the Sentinel and Initiator composition is different than a lot of different players bring through. Usually you see somebody play a Jet and a Chamber, or a KO and a Sova, as we saw just in our previous match. Yeah, it's a little different there for Poggy. I was really hoping their name was Foggy, considering you brought up Clear, but, you know, my name pun's out of the way. Not gonna happen. Here are your 3 maps. Haven and Ascent to start us off. I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't even looked at this yet, so this is new for me. Our final Breeze. You know, I'm happy with that. Breeze is cool. Haven and Ascent, really boring. You know, pick fun maps. Note to teams that make it to the grand finals, pick fun maps.
So the maps themselves may be boring just in the regard of the fact that we've seen them a lot. It's in a favorites
True.
alongside Icebox, which was banned away. But it's not so boring in team composition wise. Haven especially definitely seems to be the map that everything is viable. It feels like obviously some things more than others, of course. But it does feel like you can pull out something that is unique, at least as like your fifth pick kind of a situation. Ascent almost that way. Breeze and is a little bit more on the edge of we kind of need to have a Viper here. We kind of need to have a Sova here. Jet Chamber, really good. You know, those kind of things. So that one, a little bit more limitations on viable meta picks, but at least for Haven Ascent, especially with Fade being the new agent coming out and is also a viable agent on those two maps, it would be awesome to see that one picked up on either of these two maps.
Yeah, the teams you can see in front of you, Core was that first little graphic. They are awaiting a winner between Zero Marksman Black and TMG. That, of course, being because TMG already played a best of 3, so they had a little bit of a 15-minute break, and then now they're playing up against ZMM. ZMM took map 1. The results for the rest of those maps yet to be delivered to us or to our admins, so we'll let you know as soon as we do. But Core Red will play the winner of that one. We have E-Daters up against 2Tap, who play the winner of the other semifinal, because that's how brackets work. In this game, I don't know who to favor. I'm noting the fact that 2Tap looked a little bit better overall up against It Is Not Normal. 16-14 and 13-11 between Icebox and Breeze, respectively. For 2Tap, it looked good. In composition-wise, they seem like they executed properly. Of course, it wasn't on stream. I can't give you with any certainty. It could have been just them diffing the entirety of It Is Not Normal, other than Shazam, who, by the way, between the two maps went plus 25. No, plus 15, not plus 25. 55 and 40. That's nuts.
That is a really good. Yeah, so obviously Shazam, a skilled player, not surprised that he performed really well. It's just team composition, team cohesion, that kind of stuff wasn't quite there. But yeah, going into this as well, talking about a little bit of forecasting, we have not seen 2Tap play Haven yet. So there's no stats or info on what composition they come out with Haven at all going this first one until that little bit of a flash there. We do see a little bit of composition there now between these teams. We'll go ahead and dive into that a little bit more as it's so quick on the screen. But yeah, we haven't really quite seen exactly what they come out with Haven. Meanwhile, inside of E-Daters, if you go to Breeze, we haven't seen them at all on Breeze yet. So not much info to go off of here. It's going to be a lot of surprise moments for us, at least for Haven. Going with a double initiator of a Sky Breach composition for E-Daters on Haven is typically what they go with, and it's a good one at that. I do like Fade over Sky in the current format of the game, but it's also a new agent, and not all teams have the time to work it out yet, so Sky makes a lot of sense still.
The difficulty, I think, with Fade in a lot of these situations, if you have to be very coordinated about her, and that's just very difficult as some of these teams, specifically maybe more Pug teams, than for teams that have 20 hours of practice a week and can build an attack around Fade, or even a defense around Fade, depending on how you want to play that Nightfall. 2Tap starting things off on the defensive side. It's mirror comps between the two squads, and unsurprisingly so. There's a relatively uniform way of playing Haven. Some have some strays about them, notably Fade, but the play in towards B is the call. It's a fake, a full fake, and a spike dedicated one at that. Good guiding light. In comes the play from Impact. It finds absolutely no impact, and unfortunately not living up to their name, they'll fall.
Good entry so far from E-Daters, getting a 2-for-1 trade, but these three members of 2Tap are already here ready to fight.
Looking for more, though. Amuri looking for more across. The Frenzy runs out of bullets. Oh, no, he dies because of it. Shibalea's peek around the far side. The jump peek misses. Clears does not. It's clear. E-Date have won the pistol.
Yeah, clear in the sight, true to the name. Good call on that. Yeah, honestly, it's good execution. They just got a trade on the opening engagements, but then just spammed the utility, and the members of 2Tap trying to hold Garage. If you try to hold against utility used against you on the enemy's timing, then it's just a little bit of a doomed scenario for the most part. So they just couldn't hold together well enough. 2Tap made it look possible, but yeah, the Clips running dry was what caused them to run dry on the round itself. Sky trying to hold an interesting angle, but not going to be able to quite find clear just yet who is behind the corner. Sky falls away at a very default and spread out line of scrimmage setup from 2Tap for defense on their eco round. Not going with what we saw in Illusion on the quarterfinals match where they just all bundled up and threw themselves at the enemy. With more composed and patient playstyle.
I don't like the patient playstyle. It's not flashy. It's not fun. It's very
man.
smart. I'll give him that.
It works well.
It's smart. Hey, what works versus what gives us flashy plays are two very different things. It could work out in both ways, depending on how they decide to pull it off. The Cloudburst dropped, baits out Sky, who's just waiting here. Sky, the person, not the agent. The Sky about to die. That's exactly what happens. His impact, yet again, has 0 impact on the round. Shimale's Peak waiting inside of that smoke and dies. Stunny finds out their counterpart and will fell them. Good positioning overall here for Edators. Good positioning, good flash, and overall a strong round. Poggy left alone has to back away from the guiding light and will die because of it. Team ace from Edators in the second round of play, winning their post-pistol conversion and pushing themselves forward with just one player falling in that round, 4-2.
I'm going to do my best to not say Chewy instead of Cluey. For the rest of the series, just as
I probably will anyway. I'm warning you all now. I'm going to say Chewy at some point.
Yeah, one put out there for now. I will also say that I do like what I'm seeing from Edators. They're using utility for each other. They're actually setting each other up very well, not just playing lone wolf style thus far. So it's a nice look ahead for this team and trying to play for a B site, which with lower range utility weaponry, not the best utility. Would generally be best, but with a frenzy in hand, bringing up the gun, going into the smoke, not the best call, but in November, at the very least, able to trade them out and get an upgrade to the weaponry. Poggy forced back, being challenged by Stunny in a positioning and timing that Poggy was not quite ready for. And this B site take was all a fake all along as he pushed all the way through to the A site opened up.
Was a ruse, and now they've gained this control. A has fallen in towards Hell, goes the Omen. Rather than taking Heaven control, they decide to Shrouded step in towards Hell. Cluey, the far angle being flashed off as is Stunny. Nice shot across though as Stunny picks one up as well. Down to Impact, and a 1 versus 3 does not have a guiding light for 15 seconds. The 360 out, finds a second, not the third. Style was there, the shots not so much. They do find 2. The third was required though, it was not found. And Edators find the third round.
Fantastic that they did that. It was great, not only on the micro level of working with each other, but also the macro of the way that they moved around the map and threw off 2Tap. 2Tap having a hard time reading exactly what Edators looking to put on the field, and that allowed them to get a bonus round win for Edators off to a great start, destroying the economy of 2Tap, who do have the tour de force available, so that weaponry will not be purchased and instead be used by Tilly, by Poggy. Can't quite get the quick, cheeky flick and shot from the sewers, but we'll live for another day.
Blocking sight.
Tap really on this defensive side, an awkward position. The judge apparently not needed. The shorty is. Shimale's Peak gets the kill across, and clear is dropped. The foggy vision apparently hurting them inside of the Cloudburst. Sky, the shot across, dropping K. They can see all, and looking to do just more. Impact swinging through, finds yet another. It's down to Shimale's Peak, looking to push through on towards the site. Cluey backs away. The Edators falling in this situation. Cluey being left alone. Has the rendezvous in 15 seconds, but you have to grab the spike and back the heck away, and with that dark cover falling, there's really no way to grab that spike without having to take a fight into 3 different angles as well. Good fault line will just stun them up and stick them in this close corner. I would not want to be Cluey. Well, Cluey's dead, so I definitely wouldn't want to be Cluey.
Yeah, same. I enjoy being alive personally. Yeah, Edators maybe overconfidence, hubris. I don't know, because no round is free in Valorant, and it definitely seemed like Clear went off on the lonesome after I already hyped them up for working together really well. Clear is all by themselves in Garage and got punished therefore, and then the rest of the team kind of just lackadaisically walked onto C site. Utility wasn't perfectly used. He tried flashing off the jet in the backside, but it wasn't quite enough in the moment. So Sky, good flick on that, and was able to punish therefore. So 2Tap not discouraged by how the first rounds went in this lobby, which is good to see for them as well.
I don't know who to favor in this situation, because 2Tap have a way back into this, but E-Daters have really been taking control. They're taking some concessions in terms of their economy because of that post-bonus round loss. They're in an awkward position. November, yeah, you have a Vandal, but you have Bladestorm on your Jet. Your Chamber's relegated to the Headhunter, and the aggression just coming through. In goes the Rolling Thunder. It does not land. It does not extend in towards the Chamber, who is safe inside of the Heaven position. Yes, there goes the Seeker. It snuffs him out. They do not spray Poggy down, though. It'll be a free spike plant and a 5 versus 5 retake. Ooh, spray doesn't land. The fault line does.
Seekers underway. The retake's on line for 2Tap as they swarm on the side. K left all alone, trying to flick in hell, but couldn't do enough. Speak shuts them down, and then 2Tap keeps swarming right on through.
More though. November left to life. Never mind. No, he's not. My bad. Oh. He's dead. Apologies on that one. 2Tap, good retake. It was a 5 versus 5 retake at that, and they don't make it look all that difficult. It was very coordinated on the push, the fault line along with the Seekers to really push back the E-Daters, and 2Tap pushing through. Sometimes holding W does work out, especially on the defensive side. You expect retakes to take a little bit longer, or at least take a little bit longer to be set up, rather than just having your opponents send themselves in. That apparently was not the case, as 2Tap take their second.
I really like that game plan of just Seekers lead the way, use all that breach utility and all the paranoia, everything. Just flood the site with utility, and if they're here, they're going to be punished for it. That's exactly what we saw. E-Daters, though, still able to get some buy-ups because their first rounds were so successful that they're able to buy up for round number 6 here and try to keep the lead for themselves as they look to try to push for B site. Spike was left behind, but that will follow up soon enough. With that delay, they do need to have a pick or two here to really hold a nice B site hold. No smokes used either, and therefore they're punished by the peek from Shimalaya's peak.
From November, it doesn't find the kill. How does he not die? Miri, what is that? How do you live in that situation? And now you're in such an awkward position. Sky backing away, poorly timed, dies to the frenzy because of it. That could be the C site falling. Paranoia is going to find nothing but thin air and more thin air. They could plant on C, but why are they taking so long? Are they backing away towards B again, or are they dropping towards A? They have From the Shadows available on Stunny, but you have to pick a site. And with where the breach is going, is A the call? A is the call. They're going A. We saw this yesterday on Haven. Remember that?
I liked it. Yesterday it worked even better too, because wasn't that a 1v1 or was it a 2v1 or something like that? 2v2. It was definitely a fiasco situation, that's for sure. But what we have right now is a 2 versus 4 situation post-plant. K is definitely the person we're looking at the most because that's the player with a Vandal in hand, has that first peek on these members of 2Tap as well.
They haven't cleared K, though. Waiting. Looking to find the first. He misses. He does line up the first, but has to find more. Stunny playing behind the main box. Good fault line from CT. The swing, it's successful as Stunny falls. It's down to just K. They have to swing on towards the diffuser, and they're just too late in doing so. Shimalaya's peak onto a 4K. 2Tap will tie us up. The defensive side coming back into this one, strong utility usage, and From the Shadows used to gain information gives 2Tap the tie.
Yeah, with that, after how the first 3 rounds went, I wouldn't have expected a tied game coming this soon. It all started like, as a chain reaction of that eco round win that 2Tap found themselves, and E-Daters maybe with the mental game of how we went into a very successful game plan, won on the bonus, let's go ENT-Go, we get this guaranteed, right? And they just go and kind of go a little bit sloppy on the game plan, throw it away, and maybe it could throw them off their game plan. It might throw them off their own rhythm that they kind of play themselves, essentially. But we'll see if they can bring themselves back into this game as they have a very much better buy-up this time around than the last round, to be fair. And getting the first pick as well makes things a lot better as too. That does get a pick over to A site. They go play for Garage and C. Nobody moving from 2Tap on this side of the map, though.
You want to play? Let's play.
Impact's looking to get aggressive outside the window as well. Oh, he flashed himself. He doesn't care. What is that? How does he even find one in that situation? It really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. One kill was not the decider in this one. It was the 3 thus far found from the E-Daters that gives them both the C site, the plant, and a massive advantage. Amiri looking to gain some control in towards garage. No one there to come back into this. Shimaleas needs to wallbang towards the back of B3 and just is not going to. I see no way in which they predict it. They don't clear, gets the kill. A clear line of sight across. I'm going to keep playing that punt until it stops paying off. But Amiri, it's a 1 versus 4. Nice flash. Doesn't find anything. K finishes off their doppelganger. And E-Daters take the lead back.
Yeah, clear. Definitely a name that would work really well for that. Also, Shimale's peak, taking peaks. Going to be happening all the time in the series. It's just Impact having an impact round, you know.
I really wish this was... Wait. Oh, dude, I wish this was in Colorado. I wish this land was in Denver. That would have been so good for Shimale's peak.
We need them to go to the Denver LAN. It's coming.
Is it?
Go to it.
It is. NerdStreet.com, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Garage has been in quite the focus point so far, I'd say.
And Two Tap really have been falling off of it and then aggressing back onto it as well. It's been an awkward position for them to be in. The consistency really is not there. And, well, here's where the E-Daters are trying to aggress back into it. They found it. Sky has found the aggression. Shimale has peaked the paranoia. It does not land. Sky gets the refrag, though. Is clear. Only finds 1. Relatively even trade, though. I would like to be E-Daters in this situation, though. Losing your Omen is a little bit worse than losing your Jet. Amiri looking to drop the opposing breach. Doesn't! The flash! Does it land? It does! Good swing. Good coordination from Amiri, just for himself. Finds K.
Clear also not having consistency in garage, similar to the entirety of 2Tap. That try to step was really awkward. Well, still alive! Fighting for another day. Goes back to the same spot again. And where else would Impact look except for that one spot? So that's exactly what happened. And now it's all down to just November in May. But may they win this round? They shall not. Poggy shuts that down. Perhaps another month. We could do the same in 4-4. Tied up yet again as 2Tap bringing it up. And 4 alive for the end of the round was a tale as well as the economy grows.
I don't know who to favor. I said this a few rounds ago. And I'm going to say it again for the relatively similar reason. In these rounds, there's no real favorite considering economy. Look at both teams. You have full rifles and full armor. Cluey and Clear are the exclusions to that notion. But E-Daters still need the aggression. And on the attacking side, they need more. They need a 7-5 or an 8-4 split, especially considering this is Haven. I'd like to see them get more out of that, though. Shimalea's peak looking for the paranoia. In goes both paranoias. Neither of them really land for as much as they could have. Sky has to back away, but Impact and November both find 1. K puts E-Daters on top of the trades, though. Sky turns it right back. Good swing, a good second as well. Backs away as a 3K on the round. He actually lines them both up. What is that from Sky? Leaving just Cluey at a 1 versus 3. The chamber alone. The rendezvous not set up, the spike no longer in the E-Daters' favor, and the information now known for the 2Tap squad. An atrocious position to be in if you're Cluey. Oh, but he does find 1. He actually backs away.
There's a similar situation before. The spike is not in hand, stuck in C long against multiple enemy opponents who know exactly where he is.
Awkward positioning. He actually does find a kill onto Amiri. Does not find anything more, though. Sky, a single shot away from death. I mean, it was a headhunter. Could have found the head. Sky does stay alive long enough and finds a 4K on the round. I did not expect him to line these both up. Look at that. The slow motion. 1.
Wait,
he finds
how?
a second. What?
Wait. How was that? How'd that last kill come in? What? Huh?
He wasn't even shooting.
He just held the trigger while moving away and just happened to get the head. Oh my god.
What? I thought they lined up or something, but no. No, that's not what happened.
It was like a lucky last bullet. He just didn't let go of the trigger soon enough and just happened to hit the headshot while moving away. That's crazy.
Nice gunplay, by the way.
Yep.
Amiri finding 2. Those didn't shock us as much. Nice shots, Amiri, but those were about as uniform as they get. I feel so bad for the Edators. That's a situation that you should never be put in. And K's being snuck out by the Seekers. Oh my goodness, they're holding W into him. This is one of those clips you see on TikTok where you just send all your initiators at somebody and they just cannot see or hear a dang thing for 25 seconds, then you knife them. I was really hoping to see that. I really want to see Fade brought out in one of these games just for that to happen, but without Fade being brought in. Look at this. What is
I've seen it like 4 times now. I still have no idea how that kill happened. That's crazy.
I didn't even notice that he got the second kill as it happened. Wow.
Dang.
That's...
And what feels worse is like Edators are forced on eco after that, which is why we're kind of talking over a little bit. It's like eco, unless like they get like 1 or 2 kills, it's not like a very engaging round. And of course, 2Tap cleaned it up really cleanly. Now, though, Edators do have another chance. The big buy up, clear, trying to fight for this garage control, which has been inconsistent that we talked about for both teams. It's been a hot location of contention so far. Shimla's Peak getting the first frag so far. Let's see Long, though.
No way they don't clear out the close corner. They don't. It is traded, though. Sky with 2, Stunny with 2 of their own. An even trade back and forth. The tailwind pop, though, allows Sky to get the heck out of dodge. Playing back and forth between the boxes, though, is still looking for K's positioning. Sitting inside of the dark cover, it's not a near-sighting tool, it's just a close-sighting tool. And with Sky playing around the back left corner, the box can just wait. Has yet to reload their Vandal, but the swing from the chamber should find the kill. It does indeed. A nice combo peek onto 2 different angles from the Edator squad. Will put them on to 5. The attack looking a little bit better, but it has to look even better than it already has. 5 rounds, and honestly 6 is not good for the attack, but that's as best as it can get.
Yeah, this map does tend to favor attacking teams a little bit more than defense. What is nice, though, for Kluey is getting that last kill and then also getting the spike plant just in the nick of time will give them their ultimate as well. So that's online now. They'll be able to start off this round with a tour de force, and with the economy as it is, having just a bulldog is okay because you have an operator to back it up.
Storm popped as well. All of the offensive utility being popped from both squads. From the shadows, also used. That doesn't gate as much, unfortunately, for Shimalea's Peak. He tries to use it for information, but his shot has to back away towards C-Log. Timing? It goes his way. He does find the kill onto November and backs away. Dark cover to allow him to cover his retreat. And the Shrouded step onto the top of C1. This is overall good positioning here for 2Tap. The defensive side, it's the main reason why they've looked so good here on Haven. It's their positioning. Can that continue as Clear swings? The answer, apparently, yes.
So far, Edators will be able to get garage control for the last round of this half, at the very least. But Shimala's Peak with advantage location, clear with a response, finds the head, and makes it on the site.
Bladestorm, it misses. Clear runs out. Impact gets timing and is dropped because of it. They will plant on the C side. It'll be a 3 versus 3 retake. K trying to make it away from the garage and does so successfully. Smoke's available, but not as many as you'd like. It's only the cloud bursts on the board. In goes everything here for the defensive side as they retake. Sky finds the first onto Kluey. Low HP, trying to find either of the remaining 2. Does not find K as K turns that back even against the operator. Finds the kill. The Shrouded step to the far corner will allow Stunny to re-peek. I don't think they're aware of his general position. They are not. Stunny, the jump peek. There's the information, though. He has to re-swing into it. He does indeed. He finds the first, not the second. Poggy finds the kill. Should have the time. He does indeed. That will be the round. 2Tap take a 7-5 half on the defensive side, and they'll look to continue their reign of terror as they head onto the attacking side, and we go to a break. into map number 1 and half number 2 of it. 2Tap taking a decent bit of control here on the defensive side as they switch on towards the attack. E-Daters in an awkward position as the defensive side usually not the favored one. I don't like their current odds there. Chad, by the way, I'm still time delayed. I'm still here by next to Chad Lantis. English is hard, Chad.
Oh, it is.
So is winning rounds in the defense, apparently.
I agree. And also, it's hard to predict what we're going to see because this is the first time we've seen 2Tap on this map as a reminder. So apparently their defense is pretty good. Adaptations, responding to what the other team can provide and winning out eco rounds especially. Definitely impressed with Sky's performance, especially on that half. And Sky being the player, not the agent, by the way. Shoutouts to people naming themselves the same as agents. Sometimes you get unlucky. An agent, like Neon was named a Neon on a crew, and then an agent named Neon came out. So that's just unlucky. But, you know, it is what it is. 2Tap, though, on offense, we'll have to see what they can provide. Right now, it's just using utility to clear out sewers and pushing back members of E-Daters. But November, at the very least, can get one on the way out.
It'll be a 4 versus 4 retake as the spike should go down relatively unscathed. The trademark's destroyed. That'll give Pog the information that the flank is there. He rendezvous straight into said flank. A good flash will force him away. This should be a relatively free kill. Good coordination from K and good information usage by the Z-Dater side should push them into a relatively simple retake, but not as far as Sky. There's a first for Sky. Looking for a second, we'll find it. It's down to Impact in a 1 versus 2. He won't even find one. The E-Daters retake the A side relatively simply at that. They had a way out of it. Unfortunately, they do not make it. 2Tap fall. The E-Daters start to build back.
Yet again, another pistol round going the way of E-Daters, who had a fantastic start to the half, as we can be reminded by looking at the scoreboard, but didn't have a strong finish overall. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case. If so, the 2Tap should walk away with the victory. But if not, and it does end up being a defensive favored map, then E-Daters might be able to swing this heavily back in their favor, just like K has swung themselves heavily to the top of the scoreboard. 16, 8, and 5. A fantastic performance for sure, as this Breach back in the meta, back on top. All things feel good for an old school Breach main.
I was trying to be a breach main, but I realized I suck at that, so I stopped. K could get aggressive here, has the flashes available, but with the spike down and a decent bit of control here for the 2Tap side, they decide to back away, and understandably so. They're playing the long angles. The attacking side not favored in this situation. A good flash walking straight to Shimalea's peak. There's one, but it's turned right back. Good swing, back and forth. 1-4-1, 2 for 2 overall, but Miri is dropped. Again, we're seeing trades there. Sky switching out for the Spectre, not looking for the spray though. He holds W in, finds a first, doesn't find the second, clear close range, doesn't find the kill, looking for another though, drops Poggy, looking for another, finds just that, the tailwind into the spike, it's already halfway, he has time to defuse, the E-Daters tie us up, and a clutch at that from Clear. He had no clear way of winning it, but lived up to his name, and puts us dead even.
Clearly a good player. Does find ourselves in a situation where E-Daters' economy is in shambles, though. So they're going to have to go against this buy-up round from 2Tap with essentially an eco overall, except Clear buys full armor and Vandal because of all the bonus money from the kills, as well as purchasing a relatively cheap utility and weaponry for that round. Also allows them to do this, but it's definitely going to be the focus point for E-Daters going this round as being the person who buys up, just like we can focus on how awesome this venue is at the Fullerton LAN. 2Tap and E-Daters on the docket right now for this match, but also Core Red and I believe it may be Zero Marksman Black. Indeed it is. Currently battling out in semifinals as well. So you see Core on the bottom of the screen, middle. We've seen before, and you see 2 other setups. Everybody crowding around. Everyone wants to see what's going on and get the first peek of the results of these matches, as we're getting to do the same exact thing for one of the semifinal matches.
I love getting the first peek at the semifinal match before somebody on LAN goes into Twitch chat and spoils it for anybody.
Yeah.
I know when
player
CMM started to move on. I know, right? Just everybody on Twitter like, oh, we won the game before like the 2-minute delay's up, and
yeah,
I'm gonna lose it. Don't do that, by the way. If you're a player and you're playing on like a stream with a 2-minute delay or anything more than that, go to the stream and check if the game's ended first, so you don't spoil it for everybody. But I digress. Bonus round here for the E-Dater side. It's really not a bonus. This should be a relatively full buy for both squads, notably for 2-Tap after that spike plant and the one in the first round as well. With good shots across, but the rendezvous out keeps the chamber alive for the time being.
Here.
Tied up, 2-Tap, weapons in hand. Nice angle. Everybody's weak on the side of E-Daters and completely suppressed by Sky's positioning. The 3K from the Jet on 2-Tap's side of things. It's all down to just Stunny, who will need to make a stunning performance to be able to clutch up a 1v3.
He has the utility to do so. 2 dark covers, Paranoia, and 1 Shrouded Step to utilize. There's no Sentinel utility to deny his push forward. The trademark has already been used across, and that's been cleared out. Apparently, so is Stunny's head. He's dead, Poggy rendezvous away, and keeps the Phantom in hand. 2-Tap, a strong anti-bonus / bonus-ish kind of round. Look at that play from Sky, though. 3 over top. The right clicks all landing. Very efficient from the Jet, who is not playing Sky. I'm Googling whether Sky made his name first.
Yeah.
He better have. All I'm saying, he better have.
Yeah, please don't be the kind of person who named yourself after an agent just to make our lives so much harder. That's.
I'm gonna change my name to Brimstone. I'm changing my name to Brimstone.
I'll be Breach. Let's go! I'll just say that every single time too.
Hate it.
That'll be my catchphrase. All right, 2-Tap up in the lead yet again. We find ourselves with Sky and the Skyward look. Name themselves maybe after the fact they like being on high ground. Just like Simulator's Peak likes to take a peek and get a frag onto Stunny, who was stunned that the peak was there. There you go. Names actually make a lot of sense the more I say them based on the situations they find themselves in. But we'll have to nevertheless see 2-Tap in a 5v4 post-plant situation with Seekers giving a ton of information. A very tough situation that E-Daters find themselves in, especially with Clear being in front of an enemy who had, I believe, rendezvoused out. I'm not really quite sure what happened there, but either way, got the kill on impact. Find themselves getting another frag onto Miri, and now to 1v3 pushed up.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to get aggressive. He gets even more. November from the back line along with K dropping everybody. It's the 5 kills required there for the E-Daters. A strong retake onto a site that looked a little challenging, and with a full spike defuse left on the time, they defuse the spike. They tie us right back up. Again, it's no real control for either side, just as it was at the beginning of this map. Yes, it was 3 rounds apiece, but Clear, with this aggression, really the catalyst to their success. A headshot to close it out as well, making it look easy. I guarantee you, it's anything but.
For sure. And while it might have been a 1v3 pushed up, it definitely there was a player who still had a lot of teammates available to support, especially K's been still popping off. And I understand the concept of that strategy from 2-Tap falling off for C-Long, considering they got the kill onto the smoker of E-Daters, so you won't be able to smoke them off and make them have to spam for the spike. But while Clear gets the first frag there, you can clearly see how much threat E-Daters still has, even without smokes denying vision, because the best way to deny vision is make the screen go black, get the frag on the enemy.
Your long angle finds the first. That's an outstanding pick. But E-Daters are still in a good position, and 2-Tap really are not. Rolling Thunder being prepped from K. If he can drop Poggy, who already has used his rendezvous, then everybody's in an awkward position. In goes the Rolling Thunder. It finds one, but has not found the second down in hell. The Paranoia has, however, and Sky just cannot see a dang thing. Clear has clear vision, and it's a clear way to win here for the E-Daters. Again, I'm using these terrible name puns until they stop just feeding me, just as unfortunately 2-Tap has been feeding the E-Daters in the second half of play. They'll take the lead.
It is rather uncanny how often their names are like the perfect description of the situations they're in and what they're doing. Not super common, but hey, if it's happening, we gotta roll with it. It's kind of our job is to talk about what's happening and have some nice little wordplay going through. To wonder though how many times is too much. I don't think we quite hit it, but I feel like we're getting close. Either way, we're getting close to the end of this match, but still also a close match. It is 8-9 on the scoreboard. Both teams keeping neck and neck with each other in the semifinal. Both teams in the money, but clearly whichever team makes it beyond this map here in the series in itself will be in even better standing for money, and we all love that. We all love making money. Poggy loves popping an ultimate, playing on chamber, using Tour de Force, having a free ultimate to use on the round.
Free ult's always the greatest thing. You said yesterday nothing's free in Valorant. That's just not true. We've proved that wrong many times, Chad. Come on. Wrong
True.
caster plus L plus ratio. Can't believe you. Really disappointing. 2Tap. I'm a little disappointed in their second half showing. Both teams not looking very good on the attacking side. And it's a little different than what we've seen throughout this really weekend, where everybody on the attacking side seemingly has been very coordinated with their pushes. The attack has been favored in almost every map off the top of my head other than one on Icebox. Past that, it's really been the attack looking strong thus far. In this game, not so much. Clear avoids the Guiding Light, but the Guiding Light had avoided them, but he catches a timing, sees Sky regardless through the dark cover. That pops just a little too late, and the timing was caught by Clear, looking for another kill up through Heaven, but is waiting for the rest of the squad. They're looking for a retake here and prepping everything here on the defensive side. Shimale's Peak in the close angle is stunned out. The Shrouded step away. He gets away in time, but just barely. Poggy with the kill into Tour de Force. The Paranoia lands. It allows the Peak from Impact, who finds just that. Nothing more than one kill, though, as the E-Daters reach double digits.
Fantastic retake from E-Daters. Clear, definitely making it a lot more doable with that opening pick. And Shimale's Peak surviving a lot longer than you feel like they should have, and at least bought some time for swings via their teammates to try and make some trades happen at the very least. But it wasn't enough because that time bot was a little bit void in attempts. But still, it's a close match. Full buy up there for 2Tap as well. And E-Daters, while they have still a very strong start to this half, we saw the strong start go the other way to 2Tap as things went on. I would love to see a pause right now, though, in 2Tap. I have to be honest. Just to discuss, now that we have another buy-up round, we've lost a bunch of these early rounds. We need to discuss what exactly we need to do. What is E-Daters doing? What can we do better? But I suppose if you have confidence in your own abilities to adapt in the moment, then I guess you can just hold that timeout for later because you only get one per half. You gotta make sure it's used at the right time, but I do feel like time is now.
Line being prepped to allow them to push forward. Clue trying to get aggressive, finds the information, does not hit the shot with the Tour de Force. The Guiding Light pushing him away. E-Daters in a good position to deal with this. Clear has a flank set up. That one trip from Chamber being set up towards the seaside, but they're aware of his general area. Clear is dropped. There's no way back into this for the Jet. No Sage for the Resurrection. The swing through, though, from November. Finds one, finds a second as well. The Guiding Light to try to allow a third. They back away, and smartly so. No reason to take an unnecessary gunfight. But there's an Omen just sitting in the close corner. I think he's prepping from the shadows to go towards the A side. No, it's a dark cover towards Heaven. The swing, though, from Cluey does not find the kill. Again, Tour de Force shots are wasted, and they've taken this A side control. From the shadows is actually popped on the defensive side, and now on the attack, just the same. Full A control here for 2Tap. In towards Hell goes that Omen, and an awkward position overall now for 2Tap as they have to lock things down for a longer period of time. The spike going down just a little too late allows E-Daters to set up their push. The Tour de Force still available. The paranoying everybody in towards Hell, notably just the Omen on the opposing side. November with a 3K on the round. Shimale's Peak dies, as does Impact. E-Daters onto 11. It has to be a timeout here for 2Tap.
Yeah, it's got to be. They're going to be going into a bad buy, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. And E-Daters, with their A-site retake and C-site retake prowess, that's just honestly, the retake's been really good. Like, they just have a double initiator setup. They're using flashes across 3 of their agents with positional changes from Clear, as well as Chamber rounding it out with operators from Tour de Force, things like that for long-range suppression. That paranoia from Sunny especially was massive there, just closing off and hitting everybody on the right side of the site, that from right side perspective of the main map. And everybody else to the left towards Graffiti side and A-Shore just were less alone, the only ones who could see, but they didn't have the crossfire steps to support them from people on E-Daters swinging out. Now, very aggressive positioning from Clear, feeling that it's going to be an anti-eco situation. The classic breach flash and jet push get shut down by Peak finally, but still, it's advantage going to E-Daters.
Swing through from Shimale's Peak could allow them to push on towards C, but the dark cover, do they push through this? Do they try the Stewie 2K? The Smoke Criminals, now on the attacking side, have to commit just another crime in this situation. That would be taking the C site, but won't happen in this situation. They back away. Now what's the call? Are they coming back as the dark cover falls? The answer seems to be yes, but 2 players holding in towards that garage position, the swing. Stimmy, there's with 1, November with the other. E-Daters onto match point on their own map pick, and 2Tap, I don't know what they're doing if they don't call a timeout here. I really don't.
I don't know either. Yeah, I understand, like, some teams feel like they need to just work through it in the moment or something, and maybe they just feel like the timeout isn't going to provide them anything, but at least to just, like, take a breather, you know? Like, something. Clearly, momentum is in favor of E-Daters. This is a very heavily momentum-based game, as even pros at the top level of the games talk about how that's the case. People at Masters and stuff, Champions, talk about how this is so momentum-based in timeouts. If not for anything else, at least stops momentum, but nevertheless, we see ourselves with momentum in the favor of E-Daters, but Shimalaya's Peak could be the one to swing the tides back in favor of 2Tap.
Swing around from Shimalaya's Peak. The paranoia does not land onto anybody. He grabs the Vandal and Shrouded steps away. Kluey, I think, heard that, or at least K did, and communicated that over. Sunny, though, in the aggression in through alt mid, gains control back here for the E-Daters. This is map point on their own map pick. Sunny, they're aware of his position. The swing from behind as well. Good coordination from this attacking side. They drop 2. Now looking to take control in towards C. Just 1 awaits them. It's Kluey with an op in hand. Needs to find an opening pick and needs to find even more than that. The first, it misses. A good flash forces him away. Leaves K in a 1 versus 4. He's dead.
As they fall, all good for E-Daters because they still have round leads, but even better for 2Tap. Like, we're criticizing that they didn't take the timeout, and sometimes teams feel like they just don't need to because, I don't know, mental thing, something. Shimala's peaking at first frag and finishing off the round really strong. 4 still alive as well, getting those upgrades to the weaponry as well. Just a Guardian hand for Miri, but Operator for Poggy, and the rest are all good, looking as well. And 2Tap, they do have the Rolling Thunder, and if they want to find E-Daters trying to hold the line of Rolling Thunder, throwing themselves onto the site could be the call. However, E-Daters, their retakes have been so immaculate that I feel like they should just kind of vibe out and chill and do the retake every single time.
Retakes are just better.
Or just get aggressive.
Or you can hold W and find an opening pick. Rolling Thunder thrown through, they'll gain control towards the A side. But Chad, it's going to be another E-Daters retake, and they have the utility to work with. There's the Seekers available as well.
Yeah, 2Tap's going to do the best to try to set up that post plant setup, but they're completely pinched as well. The flank is there, and I don't know if 2Tap members are even aware of it right now.
Flanks fully being set up through long and short as well. Sewers control gain. Sunny finds the first. The right click from clear lands. That will do it. E-Daters with a very condensed retake in towards A. A consolidated hold from 2Tap falls. And a very coordinated push from E-Daters will close out Haven. The 3 Cs, unfortunately, all of them favor the E-Daters. 2Tap fall in map number 1. It was not their map pick, in all fairness to them, but the E-Daters taking their own in a 13-8 fashion looks outstanding for them.
Indeed it has. And honestly, in the match history, E-Daters overall have looked better on defense, or on offense, I should say, than defense. They overall have more offensive wins than defense. They've only played twice so far this tournament. This is the first time we've seen them together as a team as this tournament, so don't have a lot of information to work off of course. Maybe the other teams were so much better on the other side of things, who knows. But either way, both of the previous Haven maps have gone to overtime as well, so the fact that they were able to look pretty good overall on offense, strong start, but a little bit rocky stop into it, but amazing on defense, completely one-sided half it felt like, and ending that game in what was a close first half, a very dominant win overall for them by the end of the second. Looks really good for them moving forward on the series, despite it being their map pick. Even still, confidence is certainly in their favor.
So I think I underestimated the E-Daters just a little bit. On their attacking side, they looked a little lackluster. It looked relatively good for 2Tap to start things off. The defense playing and paying out in dividends for them. But after that, it was really just a collapse on the attacking side. Both teams with the lack of an attack really concerns me as we head into map number 2. How could that play out? It looks weird as we head into Ascent.
It really does. Ascent does handle a little bit differently than Haven at the very least. But the concern also is the fact that Haven does seem to be a little bit more attacker favored overall. you have a lot of options on attack. You have 5 lanes to work with, 3 different sites. You have more options than any other map in the game right now. And if you can't figure out a way of working around, maneuvering, and throwing off the defensive line and attacking their weakened line defense on Haven, then doing so on Ascent will be even tougher, especially considering the fact that it's essentially 3 choke points in a mid lane is really what Ascent is. So we'll have to see if they can figure that out. We saw in the quarterfinal match that Core looked really rocky and shaky on the first map of Icebox. Going to Ascent is a very similar map, and they look completely different, and then dominated in the third for Haven. So teams have the ability to adapt. They'll have times to discuss. So while they may not have taken a timeout in the game for 2-tap, they're basically forced to a timeout now between maps. So hopefully they discuss some things to come out stronger in the second.
They have a few seconds to calm down, as do we, but they really want to level up as they move on towards the second map. And speaking of leveling up, if you want to take your game to the next level, your candy game even to the next level, bring out a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or even Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help you fuel your game and power you up, keep you playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. Again, I have a full thing of Mike and Ike. It's just sitting here. This is the Mega Mix one. I'm almost done it, so I'm not going to tilt it over because there's like 6 left. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, it's map number 2. It's 2-taps, map pick no less. It's Ascent in a little bit.
Hi, my name's Chase, or Niliaz, or Nilly from Arizona, and I play for Cloud9 Academy.
You whine or just chill by heaven, or just take the fight to them. And the spray is good, that's the 4K, but he's revealed there's only one way to get a potential ace, and saving it for Cloud9 Academy. Nilly gets the ace.
So this is actually our first event that we've ever played. We've been scrimming nonstop for 3 months, trying to get people up to speed, and I think this looked like a good opportunity to meet everyone. This is the first time meeting the team, and it's been really great. I would consider myself a ranked demon. No one really knew about me. Arizona doesn't necessarily have a big scene, and so I found online events, and that's how I made a name for myself. And so I think making teams and just building chemistry with that team, not team hopping, every 2 weeks, and having some confidence. If you lose, it's okay. You learn. Losing's learning, and being able to play in these online tournaments has been really great. And now I'm in a position where I'm on C9 Academy and able to play in this LAN. Not looking at the scoreboard is probably the first thing that I would recommend to someone who's trying to compete for the first time. And there's going to be games where you get unlucky. There's a lot of gambling in Valorant where you don't really know. There's ults, there's random stuff that can happen to you. And so not being nervous about your own performance is probably the biggest thing. And that's the hardest thing to overcome, right? Is playing in a tournament and playing in ranked, there's nothing to lose, right? But in tournament environments, you're worried about your reputation and everything. And so I think if you are trying to be an up-and-coming player, just focusing on yourself and not worrying about, the outside noise of, oh, you played bad, oh, you did this. Like, just keep grinding and keep playing your game. Just be confident, have fun. I mean, that's the biggest thing. All the C9 coaches try to just tell us, just try to have a fun time. Like, that's the whole goal, right? I mean, obviously we want to win, but the whole goal is to just have fun.
Map number 1 done, dusted, and down the drain. Haven convincingly towards the end going in the favor of the E-Daters. They take their own map pick and move us on towards Ascent, which is the map pick of 2Tap. I'm Times Light. That right there is Chad Lantis, and welcome back to the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton Valorant LAN. Chad, map number 1 looked a little chaotic for both squads. The defensive sides taking a lot more control than you'd usually expect on the map specifically, especially with a mirror composition. What can that indicate going in towards Ascent?
Indicates that mostly E-Daters have a hard time cleanly getting to a site on attack, which is interesting because their retake was really good. So I think that also more so indicates that 2Tap has a really hard time setting up a proper post plant. It might come down to communication of timing of when to peek for each other. Could be a utility utilization issue of when to use utility at proper times, things like that, or reads on where the enemy is coming from. So that looks to be the more so case, and we'll have to see if 2Tap figures things out as far as 1, using timeouts, and 2, figuring out a way of reading and utilizing their resources more efficiently.
Here's our new logos for y'all. For all of you wondering, the pink NSG logo is the E-Daters, while the black NSG logo with the mustache is 2Tap. Number 1, because it's funny, and number 2, because Boone, who's our production director here at NSG, along with Will, who's our producer, thought it would be hysterical. And to their credit, it is indeed. It's pretty funny, and it helps us divulge which team is which. Again, E-Daters pink because, you know, pink dating, I don't know, put something together on that one. And 2Tap because they're sophisticated gentlemen that need to win Ascent.
Yeah, 2Tap, you know, efficiency and things like that, which actually is, interestingly enough, the first time we've seen the name not actually being accurate is the efficiency not quite being there from the talking point before for post plants set up properly done. So we'll have to see going into Ascent, as we also see the wonderful setup at our LAN over at Fullerton, one of the mini LANs for this season of Nerd Street Champs, and one that was certainly popular as this entire room was completely packed with people up to the limit of fire code, amount of people that we were allowed to have in that room, especially yesterday during the opening of the group stage. And today, while we don't have to stagger off the matches just to get the amount of people in here that we need, we still are starting to see some people starting to file out as teams start falling off. We're getting to semifinals now, but definitely interesting matches, and clearly a lot of people are definitely interested in seeing how these matches play out. So there's a lot of people still sticking around just to see things fully through.
I want to know what you expect coming into Ascent, because when I predict things, I'm usually wrong. Like in our third map with Illusion, I predicted Illusion were going to win. I was incorrect in assuming so, by the way. For all of you who are just joining us, Illusion dropped in those quarterfinals to Core Red, who are currently playing Zero Marksman Black, by the way. Now, I don't have any information on how that game has gone thus far, but I can tell you they are currently playing. By the way, the winner of that game, Core Red versus Zero Marksman Black, will play the winner of this series, E-Daters versus 2Tap. It's already gone 1-0 towards the E-Daters, a good start for them. But, Chad, after my digression of points, what do you expect to see? I know we've talked about compositions on Ascent, I believe, 4 times thus far this weekend, considering this is now the real 4th time we've seen the map. I know we've talked about what probably should and should not come through, including flashes specifically, double initiators, maybe removing your double sentinels that shouldn't work as much as it usually does. What do you expect E-Daters to bring out specifically? It's E-Daters, we saw them bring a relatively uniform composition. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at another mirror composition, actually. Just like we saw in Haven, definitely different agents picked, but both of these teams so far have ran the double initiator, Sova KO with a Jet as injury and option, and Omen being the smoker, Killjoy being the sentinel. So if everything goes true to form, this should be another mirror comp, as that's what we're seeing so far. Killjoy, the last one to lock in for November. Turns out looking at stat history for teams actually lets you forecast the future a little bit, which is pretty neat.
Magic.
Interesting point.
I'm looking at the mirror comp again. What'd you say?
Interesting point I want to talk about is that Sky looked really good on the Jet on Haven, switching off of Jet, allowing another member going there instead going to the Killjoy. So completely opposing playstyle agent they're going to, which is a little concerning to me, considering I feel like Sky was pretty much the like strong point for the team. Shimalaya's Peak and Sky were the two that I really saw providing a lot of impact, despite them not being the player named Impact for Haven. At least that's what stood out to me the most. So seeing them going into a lot more reserved role, while it's not an insignificant role, it's still a lot more reserved than what we saw them pop off with. So we'll have to see how that goes moving forward. Maybe Impact needs to be unlocked. Could be the case.
They really haven't had much of an impact thus far in this series. I think that's my last name joke. I think I've ran out of those, unfortunately. But 2Tap looking to walk away with this map and force us onto a third. It's Breeze. I want to see Breeze. I'm really happy that Breeze was picked, but I'm unhappy it was third in the rotation because it's not a guarantee. With E-Daters looking strong in towards Haven, that can carry over in towards Ascent. Yes, the maps are formatted differently, 3 sites versus 2. It's not everything carrying over, but AIM still does. Shimalaya's Peak finding the opener, not the second though, as clears there for the trade. B seems to be the call here for the E-Daters, and understandably so, but they still have to find the kill on towards Impact. The shot across, it misses, but the dash allows them to back away. On towards the site, does collapse this E-Dater side. Impact needs to get another, does find one. I don't think they'll find any more. They do regardless. 14 HP is taken out. A 2 versus 2 retake now for 2Tap.
Clearly the one more healthy, 100 HP in the back of site. Got the information of exactly where both players are. Because I covered basically just the market, so they should know it's coming through there. But the problem for them there now is it's a 50-50 guess. Do they go stairs? Do they go speedway? And with the pop flash leading the way for Poggy, it might be a tough retake hold.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Honey, low HP, needs to find another headshot. Sky's on 125. Even the headshot may not do it. The swing across, looking for the timing. There it is! Sky finds it. There's the kill. Hops directly on that defuse. And 2Tap will indeed win the pistol. It was close, but a win is indeed a win, especially in the pistol round. You don't really have to keep your economy in mind. Past that, it could have collapsed, but lucky for the team, it does not.
Yeah, and considering the fact that E-Daters won both pistol rounds, was added to 4-round total wins because the anti-eco is following for them, that this is a big moment for 2Tap to be able to come out on top. And was another interesting point is that last map, Sky would have an operator who donated over to Poggy playing on the chamber. So it seemed like they favored Poggy for operator usage more so, even on defensive side of things. And this time around, Poggy isn't the one going to the jet, nor playing a chamber. Instead, is playing a KO, which is not known for using operator. So we'll see how that goes, if they favor that later on too, or maybe they just try to be diverse in their roles and utilization of economy.
Being taken out by an inanimate object's not a great start for that for E-Daters. The swing around from Miri looking for a frag. Sky finds their second and a third. No, it's actually stolen by Impact, with Poggy finding the final. 2Tap do indeed find that conversion round, the post pistol going their way. Again, I talked about it yesterday, the statistically most likely round you will win is the round after pistol, assuming you won the pistol. 2Tap do just that. Follow statistical uniform code, and E-Daters now looking to anti-bonus it. As everybody stays alive on the 2Tap side, that means it'll be whatever guns they kept in the previous carry over here.
Yeah, if you are in your anti-eco round 2, a gun at flawless means even if you lose this one miserably, you still will have a fantastic shot at winning the next full buy-up, everything like that. So 2Tap in a fantastic position right now. Sunny 1 point away from the shadows, which can be utilized for cross-map bait, switch, rotation, speed, shenanigans, things like that. But also for some information gaining, if that's all you can use it for, and it's still a viable choice to use as well. Alarm bot set up in mid, which is very common. A little bit more reserved of a spot for the alarm bot than we usually see, but still will be one that's effective nonetheless.
2Tap on this defensive side need to play very reserved in this situation. You're looking to push E-Daters into close encounters, especially with the Spectres, the Ares singular, and the Judge singular. All of those much better in those close range positions. E-Daters have the full buy, obviously, as we talked about a little earlier, but with the 0 point not landing, that could cost them clear. Finds the first, Cluey with the second. I almost said Chewy, but the identity key for him. He's able to find the kill. Shimale's peek the swing around, doesn't find it. Shrouded step, he dies. I think he thought that was going to save him. It didn't. They do take away one rifle, so that's relatively good for taking out their opponent's economy. Unable to take out a second, though, as the E-Daters double up their score from 0 to 1. That's not how the multiplication works. You know, we're just going to move on.
Yeah, addition works, at least. Just like E-Daters have added themselves some more weaponry to bolster up their lineup here. Did have to add some full armor as well, so at least some damage done, forcing them to spend the thousands there. But yeah, 2-tap full buy up. They have their blades room as well to work with, which would be nice to have. E-Daters really close to multiple ults, actually. It could be a big deal coming this round, especially if they fight for these orbs, which generally are in favor of the attacking side's control to start off their round. Shooting out, just try and clear that alarm bot, assuming it would be in the same spot, and it's good guesswork there to be done.
Trying to smoke around, looking to gain control back, and they really haven't had it all. Tried the cloudburst up and over, actually dashes straight in. Misclick times 2? That's how multiplication works. I don't know if that was intentional, but hey, you do you, I suppose. Spray straight through, clears, attempting to avoid that from Poggy, by the way. Luckily is able to do so. I don't think that's wallbangable. I'm no expert in being able to wallbang, but Ascent is relatively paper thin, so you never really know. Poggy, that should find 4. It finds 3. The swing through from clear, though, finds absolutely nothing other than their own grave. Good flash, but it doesn't kill K. Well, Shimale's peak will.
Ooh, big flash. We didn't even realize it until later on. As Sunny gets a kill on impact as well. And safe behind the generator. Miri cannot spam through. Will instead have to wait for Sky to get through. Saving the owl drone even until Sky gets here so that the information is more prevalent. It's a dangerous owl drone to use.
That could have been bad, the Owlbot. A good tag. It does line up, but
timing.
Bluey makes it out. Where's the spray? Oh, that could have landed. The 0 point will disallow any bit further of utility here from the heaven position, but Sky still looking to push through the door. Finds the first information onto Cluey and the kill, but still needs to hop on that spike. Shoots the nanoswarm, but still has to stick it. Does not. That should be the round as time concludes, as do their lives. Miri falls, and E-Daters tie us up at 2 apiece. Notably, the rifles are also saved over. Those are not dropped. The economy looking relatively good now for the E-Daters as 2-tap are forced onto a eco half-buy-ish kind of thing.
Yeah, Impact had an unfortunate turn of events with utility usage, so they didn't have the jet dash to get out from there or smoke to disrupt the entry of the E-Daters. Clear's usage of the tailwind didn't go as well. However, the rest of the team followed up beautifully with those pop flashes and screens and everything of that sort. And E-Daters looking really good, just like they did the first part of their attacking half on Haven, despite not winning the pistol round this time around. But it was 2-tap that made the adjustments and came out on top for the defensive side of things before, though it was narrowly. And we'll see if we can do the same thing here on Ascent, as they do have a lockdown available, but the null command can disrupt their plans if used properly, as E-Daters are fighting for getting some control in mid. The alarm bot's gone now, but presence has already been acknowledged anyway, so the job there was done regardless. And E-Daters choosing to decide to come out of mid a little bit and rotate over towards B main heavy push, which is where the remaining utility of Killjoy is. We'll have to see if Sky falls back enough to not get caught by this null command should E-Daters use it.
They have to get aggressive quickly. Clear should give away information as soon as they peek this. They take away everything. In goes an null command, disallowing any bit of utility used here on the defensive side, but they don't clear the close corner. Logs has yet to be cleared. Never mind. Clears it, living up to their name. Nice job from the Jet. K now getting aggressive with this shorty, no less. Does not find anybody, so swings around with that Phantom and dies because of it. Poggy will take the kill and should be able to recover that Phantom in time. They do indeed. The Blade Storm still available, but only 2 blades on the board. The Cloudburst popped in front, looking to allow the push forward, but the Skybox does not let that go through. I'm pretty sure that was a Skybox. That already hit his head on the tree. Interesting situation. Regardless, it's an E-Daters win. An unsurprising E-Daters win. They keep 4 players alive. But is there a Skybox clipping issue in the back of CT? Is that what happened there?
Pretty sure that's not a thing. I'm not quite sure what happened there, because I've seen Jets dash or updraft very high before he.
Oh no, he hit his head on the little rope. There's a rope that goes across. He hit his head on it.
My goodness, is that a thing? I have not seen that before.
I really want to open my game. And test that.
Yeah, going into a custom lobby right now.
I'll do it after the game. I'm testing that.
There are little things like that when you're casting. You're like, what just happened there? I'm a little confused because that's such a rare scenario. And then like immediately at the cast, I'm like, hit the homies like, hey, let's get in a custom lobby because I want to try this out. I just want to confirm what just happened, so I know for the future. That would be one of them.
Expectations about the game aside, E-Daters still have an expected win here. Now, it is a little less than previous. 2-Tap don't have as much of an ultimate advantage, but they do still have the economy relatively evened out between the squads. Mid control taken, though. That's an awkward position for 2-Tap to be in, and with the lockdown thrown in, it's even worse. They cannot allow themselves to be caught out by this, and they won't. They will have to back away. The Hunter's Fury not available on the defensive side will mean that this lockdown goes unrestricted. It will not detain anybody. Actually, it does. That should be towards heaven. No, it's below, inside of the site. K the swing, drops Poggy. The site has fallen, and they do fall out of that detainee position, but the site still allowing that spike to go down. The swing from Miri does not find the kill. The shock dart, it lands for a little bit of damage, but Cluey still in a good position, is removed. 2 versus 3 now as the Jet finally makes their way back in towards the site. November with 1, has to drop a second. The swing from Clear looking for the kill, just denies that turret and will die themselves. Sky through the wall will close it out, and 2-Tap tie us up post full pistol.
They still have that lockdown to work with, as well as that null command, the fast rotation option from the shadows. So 2-Tap in a really good position, though they are very cautious for when to use that lockdown now because of the fact that E-Daters do have their Hunter's Fury online. So little counterplay utility usage there that could be done. The shadows for fast rotation options for both teams, actually. Sunny has their own. 2-Tap definitely keeping this nice in contention. This is what we saw, like similar to the first half for Haven, which is awesome. I like seeing teams figuring each other out and figuring out ways of keeping a close competitive game. Nobody likes blowouts unless you're a hyper fan of that team specifically winning, but here we are. 2-Tap still relying heavily on just the lone alarm bot for mid, which is something we see a lot of teams do these days. Because of how rotation timings work, once the alarm bot goes off, you can pretty much rotate and still hold your spawn at the very least, and then have decent angles to support one or the other sites for sure. So currently, the E-Daters is trying to just bait out some util and figure out exactly where these members of 2-Tap are located, and there's one of those pieces already baited out.
How was Miri allowed to take that far of a fight without being shot out? Clear avoids the flash. The sound cue was there, but in goes the 0 point, and away goes the Jet, understandably not wanting to take that fight. B seems to be the call here for the E-Daters as the attack is forced into it. They're really sectioned off towards the side. There are 2 players here and waiting with utility in the wings. They'll avoid the alarm bot most importantly. Does that stay the case? It seems like it will. Shimalea's Peak throwing in the dark cover. The aggression away from Shimalea's Peak finds the kill, and the Nano Swarm finds the frag on towards Cluey just the same. Clear from behind is dropped by Poggy in through CT. November switching out for that Phantom, though, is in an awkward position. The swing finds a first, does not find Poggy. Unfortunately, just taking the fight, had to take 3 different ones in the same time, and the E-Daters lose their lead.
That was a fantastic possible position from Clear. Just didn't expect one remaining member straggling behind the rest. Got shot in the back, couldn't get a massive multi-kill option that would completely change that entire round, which is one of the reasons why, especially on Ascent, when you lose mid-control, you have one person a little bit staggered just in case somebody pushes through, and that's exactly what 2-Tap did. Briefly, they still have all these ultimates to work with. Nothing changed from the last round. Still a buy-up from E-Daters as well.
Clear with that buy, he finds the opening kill. Shimalea's playing on the far side, pops in this dark... No, actually it's from the shadows popping the opposing side. In towards the site goes the entirety of the E-Daters. Awkward peek as K, looking to get aggressive through the dark cover, will die because of it. Over-aggression again for K, costs him and unnecessarily so. There's no real reason to take those fights, yet they do regardless. November, playing in towards the garage, looks to find a kill, finds 2 nonetheless. Poggy left alone will die as well. A 3K from November. The E-Daters tie us right back up. It's like they never left that deuce position.
For sure, and the big difference this time around for E-Daters was that Clear was successful in getting that first kill of the round and start opening things up. It forced 2Tap Sky to be left all alone, and E-Daters doing their due diligence of clearing out logs, as some teams, for some reason, don't quite do all the time, but E-Daters did, and that's one of the reasons why they're in the semifinals. A little unluckily, as Poggy popped the null command at the very end there when the rest of the team was falling off onto the site on their own entry, so the null command didn't work out as well as they would like for the side of 2Tap. Now E-Daters earn themselves a lockdown, but 2Tap has their own Hunter's Fury to use as counter as well, so it's a game of chicken. Which team uses which ultimate first typically will be the one that comes out on the bad end of things, so you're not going to be surprised to see them hold on to these for a very long time.
You were talking about the game of chicken. I like to go over it as who's going to flop first. You want to use it to try and gain that control, but unfortunately in that same right, you also lose control at the same time. It's an odd position with the ultimates because one's a direct counter of the other, while each are on the board for both sides. You're both. But you usually don't save ultimates forever, and this is the one situation where you will. With Clear off the board, Miri is as well. This could be the position where you could use your lockdown for the E-Daters, and that may be the call. The swing from K. Finally, the aggression works towards CT, and Cluey just dropping Shimalea's peak leaves Impact in a 1 versus 4. No real reason to even use that lockdown. It was relatively eco situation for 2Tap regardless. But it's still something where 2Tap want to force these out and just aren't. Ooh, that's actually a good kill, though.
Yeah, upgraded weaponry as well, so makes this technically winnable for Impact, but it's still a crossfire setup area outside of the smoke, and now Discover they're still here, and this is well, actually, if K gets a little bit too ambitious, nope, okay, it'll be shut down. This Impact. E-Daters, it does feel like they are having a little bit of an overall adaptation to the tempo and tendencies of 2Tap, while E-Daters haven't been doing like a crazy amount of like side executions where they're using a bunch of utility coordinatedly swinging through and clearing all possibilities, things like that. Something that is really tough to do, easier said than done. What they are doing is it seems like they are predicting positions and timings of 2Tap members a lot better than 2Tap's doing to the E-Daters. So it seems like on individual levels, E-Daters are doing a lot better job of evolving over the course of this map.
Adaptation really has been there for the E-Daters through Haven as well, but the ultimate economy has flipped. 2Tap in their economical rounds have also built up an alt economy in the same right. Good positioning overall from them on the defensive side really needs to continue, but they also have to win some of these gunfights that they've been dropping. Poggy across, trying to hold the one-way dart cover, thus far has locked it down, but has yet to find a kill or really even damage to work with. Cluey on the far side misses. A good paranoia, though, should force him away. Clear the aggression. There's one. There's a second as well. The double kill with the headshots, no less. Now Impact left alone to have the impact. Does not. K drops him. And again, it's openers going the way of this E-Dater side. 2Tap cannot catch a break, nor can they catch an opening duel. Miri with the swing finally drops Clear, but is immediately traded out. November with a double of their own, and the E-Daters on to 6, at least solidifying themselves a half tie, much less the win on the attacking side.
While they haven't done insane team-based executions, they still are doing really nice 1-2 punches as well. As you can see, Stunny leading in for Clear with a paranoia. Clear just dashes straight through and challenges the members that would be paranoid. Luckily for Clear, only one got hit by it, but luckily for Clear, they are very talented with the gunplay and were able to get the both kills regardless, and that's why exactly leading into this entire series, I was looking at Clear to be the person to focus because they pop off very commonly in the kill department, and it's both their own individual gameplay as well as their allies. Just again, there's another paranoia leading them in as they go ahead and just take control of the site along with that no command being popped. Make the members of 2Tap have a hard time dealing with this pressure from Clear, who finds one, almost two, nearly leaves them down to 30 HP at the very least, but it's going to be 4 versus 4 post-plant situation. That lockdown is good because the Sova is dead, and there it goes from November to hold down the site.
Should be a relatively simple round here for the E-Dater side with that lockdown going through and no way to take it out. Poggy dies. That should do it. Away goes the 2-tap side. They may try and regress just to do some economic damage, but going into the final round of the half, it will not matter. E-Daters keep 4 players alive regardless, and with 2 ultimates available going into the final round of play, the E-Daters are in an outstanding position to work with. The awkward position is, on the other side, they also have that lockdown. They have the Hunter's Fury and From the Shadows all on the board. The one counter to at least 2 of those is K's Hunter's Fury for the E-Daters.
Therefore, naturally, we'll be looking at K for this round. At the very least, for Miri, they are completely on lockdown. It's like, oh, there's no lockdown to hold this Hunter's Fury for, so I can maybe take a gamble, which we sometimes see Sovers do. The moment there's any sense of the location of a member of E-Daters, you probably see Miri let that one fly to see if they can get an advantage, or just let it fly instantly. That works too.
An early one, though, that's the issue you're going to run into. They could still use the lockdown now, as that Hunter's Fury already has been utilized, and a little early, in my personal opinion, but maybe they had a little bit more information to work off than I did. Sky walking straight into Stunny shots. The sound cues were there on Sky's jumps, and that's going to cost him his life. The swing through, the flash from the KO does not land. Stunny waiting inside of the logs position, a good spray across. November finds the kill as well. Good Hunter's Fury finds a tag, does not find the finishing blow though, and Poggy walking straight through will walk straight into their demise. It's Miri in a 1 versus 4. Finds the first, will not find the second. E-Daters win the final round of the half. They win 2/3 of the rounds in the first half of play and solidify control, sending into the second half as we send to a break. Into the second half of map number 2, the E-Daters, as they send themselves onto the defensive side of their opponent's map pick, need to continue the control they finished off half number 1 with. You can see 5 straight rounds and 8 of 10 to close it out. The pistol round and conversion going against them, along with 2 different economic rounds past that. Looking good for 2-tap. Only 4 of the required 12 times. I'm still Time to Light, joined here by Chadlantis. And the E-Daters, they're continuing control. Do you think they can 2-0 this?
Honestly, man, the way E-Daters have been playing individually versus 2-tap, macro-wise, roughly the same. Individually, I think they've been stepping up a little bit better. And I do like the fact that they've been doing tempo changes as well. They adjusted throughout that attacking side that they started off being very defaulty and trying to execute on site slowly. But the last couple rounds, really sped things up and went super aggressive out of nowhere. Really threw off 2Tap. So I like that they were mixing things up a bit. And just like they're doing some 2v1 swing action, little scrappy skirmishes to come out on top, even in this pistol round to start off the second half.
They're trying to take this A side without a lot of initiator utility. That's the issue they're going to run into. Unfortunately, yeah, they have flashes, but they have to push off of it, and a good suppression. Oh my goodness, that finds 2, both suppressed for the following 8 seconds past it landing. And Chloe, good timing on it, removes the sonar dart and removes any bit of information. Clear the swing around, finds 1, looking for a second, will not find it, but trades are back and forth, 1 for another, 2 for 2, 2 versus 2, as the E-Daters will have to retake. The spike will go down unrestricted, but a quick retake has been set up. They're just holding W in. They'll remove the wall over a longer period of time. The sonar lands, but does not find much information past that 1 tag. Looking for more, though. The swing across, the shock dart landing, and the information given over with that turret placement. The right click lands. K's headshot does as well. The E-Daters win the all-important second half pistol and look to continue their ascent to control.
Incredibly important for sure. And also, I love what November just did, just realizing, okay, so 2Tap is sensing the fact that they're getting encroached upon, they're getting surrounded, and being pinched, so therefore they're going to want to try to push and get an advantage. So, you know what we're going to do is drop this turret and fall off and push them into a situation where they're swinging on me, and we're just right on the timing, hearing the footsteps, and get ready to right-click, and that's exactly what they did. Take down Impact, and meanwhile, K is taking advantage of the opportunity and finds a way of winning their 1v1 as well behind Generator, and E-Daters playing in that round wonderfully, especially it being November and K, who opened up the round with a 2v1 swing and closed out the round with a 2v2 engagement. E-Daters 9-4 in the lead, up 1-0 already in the maps as well. So this looks to be a series that is looking to be in their favor. We'll see if they can close it out, as Clear has a nice little angle from Market, but it was Impact able to make it past them.
When Chloe getting that kill across puts the entirety of 2Tap in an awkward position. They have to get the kill into November, and they just will not clear him. There's 1, there's a second, looking for a third with the ghost out. The swing across, looking for just the bait. It will not work out. It'll be another retake here for the E-Daters, but 2Tap buying in this situation will ruin their economy going into the following rounds. The spike is in their hands, but he's low, and the swing through. He's playing the trigger discipline. There's 1, there's a second for Clear. Perfectly timed on the swing, and perfectly calculated on the trigger discipline. The E-Daters win the follow-up to the pistol, even with 2Tap purchasing into the round, and now have a massive economical advantage heading into what is now both the bonus and a full purchase for 2Tap, as they are forced onto a full-ish buy that's kind of an eco.
Yeah,
and you never really know what to do.
That's devastating for 2Tap. They went with a big gamble, try to catch E-Daters by surprise, but November especially is a rock, a foundation for E-Daters on this B site, and 2Tap looking to try to challenge them yet again with inferior weaponry, but no, they try to go for mid-control perhaps instead, and it's going to be Clear holding that down alongside the alarm bot and forcing them through the smoke. 2Tap a little stuck in the mud right now, trying to figure out what do we do about this E-Dater squad that has an economical lead, the round lead, and seems to have the edge on tempo and gunplay so far, positional advantages as well. And it's just a tough problem to solve, and we haven't seen 2Tap take pauses before, but I gotta be honest, man, they gotta take a timeout sometime this half, at least sometime. Even if the circling round wins, there will be a time that they will need to take it, just because of the fact that there's so many rounds behind. Perhaps next round.
No time like the present, and this is one where they're not really expecting to do all that well. Yeah, you'd like to win every round, but the simple fact of the matter is that's not the reality. The E-Daters have a massive economical advantage. They have control and momentum to work with. Yes, it's a first-person shooter, so momentum can be relegated between rounds, but K finding that opener, and every single opener, every single kill going the way of the E-Daters puts Stunny onto a 3K, and Sky with 22 HP, a Marshall, and absolutely no utility left over in a 1 versus 5. An ace clutch required here without a single kill found. They will not find a single kill. E-Daters are going to have a delayed bonus here in the second half of play. It'll be another full buy for 2Tap as they fully reinvest. The E-Daters can do whatever the heck they please, which, if I recommend anything, is nothing.
Yeah, a delayed bonus that also has been very healthy overall, too. It was a flawless there. They only had 1 or 2 deaths the round before when 2Tap tried forcing up, and now a 7-round lead, 2 away from E-Daters closing out the series and going on to the grand finals. It is going to be a full buyout from 2Tap, but they're not even close to those ultimates to come online either to help them out. nearly find that shot was clear, but either way, able to fall back safely and still maintain mid-control overall. But this does allow 2Tap to push up through Catwalk. And this will come down Stunny to try to hold down this ground for the team. Push ahead of that alarm bot. November does fall, so all that Killjoy utility is actually gone now.
Still looking good for the 2Tap side. They will get traded out 1-for-1. Chewy playing around, dies to the long-range engagement. The Spectre is not favored. The plain fact of the matter in an awkward position. K looking to get aggressive through the smoke, finds the kill, filters out for the Vandal, and with the door closed behind them, is able to pick it up. It's a 1 versus 4, now turned 1 versus 3. Full utility available here for the Sova, but has run out of positioning for it. Gains 3 bits of information to swing across. He's baited though, his impact plays the long angle. He's baited by the Omen in the close position, boosted up over top of the triple boxes. And Edators dropped their first round at the half later than they usually would, but 2Tap finally have a way back into this. They require a round win here, or I think they probably lose the game, and, well, in that case, the series.
Yeah, it could be the case for sure, and Edators, they honestly got away with a lot more rounds than they probably should have with those buy-ups, but it's just honestly thanks to their immaculate play so far. 2Tap do have a couple ultimates online now, though. The Bladestorm and the Hunter's Fury, and with that Paranoia pushing off clear, he will be able to get the lockdown as well. No Hunter's Fury from Edators just yet to counter it either. It's a fake. I feel like you don't fake this. Like, I really recommend, if they don't have a Hunter's Fury to counter this, like, let's just go on B site, we smoke it off, and push our way in, but...
Oh, they know.
Fair enough. Yeah, they do.
Oh no, the Edators know. That could just kill 2Tap in its entirety. The spike yet to go down, the information known, and the lockdowns available on the opposing side. Notably, the Hunter's Fury is as well, so the counter is available, but it could cost them this map should they use it too soon. A full flank is being set up from behind. In goes that Defender Killjoy, and down goes that Hunter's Fury. It is baited out. There's the kill. That should be the round. It is indeed. The Edators onto match point and series point here in the semifinals.
It really seems like Edators is ahead of the curve. They know that this Sova is going to set up towards the Gelato area just to try use that Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown, so they have somebody on the flank watching through, and with how things go, there was no Killjoy utility to counter out the flank to let the Sova know, so it's going to be a match point, series point for Edators. They have the no command to counter out 2Tap zone, and we'll see how that plays out, but a force that by just a sheriff for Miri is going to be a tough task for 2Tapers to overcome when 2Tap, they haven't been able to overcome with full weapons in hand. They've been counter-stratted, they've been outgunned, they've been outmaneuvered, out-positioned, and out-timinged so much in this map, and it seems to be just getting worse and worse as it goes on. Edators were stronger on the defense on Haven, looks to be the case again.
The Edators, for lack of a better term, have just been gooder. And yes, I'm using that term about ironically as possible. It's an outstanding position to see for them, especially as they look to head into the grand finals. They win this round, they do just that. Clear in the far angle, could be flashed out here, but they're playing anti-flash. They do play anti-flash. The null command popped along with that flashbang, but K on the far angle could still find the kill. Fragment, it misses, actually does land in towards heaven. I thought they threw the fragment in towards this door position, but it does not land. Spike planted, 5 versus 4 retake, but the opposing null command still available. Alongside that 0 point, they can push off of this. They could just win the game. A good flash, though, will allow Poppy to fall. There's another. Puggy with a double. There's another for Will. Oh, no! Edators fall. They use the null command as well. That could give 2Tap away back into this.
Indeed, it could. That was a fantastic moment for Poggy. I was kind of starting to question whether or not they'd use that 0 point for covering all of grass as well as heaven, but they chose to go ahead and consolidate and isolate just to try to figure out and confirm if people are indeed still holding grass, and indeed they did. And with that pop flash being perfect, the movement being immaculate from Poggy, just Loki just running and spamming the sprint button and spraying with the SMG, but worked out perfectly because of the timing, which was fantastic. This time now, they have the momentum, they have confidence, they're just sending it, they got the first kill on the Lear already, jumping on the site, finding K as well, as Edators have a great economy, they still have weaponry, but the momentum all has shifted in the favor of 2Tap.
2Tap finally get the memo that you're supposed to shoot your opponents, or did E-Daters just forget where their left click is? Because this is a complete night and day situation. Yin and Yang have both shown themselves in this game, and, well, have stopped favoring the E-Daters. 2Tap, albeit they do still need 5 rounds past this just to tie us up and send us to OT, so they're not out of the woods yet. But the E-Daters are losing a lot of the momentum that they really had massive control over, and this could cost them in the long term.
It definitely could. I mean, it is a situation where they still have 5 more rounds to work with. The economy will, no matter what, as November still also falls, their economy will, no matter what, get to the point where they can fall by up. And they will get to the point where they can start getting ultimate stacked up, the lockdown, they still have the whole Hunter's Fury to work with, things like that. And honestly, this half has gone so well. I don't remember exactly what their economy is looking like right now, but there is a world where they could buy up yet again. We'll find out in just a moment as the timeout's going through. Love that as well. E-Daters have 5 rounds to work with here to get 1 more round win in their favor, but might as well take a timeout now because clearly something changed. Clearly momentum went in the favor of 2Tap. So let's take a timeout. Go ahead and just make 2Tap go a little cold is a big reason why you take a timeout now, and give a breather for E-Daters, give it for the team. There probably isn't too much to discuss right now. It's kind of just 2Tap is sending it with a lot of utility, and they're getting caught by surprise a bit here, but the discussion would probably be like, let's go ahead and fall off and play for retake. Let's try to figure out a way of making Hunter's Fury work. Things like that. It's likely a discussion alongside let's breathe, calm down. We still have a lot of rounds to work with.
So as these replays run, our delay has caught up with us, at least into the previous round. So I'm taking a look at the scoreboard from then, and the full purchase from the E-Daters has cost them all of their economy. This will be almost a full eco for them, if not a small force, maybe down to 2,000, 2,500 credits. It'll be pistols. That's the fact of the matter. Unless they full send this into a situation where they really shouldn't, and they have a massive bit of control, they really should not be buying up here, then it should be pistols. Looking at their economy, actually, Sunny can buy, the rest of the squad cannot, so why not try a hero rifle? There's no real reason that could cost you. They're actually going to send it towards clear.
To be fair, that was the weapon that I believe was safe from last one. But regardless, E-Daters, the one reason you'd say is like justification for forcing here is because the lockdown isn't available to 2Tap, so you can try to make a situation where you open up the site for your team, but instead just give the rifle the clear. Why not get the first pick? Hunter's Fury underway. Doesn't find much out of that. Actually puts it away in case there's like a push on mid. Didn't feel confident on it. To take another shot. One, have a gun out. That's fair enough. Nobody from E-Daters pushing out to get that gun picked up from Gelato either. So we might see November do that later on. But for now, it's going to be all down to this lone KO on B side to try to hold down and long enough for the rest of E-Daters to flow low suit and get to the site to help defend it or perhaps make the retake happen.
No ultimates available on either side could really cost 2Tap because that could be the great equalizer. They have yet to push out of this garage position. The sonar's available for K if they throw this in and gain any information.
Clear.
Wait, are they going back towards A? Clear. He gets a kill. Shimale is down. The hero rifle's working out. It works out mainly off of that save as well. 2Tap, a double man disadvantage off of 2 different engagements by the Jet, are walking straight into both players. One of them have rifles, the other with a lot of utility here on the defensive side.
Great.
Nanoswarm popped at the perfect time. They drop the wall as oh my god, this is such a perfect position for the E-Daters to be in.
They have the tempo. They don't have the weaponry in the hands of November, but they have the accuracy. Finds the first frag so far.
Another as well. That will do it. A full house of frags as Clear finds their third. A double with the Sheriff as well. The E-Daters take ascent and take the semifinals. They'll move themselves on to the grand finals to play for the lion's share of that $8,000 between the top 2 squads.
Yeah, that was quick math. Good job. And also, shout out to E-Daters who started off that series really strong for 3 rounds. Started fumbling for the other side of that first half of Haven, but then just showed up and was incredibly strong for the second half, and then just was incredibly strong for all of us, essentially. So, especially the defensive side should be respected for whichever team to go against. We're still looking to see if that's going to be Zero Marksman Black or Core Red, but regardless, they're going to need to respect E-Daters' defensive side, respect the fact that Clear is a monster and is set up really well by the teammates. November on defense is insanely strong as well. This whole team definitely stepped up, and it's been fantastic to see in the semifinals.
It's outstanding to see their consistency between the two maps as well. They really gained control on the attacking side on top of Haven and then continued that towards the defense on the same map. I'm a little surprised that it was as concrete on Haven as it was, but hey, they deserve the win, and they showed just that as they sent themselves on towards a W through and through here, and I'm a little concerned for whoever they play up against in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be a tough match for them, that's for sure. I mean, Zero Motion Black is up 1-0 as a little update for everybody there, and we'll see if that goes into 2-0, but it was a close match. Core Red is definitely, or Core Red, sorry, is really good for sure. See how that plays out, but either way, Edators definitely has shown that they have earned their spot in the grand finals. Their adaptations and their confidence, their gameplay, gunplay, everything of the sort has been immaculate. And winning it on an eco round of all things too. The hero rifle saved and donated to the fragger, the Star of Clear, and the rest of the team, November, hitting 2 amazing headshots on the way in. That 2-tap was attempting. No timeouts from 2-tap to be noted, that I've seen. Something that could have been a difference maker for Haven. Maybe not for Ascent with how one-sided it seemed to be, especially on that second half.
I'm a little surprised that we didn't see as much from that side, but it looked pretty good overall. I'm not going to say entirely, but overall it looked relatively good for 2-tap. They walk away with $1,000. They've made it into money. They will walk away with it. But I want to take this opportunity to really shout out our production staff, because they have been outstanding through and through, making us feel comfortable. And one way you can feel almost as comfortable as we have is if you check out Mavix Gaming Chairs. Experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host where this is all being held. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics, as you and I have been talking about today and just yesterday, to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and you can even use code NSG55 to save $55, and you can shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. What we're going to do is we're going to send it to a little bit of a break. When we come back, it's the grand finals. We'll see you then.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
My name's Michael Aboud. My alias is AGM, and I play for Team Complexity.
Where do you get on? Getting on top of that one is big, but AGM still winning with a hold strong all the way at the back, and that's how the wall bang to end things.
We were supposed to go to the Denver LAN you guys hosted in the beginning, but we decided to boot camp for DCT instead. So as soon as we heard this LAN coming up, we knew we were 100% going. LANs are a really nice experience. You get to meet people you've always talked to online and stuff like that. Coming to compete is something everybody should do. It's something everybody needs to get used to, especially if you want to play the game competitively. So when pro teams or like signed teams and stuff are looking for tryouts and stuff like that, we always look at the the spike or DLR to see what they play, how they played, how many matches they played and stuff like that. So tournament exposure is definitely needed, especially if you're trying to take that next step. So just getting matches under your belt is the best way to get a tryout. Even if you just want to have fun with friends, it's a fun weekend to just come out and just play some Valorant.
Spaceship. Spacey ship.
Groups, brackets, all of it's done other than just one. It's down to our final best of 3 here in the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN for Valorant. I'm Time to Light. That very handsome man right there is Chad Lantis. It's our final best of 3, Chad. How you feeling?
Feeling great, man. I think we're going to end this game strong, this entire LAN. Zero Marksman Black coming off of a lot of hot 2-0 so far. I don't think they've even dropped a map yet. No, they haven't even dropped a map yet as we see the bracket on the screen. E-Daters doing the same, though, so this is going to be a fun finals to watch. Zero Marksman Black starting off the entire LAN as the favorites overall. Some teams like Illusion and Core Red were a little bit more known and could put up a fight, lead as well. But some bug teams coming in, such as 2taps, that people don't really know much about. But overall, they've proven themselves to be valiant contenders for this grand final. So Zero Marksman Black should not come into this grand finals thinking they just get away for free, because there's definitely a valid opportunity for E-Daters to take this one away.
It'd be a large road ahead for the E-Daters, unfortunately, for the squad. We do have a very stacked squad on the Zero Marksman side. Speaking of said stacked squad, it's the first time we've seen them since early yesterday. It's been a little while since we've gotten to take a look at the squad. Enjoy, Mina, Sloth, Bjor, and Lear. Keep an eye out for Bjor playing that Omen, by the way.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye out for Enjoy as well, a player who pops off a lot, not in some crazy flashy environments like with a jet race, things like that, as often as some people like Mina might, but Lear, Sloth, great utility usage, setting up the team, things like that, very solid. Enjoy, though, is like a low-key star player to not be looked beyond for sure. And on the side of E-Daters, we saw Clear being a similar situation where he was set up very well by the team members of K, Cluey, Stunny, for sure. November stepping up majorly, especially on defensive side of things, being a Sentinel player, of course, that would be natural, but definitely being done very effectively. So E-Daters, as we saw in the semifinals, definitely have great skill, but can they come together well enough to overcome Zero Marksman Black? Something that we'll have to wonder as we look at these maps coming through. Bind, Descent taking away first things through. Haven being picked up by E-Daters, not surprisingly, they performed very well of that overall, especially on the defensive side of things. And Split picked up by Zero Marksman Black, which is a map that might not be as easily done for a team that isn't as experienced as Zero Marksman Black. So try and put their experience to the test for that map pickup.
If you are on this E-Dater side, Haven is a must-win. If you go on to Split down 0-1, you are in an awful position. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not a great spot for you to be in. The close side, by the way, is ZMM Black. The far right side you can see is the E-Daters. And that very, very nice girl in the middle, if you saw her, she has the mask on with the little sweater, I think. I'm pretty sure I saw that correctly. That was Reno, who's our outstanding admin running things. She's currently messing with the computer, but she's... yeah, it is a sweater. Look at me. I have a fashion sense. Well, sometimes. My fashion sense is awful. But she's awesome. She's helping us, and look at that.
Thanks for the kiss,
we get a
man.
little kiss. Yeah, I know, right? How kind.
Very courteous. Nice vibes overall in the Fullerton LAN location. We saw on the other cam, and of course, there'll be E-Daters. That's on the bottom right corner of your screen currently, is that team being set up. Basically, been there this whole time, so they are looking to flow out, frag out, things all of the sort. I believe that's K in the middle, and I'm not quite sure who the rest of the squad is there for E-Daters, but still, it's one of those things where you go into LAN and everybody just has like anime profile pictures and stuff, so you're like, what do they look like? I don't know. And then you show up like, is that person? I don't know. And then you just have to ask some questions, find out. But we're not there on site, unfortunately. We're remote from home, so we'll have to rely on some on the scene reporters, I guess. Twitter could be a common location for information, but nevertheless, we're gonna go into Haven first, which we saw E-Daters not pull out anything unorthodox overall. And meanwhile, Zero Marksman Black being a team that hasn't really done the same. They've pretty much gone fairly standard all the way through for these maps. And yeah, I think it's going to come down to just whichever team can execute the best. Both teams running the breach these days. Omen being a big fan favorite. Chamber or Jet, of course. Great agents to use operators and make those big engagements happen for first blood opportunities, things of that sort. Chamber has been nerfed with that trademark being reduced down to 1, interestingly enough, and hasn't been as strong as a soloed Sentinel these days. A lot of people pair up for double Sentinel options instead, but I mean, if you can have good enough guesswork, it still works out just fine for the team.
I don't like guessing. You know, I'm no
Me neither.
expert in a lot of these games, nor a lot of these situations, because I just talk about video games, but if I am guessing in these situations, especially in a high impact situations, I don't know, just for a shot in the dark, like a $10,000 LAN grand finals where I'm looking to win $5,500, $2,500, I would want to know what I'm walking into. That's why Sova's so powerful, by the way, along with Fade. But I don't think Fade's going to be played here. Hey, nice timing on the W thrown up to the camera, by the way. I don't know if these players nor some of the teams know how well timed that W is. Of course, at the top right corner of the screen, you can see the direct feed we're sending to the venue because, Restream exists, and it's really cool how we have this set up. By the way, since we have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a spoiler, we do have a little bit of a tech issue. English is still hard, but we're fixing some things. We are getting some things solved. I would love to see how ZMM can kick things off.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of times that teams that are not as experienced as players, I can't say worse or anything like that because every player is really talented. It just comes down to team play and experience is usually the difference maker for these upper echelon of games and teams. But teams that aren't as experienced typically can have a good splash opening it up, but it comes down to whether or not they can keep up to pace on the terms of adaptations. It's usually the more experienced teams like Zero Marksman Black can adapt better, and that's kind of what we saw yesterday in the group stages. Zero Marksman Black would struggle in initial rounds a little bit just because some teams were taken by surprise, such as that very first game against 2inch, lost the first few rounds. We're like, whoa, what's going on here? But then Zero Marksman Black, they take a timeout, they think things through a little bit, they adapt, they overcome, and they looked incredibly dominant to close out those maps. So we'll have to see if that could be the case for today for Zero Marksman Black, or if EDators can find a way of adapting a lot better, which they had shown that they could do that up against 2Tap. But can they do that against the caliber of a team of Zero Marksman Black? That's yet to be determined. You can see that the fan favorites certainly are Zero Marksman Black. You see the two setups, and there's a big crowd around ZMB, but around the EDators, they got their homie on the backside, and honestly, that makes me want to root for EDators even more. Root for the underdogs. I like it. I believe in them.
I'm going to root for them. I don't know if I believe in them. Zero Marksman happen to be like a really good team, and they're extremely consistent with their results. So I'd favor them in this situation. I don't know how it's going to go through the series. I'm going to favor ZMM. It's either going to be a 2-1 or 2-0. I don't see a way in which the EDators pull out both Haven and Split for it to be a 2-0 in their favor, nor do I think they're going to be able to pull off Icebox in the end. Zero Marksman, it's an amazing map for them as a squad. You usually see the Viper played to perfection. Mistakes are very limited on the Zero Marksman side, which is a massive catalyst to their success, and that's really what differentiates the teams that are up at the higher echelons of T2 to those that sometimes are, I don't know, pug teams, or those that have just been starting out, or are just worse. But I digress. Again, a quick little note, considering we do have a little bit of an admin issue, considering PCs sometimes don't function, out of our control, unfortunately, I do want to take this moment to shout out our production staff because they are the unsung heroes of this broadcast. They're the reason that you guys can see the game, you can hear the game, you can see the crowd in front of you. Notably, Boone, our production director, who is on site, is assisting everything. He's actually sitting at a booth just off screen to the right of this current POV. You saw Reno, who's sitting and standing actually behind the teams, making sure they can get into the game. Raven and Sappho are POV and free cam observers respectively, with Will English running production, and Grave coming all the way over here from Rainbow Six Siege and Challenger League yesterday, running your replays. And finally, One Green Tea, Jorge. Just, I want to give Jorge a hug for how awesome he is, for being an awesome admin. He's so cool. He's a nice guy.
Man, shouts to you too for remembering all the names and making sure everybody's covered. That's awesome. Big plays, CTL. Big plays. Just like the big plays we're going to be seeing soon enough as we're figuring out some admin side issues, some text things like that. Good old LAN stuff. Want to make sure there's competitive integrity, everything of that case. Love the waves. Thanks, Kay. Appreciate the waves. I think that's to her team, but you know, I'm going to assume that's for us as well. But yeah, we're gonna, as Kay's waving around and walking around, we're also gonna wave around and leave ourselves off to a break to just take a moment, step away, collect our breath, drink some water, and figure out what things we need to do to fix this delay. And we'll be back just soon enough to get some awesome gameplay underway. See you then.
Welcome in and welcome along to the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN. This is actually the grand finals this time around, as you saw in our live venue feed. We had some tech issues, but the Pit Stop crew has come back and come out to play from the Nerd Street admin's back room and allowed us to now play our game. I'm time to lay that right there is Chad Lantis. Here's our map. We head to Haven as map number 1. Zero Marksman will start things off on the defensive side with the E-Daters taking the pink NSG logo, kicking things off in the attack.
It looks to be that we'll have a beer composition. November was on the sky last time we saw them on Haven, so I imagine they locked that one in. Otherwise, though, Breach being very staple in the meta these days, which I love that because Breach didn't find anywhere in the meta for a long time, but now we're seeing that on Haven, we're seeing on Fracture, and a couple times otherwhere else, but definitely becoming a little bit more of a staple pick here. I do like running Sky alongside the Breach because while the KO provides some utility as far as information gathering on top of things, the Sky does a little bit better with the Guiding Lights giving you the audio cues and the Trailblazer giving you visual confirmations. So she'll give that not Sova option a little bit better for the team. So it all works out really well. There's also 3 flashing agents to work with, 2 agents that can go for aggressive, eager peeks, and just a lot of playmaking all together, good setups for each other. So it should be a good time overall. We'll just have to see which team can perform the composition better.
I'd expect, just at face value, Zero Marksman to do so. Now, again, we've been talking about this throughout. You can go back on our little podcast during the tech issues just a few minutes ago if you want to take a look at that. It was Zero Marksman that we favored. I don't know how to expect this first map to go. E-Daters did choose it. They looked fairly good up against 2-Tap, but notably their attack wasn't as good as it probably should have been. They're starting off in the attack, and they have to drop Zero Marksman early, or Zero Marksman are going to punish that. But it's map number 1 of our grand finals, the pistol round about to kick underway. Chad, you ready?
I'm ready, man, and I think E-Daters are ready as well as they're rushing straight up into B site clear, getting the very first plant perhaps down. No, wait, that would have been a free plant.
They're doing it again. They're doing it again. They fake it over towards the B side and send it in towards C. The sound cues there, though, is Enjoy looks to pressure across. The shots, though, not landing, and they back away. It'll be a 5 versus 5 retake to kick this one off. November, though, in a good position. Will get shot from behind, though, if they're not too careful. Lear jumping across the flank, though, as Mina is in a good position to deal with that. That's the opener. Zero Marksman taking early control, but there's a flank behind them as well. The flank to the flank. As the flank comes through, Cluey is dropped. It's 2 moving their way through the garage. They're trying to stick this defuse. A good flash could allow them to PK. Flashes 3 players, but not enough as Enjoy drops both. Zero Marksman take the opening pistol.
There goes Enjoy getting a double headshot, just clean execution to finish off the end of that round. That player that I talked about a little bit earlier, in case you missed the podcast, of being somebody who, while Amina does a lot more flashy plays and they very successfully at that, Jonas 6, Lear, and Bjor also are all incredibly talented players. Joy is one who very low-key just hits all the shots, it seems, and just doesn't ever miss. Is kind of one of those players who just is always there making good plays, and that's somebody we'll be looking at moving forward as well. I understand the idea of doing a bait plant on B site, rotating around to pull somebody off of C site kind of a situation, but it just didn't work out in the end because of timing and a little bit of execution problems on the post plant. Enjoy. We saw this during the group stage as well, just holding this angle and clicking heads. On the bad end of things, the worst end of things, want to say both of those words at the same time. That's how it goes. Sometimes English language is Lear get some information gathering from Trailblazer, and that's why we're using Skies instead of KOs, especially for that reason. And now everybody else is trying to play for Garage, which is one of the points of condition from E-Daters up against 2-Tap we saw earlier on. Joy falls off. Bjor's still here, but E-Daters does not know that information.
The guiding light as well. Lear, the flash around, finds 2, looking for the 3rd. They're aware of Stunny's positioning, but Stunny gets the trade there. Unfortunately, the Shrouded Step just not quick enough, as Mina will drop him 2 straight for Zero Marksman. An unfortunate end to that round for E-Daters. They really don't do the economic damage that you'd like to see, especially out of a second round where you can force Zero Marksman to fully purchase up into this. That's not the call for Zero Marksman. They really do not have to. It's the bonus for them. They win this, they really start to take control here on Haven.
Very clean execution for sure. Very healthy as well. Only 1 lost thanks to a very nice shot by Stunny, to be fair. But overall, Zero Marksman Black showing a lot more prowess and control over the map right now on their bonus. They want to be a lot more aggressive over through mid, it seems. But no, Didn't like the initial peak and fell back, but Jonah 6, amidst the fall off, does find a first kill onto clear and makes it out just barely in time.
He can cross as well. They allow him to cross. Mina pushing through, will get the kill from behind. It's Bjor to actually steal it through the wall, no less with the Spectre. But that could be 2 rifles recovered, at least 1 for sure. The second, certainly a possibility, but an unknown risk. An unknown quantity is never good. I've never liked algebra. X and Y never really going my way. But E-Daters, taking unknown gunfights, not going their way either.
Challenging for Garage. It's definitely a point of focus for E-Daters that we saw early on. They had a little bit of mixed results on the offensive side of things, and this was the weaker side of the map today, despite it being the stronger side yesterday, which is interesting enough. And it seems to still be a little bit of a weak point as Mina finds a frag onto Sunny as well. He couldn't quite clear the left corner. That was spiked down as well, which is incredibly unfortunate for E-Daters. So now Zero Marks back, just rotating on and just making sure that's controlled. Louis baits it out a little bit, takes down Lear, trying to get map position, but Jonah 6 takes down. November is all down at Cluey, all alone, and Joy had the backside of things as well. So Zero Marks Black overall still having good map control and still holding the bearings a lot better than E-Daters, winning out their bonus round of things. 6-0 for Mina, 3-0 for Jonah 6 and Joy with a couple assists for them as well. And Zero Marks Black with Seekers in hand, looking incredibly dominant thus far.
One thing I really want to highlight about that is not only do Zero Marksman Black win their bonus, they take 4 rifles into the next round without purchasing any of them. This is a perfect economic situation for the team that was really already favored coming into this, and the E-Daters are broke. They're down by 3 rounds. This is their own map pick on the side they should be performing better on. Compounding problems, and without many compounding solutions there for the E-Daters. There is 1 kill back, though, the guiding light to back away for Lear, actually looking to push forward, trying to take a first flight, does just that, doesn't find a kill, though, does finally a 1-for-1 trade, 3 for 2 overall in the round as Jonah 6 finds yet another. The paranoia misses, the shots from Jonah 6 do as well, so luckily the E-Daters stay up and truly in this one, as it's a Sheriff being held out by the sky, and Sunny plants a spike but won't stay alive farther than that. It's a 1 versus 2 as November recovers a rifle and is now left alone in the 1 versus 1. Enjoy uses the information, but the flash over could allow the peek. Whoa! It does, but they don't pop the flash. Enjoy finds the kill. Zero Marksman find 4 straight.
Wow. And that's just Enjoy right there, doing Enjoy things. It's like so subtle of what they did, but it's immaculate that they've pulled it off, of realizing that the bird would go for the quick flick to bait, to just dodge the flash if it pops, but realizing the trajectory is like, oh, flick's gone. It didn't pop, but based on the speed, I'm just going to swing back around. It's going to be behind me at this point anyway. Take the shots and hit them instantly, and that's just low-key, just a really freaking solid player, man. 4-0 as well, and I have to give credit to E-Daters of improving. They got the equivalent amount of kills in that 1 round that they did in the entire 3 rounds beforehand, 4 to be of that. But Enjoy still deathless so far and still solid, holding down as like a rock for this team. And now the Seeker still online, Bladestorm as well, and only From the Shadows work with for the side of E-Daters, which is a little bit hard, a little bit of a nuance of an ultimate to pull off effectively. Sunny, though, does see the steps of your push by. Anything know about Mina? Oh. Not quite. But Clear does get a little bit of a success in Garage. So does November.
Nice double. The trademark dealt with, so no slowing effect put through. The Seeker's thrown out. That gains information, but the Bladestorm popped on this defensive side could be a catalyst to a lot of success, assuming they gain the control. Chewy throws the rendezvous away, so can get away if they need to do so. The flank being set up by Enjoy, the opposing chamber looking to prep that themselves. 2 in towards the B link, the other across towards window. Mina with the opener, dropping clear and refreshing those knives, but needs more kills and just has not found them. Does on towards Cluey. That's a 3K on the round. The guiding light avoided, and they can get aggressive yet again. The dark cover put down. The fault line goes through as well, alongside the guiding light and the aftershock. All the utility being thrown in here for the attacking side, and the aftershock lands, but the spray just is not. November finds 1, needs to find more though. Enjoy repositions, finds 1, does not find the second. It's a clutch for November and a first round for the E-Daters.
Unfortunately for them, they do lose out the weaponry, so despite winning, they won't have the most amazing of buys, but it will still be a pretty good one overall. Zero Marksman, though, plenty of economy. A glass cannon pickup from Mina. Very ambitious, but see if it can pull it off. going to go ahead and challenge that from the A side of things, completely stacking up to A. It's a hard read from them. Quite the gamble for sure. But based on the positioning of V-Daters, we even don't know if that's where they will end up going.
The aggression seems to be wanting to pressure towards A, and if you lose B or C, retake. Cluey dropping Enjoy means C has fallen, yet E-Daters don't particularly know that just yet. The rotate's coming through relatively quickly, but I don't think it'll be quick enough. The Trailblazer gaining all the information, using it as a drone, essentially, and with Cluey watching that flank and in a good position to do so, this should be a relatively free plant. It will be indeed. The C site has fallen, the spike has been placed down rather than dropped, and the E-Daters are in an outstanding position, contrary to what we've seen in the first 4 rounds. It's been turned back now in 2 in a row. That'll even be the save for the Zero Marksman. No real reason to pressure this when you have no chance to do so.
Massive round from Cluey high key, and this is a situation that's a little bit opposite of the narrative we established, and opposite of what we are used to seeing in these situations, where the more experienced team is the one that had the better start of things, and it's the team that's not as notorious that's the one who is making good adaptations and making quite a comeback happen. They lost the round 2 rounds ago. That was a unlucky timing there, but nevertheless, they lost the round 2 rounds ago, but it was a very bloody one that they nearly won it out on. It came down to a 1v1, then they won the one last, and now they won this one pretty handily. Well, the last one was a little bit close, so it's progressively getting a lot better for E-Daters. And Zero's Marksman, the way they invested into the last round, they will still be able to buy up here. Mina still with a glass cannon option, but you have to see that their economy will certainly be broken if they lose this one out.
David Gother's rifles were vital for their economy. They don't save those over. They're not able to buy as a squad. That's really where they sit. It does help that Enjoy had the tour de force in the previous round, allowing them to buy up for themselves in this. That was more of an economic situation for them rather than an, hey, I want to get aggressive by choice down C long. Mina wants to get aggressive by choice through C garage and drops clear early. No opener for the Jet. Seems like the Doppelgangers have traded opening kills for the previous 2 rounds, the Chamber in the previous, the Jets this time, but the Zero Marksmen find the man advantage.
Got the spike.
Rendezvous is available for Enjoy, holding down the A long by themselves, so they would be perfectly fine. And they also have a fast rotation options as well, which is a really good call for the allocation of personnel for Zero Marksman. Cluey couldn't quite get that shot. Perhaps if that door was shattered already, could have at least done damage. That was looking close to the head there, but nevertheless, the smokes have been dropped. Bjor holding down C site, and the rest of the team ready to go in any direction they need. It looks like it's going to be C site though at the very end of things, but they're all grouped up E-Daters. They have a breach. Utility Seekers telling the tale, and their paranoia at the ready to make this a tough take for the E-Daters. They committed?
Honey, committed it. Why doesn't he cancel it? Bjor finds a double. The audio cues were there. They should have used it as a pseudo drone, yet they use it to get them killed. November's on a singular point of HP and will fall to the first tick of that aftershock. It was a true 1 HP scenario, and it's a true flawless round for the Zero Marksman, as the Black Squad continue on their reign of terror, picking up right where they left off. Look at this opener. And to close it out, it was a questionable call there for the E-Daters. I mean, I understand wanting to use from the shadows to get to the back of sight, but committing to it when 2 or 3 people are looking your general direction, much less in your overall vicinity, that's a questionable call.
Yeah, especially while fully blind too. Like, I would just leave. 100%.
I mean,
all
that would
good.
be me in these lobbies. I kind of suck, so I don't entirely, but it is what it is.
All good, man. We're all human. We either win or we lose, and or win or we learn is the better way of saying that. Sorry. Anyway, E-Daters now are getting access to site. There's a lot more of them here than Zero Marksman, despite being a Nico round for them. They traded out as well. Bjor trying the best to stay alive as long as possible. Nice fancy feed around the smokes. Finds the barrel of the gun of Clear and gets the nice timing on K as well. Finding themselves in 4 versus 2 situation. Last 2 members, E-Daters, trying to hold it out as best they can. They have the spike in hand, but that's all that Sunny has is just the Sheriff and the spike. A couple smokes. The long-range Sheriff play is not going to be very nice to work with. Jonah 6's Vandal would do a lot better of a job as Zero Marksman Black up to 6-2.
An outstanding reinitiation back into the site as well. Jonah 6 using that rolling thunder to allow the push, and it does help when you get a little bit of clipping on your side, when you can see the opponent's gun, but they can't see through the smoke, and you can see them. Free kill, nice another swing around just the same. Outstanding round overall from Zero Marksman, now up 6-2, picking up right as the E-Daters did with 2 in a row. They are now looking for more, and unfortunately the E-Daters on this attacking side really just not up to snuff. It's similar to as they were back in map number 1 of the previous series, where their attack wasn't great. Their second half on the defensive side was pretty good, but up against the Zero Marksman, that's such a challenge to keep consistent, especially on such a coordinated team.
To see if K can get to a good position. Basically, need to figure out where 1 or 2 members of Zero Marksman Black are, and then pop that Rolling Thunder flow through. But that's easier said than done, and who's to say if there might be more of them? So it's, yeah, it's always a little bit of a gamble if you go very aggro through the Rolling Thunder. Pop some flashes, lead the way, things like that should be fine. Zero Marksman Black really looking to get some information, clear out the steers, get some of that map control fought through, but confirming those couple members here, they want to just fall back a little bit. Okay, we got enough information. Let's fall off a little bit and get in position to help out our team in case a fast execute happens towards B or C. And that may be the case if Yor can't stop it off.
We're in a good position to swing this, though. Sunny tries a gamble flick, doesn't land. That time it does, dropping Bjor. Even with the flick, it does indeed land. C has now fallen. A good retreat using the rendezvous, as they really do not want to fight this, at least not early on in the ZMM side. They are looking to reinitiate, and quickly at that. Chewies ran straight into the trademark. That's information gained here for the Zero Marksman. Enjoy cannot make it to cover, though. The swing from Jonah, it finds 1. Information onto the second, and a third as well. The swing, though, from November misses absolutely everything, and clear on low HPs, now in an awkward situation. Fault line in towards garage. That gains information and hits the stun. Perfect positioning here for the defensive side. The swing through, dropping Cluey as well. Clear on 1 HP. Will find absolutely nothing in the round. Zero Marksman find everything they could ever want and even more with the spike defusal. It's 7 now for the Marksman as the E-Daters continue to dwindle.
Jonah 6 was a monster that round, holding down the site solo, destroying the post plant setup of E-Daters that were a little bit spread out, especially since everybody on site was cleared out by Jonah 6. E-Daters definitely should try to figure out a way of shoring up that challenging positioning, swing together, things like that. But the shots were really good. Jonah forcing the teleport out by Cluey a little bit and was able to wrestle around some good timing 1v1s, a lot of time for the Zero Marksman team to rotate through and help finish off the fight at the very end, and that forces E-Daters into a bit of a save situation, and that head dink to Mina, because of the save, it won't get the kill. Clear falls immediately after. So does K.
It's another for Jonah, 2 for the breach. November does bring it back, a nice shot. The overgrowth is used to heal up Mina. 73 HP now left over for the Jet. The aggressive peek, looking for a frag. Could get caught with the timing here. November swinging and dying. Headshot, a little bit of overkill with an operator, no less. But Bjor playing aggressive up and over top. Used the shrouded step to get up here. Should be able to find the kill, maybe even 2. Sunny from the long angle, the 1 and the 2nd. The spray transfer along with the headshot onto Cluey just for good measure, and the Zero Marksman up onto 8 rounds already, looking to close this half out with double digits. And honestly, it's looking likely here, Chad.
It really is. Zero Marksman looking incredibly dominant. And E-Daters have had good looks. They had good time of things from rounds about 4 to 7-ish, but Zero Marksman Black, they made those adaptations. They realized, okay, this is what E-Daters did to adapt. We'll adapt as well, and they did that. E-Daters forced on the back foot, having to make some changes themselves, but they haven't been able to figure it out just yet, and a lot of it is thanks to Zero Marksman Black's composure, largely. E-Daters had good looks, even got to see site set up, but we're a little bit uncoordinated in that moment, and now with Enjoy holding this angle that we saw before, did come to fruition beforehand, he went right back to it with the rendezvous setup. They'll teleport out, holding the angle, but the peak was a little bit late, and Sunny was ready for it. Beautiful headshot there for all 3 there, Mina.
dropping the Seekers all in one shot. The Rolling Thunder for the retake, though, before anything even initiates. The reverse Rolling Thunder. The Shrouded Step avoids it, though, and Lear finds a double before it comes to fruition. On the back line, everything now going the way of the Zero Marksman. Yes, the sight is down, but so is the spike, and not in the way the E-Daters would like. Jonah 6 playing inside of the heaven, avoiding that aftershock in the close corner, can do so cleanly, and now get re-aggressive over towards long. Jonah 6 dropping K. She, unfortunately, has no chance in that encounter, and November now left alone in a 1 versus 3. The swing from below will indeed drop him. Mina closes out the round. Zero Marksman put 9 on the board.
Last round before the switch, Jonah 6 at 14-3 and 8, man. I'm pretty sure Breach assists are still bugged. If I might have missed a quick little hot patch or something that might have fixed it, but last I checked, not all the utility even credits for assists. But either way, that's a lot. Like, even if that is accurate, that's still a lot regardless. Mina having a fantastic showing as well. This entire roster of the Marks of Black performing so valiantly. 9-2 already. And we have to keep in mind, E-Daters does look better on defensive side of things, but are they going to be better enough to overcome a potential 9-2 now that Enjoy got that first frag to start off this last round and a half?
I'd like to say that E-Daters have a shot in this. Their defensive side was relatively good and overall really strong in the grand scheme of things up against 2-Tap, but is that going to continue up against Zero Marksman? That's the real question. For anybody wondering, they got 6 rounds on the attacking side up against 2-Tap and then closed it out 13-9, if I recall correctly. Well, ZMM, in this situation, have already found said 9 rounds and haven't even started their attacking side yet. Jonah looking to prep the fault line. That should find somebody. It does. The swing from Lear finds one. Jonah steals the second possibility. It's down to 2. The Paranoia misses as it's avoided by Clear on that far side. Not Clear. Stunny now close range. Looking for a frag. Doesn't find. Oh, and Mina on the swing. It's Cluey in a 1 versus 5. An ace clutch situation with no tour de force. 6 headhunter bullets and no spike in hand. They're collapsing onto him. He won't even find a kill. It's a flawless round from the Zero Marksman. An almost flawless half. They're looking to make it a near flawless map as we send it to the second half. First half of play, a 10-2 split as the Zero Marksman Black squad reign supreme Wow. They move on to the attacking side, the normally advantageous side on Haven no less, with a massive advantage. The E-Daters have a road to climb back. I'm Time to Light, still here with the one and only Chadlantis from kind of Atlantis. Chad, how's Florida?
Florida, it's definitely a mystical land, it seems like sometimes, that's for sure. As we're going into the second half, some mystical gameplays might be what E-Daters needs to hold on to things on this defensive side, but so far they've had a bad read as do not take the rendezvous, please. Gluey. That would be a death sentence for sure. As they decide not to do that, hear all the footsteps, and that would be a crazy thing. They don't do it. So they got the spike planted over to the B side. They go very aggressively towards A link, put some forward position. The headhunter is good. The flash is also very good. Lear managed to stay alive. Meanwhile, on the B side, it becomes chaos.
Lear does drop one, a second as well across onto Lear. It's everything going the way of the E-Daters. Cluey with 3 and a strong comeback into it. K will defuse, she'll get an extra ult point, and the E-Daters on to 3. A vital pistol round win. They lose that, they probably lose the game almost immediately, but they haven't, and they won't, at least not just yet. Don't count the Zero Marksman out, nor the E-Daters, as they now have a way back into this. They'll buy fully rather than just low SMGs and low armor, as they need this round win, the next round win, and the following 10 should they want to win in regulation without even giving ZMM a round. They need 10 of 11 for regulation, and 9 of 12 to tie us up.
That's
yeah,
a
math
lot.
Is hard. I don't know. You get the general idea.
Long story short, they needed to win a lot of rounds in a row. So the E-Daters, I want to restate that they definitely did look far better on the defensive side of things earlier today in the semifinals. So I would imagine they would do the same here, but 10-2 better, hard to say. Off to a great start. Lear didn't quite get the kill, but at least a bias shot will help. As luckily for Mina, they bought up the light armor, so they'll survive to move on for the round. Doesn't get healed up though, which I would imagine it means that Overgrowth was not purchased for this round.
Understandably so. It's a second round. Overgrowth usually not needed. Well, it is always needed, but never fully invested into. A spike plant would be nice here for Zero Marksman. A post plant would be astounding to see. Cluey playing inside of Heaven. The aftershock used, that should be late. No, it forces them off the plant, and Jonah 6 will have to re-aggress. Mina playing inside of the smoke is just stuck in this close corner. Actually cannot see, but does wait, and it's used properly. The Paranoia also gets some friendly fire, so Mina was nearsighted in the same right, but they don't clear the close corner. They do finally, and Mina is known. The swing is there, but K takes some damage regardless. Bjor looking for the refrag, only finds a headshot onto November. No body shot follow-up, so only damage done. Lear still in a good position to deal with this. Out goes that guiding light, and it finds very little. A good retake from the E-Daters, but it was a costly one. They dropped down to 2 players alive. Clear was on low HP, could have been taken out as well, but they'll find the follow-up round, and the Zero Marksman do a decent bit of economic damage and bring an economy back into things as they get the spike plant and look to fully purchase.
Yeah, all things considered, that was a great eco round. I mean, most times you don't win it, and if you get 3 kills, that hits the economy, gets the plant, like you said. Now that you go into the buy-up, things are looking pretty good. Couple of those moments, it really was the kill didn't happen because it was an eco. Like, they still got the first shot on the head, things like that, and guns weren't good enough. Still have plenty of rounds to work with, 6 in the head, so Zero Marksman Black still in control of this game overall, despite this half not quite going their way thus far. E-Daters, though, if they can manage to win this round, then things will be looking actually a lot brighter for them moving forward. Spike is down alongside the trademark. So Zero Marksman Black poising to just try to get some presence, get some information, map control, maybe a pick or 2 along the way, and see whether they may need to rotate there. For E-Daters, meanwhile, leaving their trademark over towards B, otherwise leave it completely open. Nice little tap from Cluey. Didn't quite find the head, unfortunately, for them, but still get some info, get some damage off, and lives to continue on the round.
Look at all the control gained by the Zero Marksman, though. It's such a precarious position for the Edators to be in. The Aftershock to force out the close corner. The fault line thrown through as well, alongside the guiding light. Everything being committed here for the Zero Marksman. They want to take control here towards the A side, but a good rendezvous will keep the chamber alive only for the time being. It'll be a full 5 versus 5 retake, and a vital one for the Edators to win their bonus and massively impact the Zero Marksman economy. Could be pivotal for them, but with the Tour de Force locking down CT, it's an awkward position. Chewy wins the fight regardless. The paranoia on the far side could allow the peek through. Good guiding light that will blind out everybody. November gets the kill across onto Mina, and the Aftershock forcing out the position from Lear, who does try to re-aggress but does not find the kill. The aggression up above from Clear finds the kill through, and Cluey gets the kill across. The Headhunter is just better, as are the Edators on the defensive side. They bring themselves up to 5 and start to push themselves back into the map.
Massive round for Edators, and honestly, from this point onward, we have a match in our hands because the economy for Zero Marksman Black has been shattered. They go back into an eco round, which we know what eco rounds can mean sometimes, and Mina is still able to buy a hero rifle, so it still will be a threatening round from Zero Marksman Black, but Edators certainly have proven that they are here to compete, especially on this defensive side of things. Massive shots and massive team play from them. They seem a lot more coordinated than they did on the defensive side. So much like they seem to have heated up during the semifinals, getting better and better from there, seems to be the case yet again. A very similar situation. However, they have a lot more of a hill to climb than they did in the semifinal match for Haven. Right now, Cluey needs to keep on clicking those heads, especially with this crossfire for Clear. Player's been a little bit quiet so far, but K steps in, gets some frags, and Mina, the hero rifle, still alive. Shut down finally in the B site. The shorty will not be good enough, and suddenly a 1 versus 2 situation that Jonah 6 wins the 1v1, but they don't know about Stunny.
No
they
way!
swing for the shots, and they click the heads. Jonah 6 clutches it out at the very end. Zero Marksman Black back in the winning column.
What is that round from the Zero Marksman? They completely get dropped in a round they have a massive weapon advantage in just back in round number 15, and then round number 16 they slap down the Uno reverse card, walk onto the B side with a weapon disadvantage. Jonah 6 brings out the Sheriff, becomes the judge, the jury, and the executioner without the shotgun even in hand, and Zero Marksman push themselves on to 11. The Edators now in an awkward position in terms of their own economy, losing a round they were not expecting to do so. You never really expect to lose, at least not if you're a team like the Edators, but a strong finish to the round for Zero Marksman means now the Edators are in a weird spot. Good rolling thunder, forcing back the position from that. Omen and Sunny has to be stunned out of that. The Shrouded Step only saving them for a small period of time. The no scope from that Tour de Force finds absolutely nothing. And Lear with 2, looking for the third, finds just that. Zero Marksman go from a clutch 1v3 to a flawless 5v0 and on to map point here on Haven.
Yeah, you can see the Edators' confidence seems to maybe be crumbling, the composure losing sight. Zero Marksman Black just overwhelmed them in that round in a way that I thought we might have been looking at a replay reel if I wasn't paying attention because of how fast those kills were coming through and the Chelsea observers were catching all of them because that was crazy speed. And Zero Marksman Black looking to be in a commanding lead, 12-5, match point for map number 1 of this best of 3 grand finals. This is for their winning share of a $10,000 prize pool. Mega points for this Nerd Street Champs season as well. Zero Marksman Black looking in complete control.
Map point here for ZMM, and it's a retake situation onto C, one of the more difficult sites to retake considering positional advantages gained by the attacking side, but a good opener from Cluey in towards mid, dropping Lear, means you can open things up. In goes the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't clear the back corner though. Bjor gets the kill. Kay looking for the flash as she can clear out Bjor, but doesn't flash him out. The paranoia does hit her though, and she's now in an awkward position, mainly dead. Cluey, 1 versus 2, the swing across, a good kill back the other way as the Shrouded Step straight into the position of this chamber. 1 versus 1 up against Jonah 6, the fault line. It misses as Cluey makes it out of that line of sight just barely. The AoE not reaching that far, but it's such an awkward position down C long. The bait from Jonah continuing to land and continuing to work in his favor. The swing is there. Jonah 6 hits the shot, and Zero Marksman win Haven.
Wow. That is an incredibly impressive showing by Jonah 6. Would you believe me if I said Jonah 6 is also the IGL of this team? Because
honestly, with how cracked he is, he's got to be telling himself what to do. There's no way.
At least.
That's nuts.
It's crazy. I mean, that was the cleanest 1v1 post-plant scenario we've ever seen. Like, that's just literally playing it perfectly. It's exposed. You can't defuse while hidden. Just keeps jump peeking, jiggle peeking. Like, literally, what can Cluey do there? Like, you can't just stick it. There's no smokes to use, nothing. No utility for a chamber in that scenario. So, Jonas explained that perfectly. At the very end, of course, it would be him to close it out after pulling off a crazy 1v3 scenario earlier on, making big clutch moment happen. And yeah, Zero Marks in Black, there was some good signs from Mediators here and there, but overall, definitely can see why Zero Marks in Black was the favorite team going into this grand finals.
It's nuts to see how consistent Zero Marksmen were. Other than the first 3 rounds of that half, it's a pistol round, a conversion round, and a bonus round. The bonus round, I'm a little surprised they pulled it off, but why not pick up an eco round past that with a sheriff in hand in a 1 versus 3? You know, Jonah 6 just casually winning 2 of the final 3 rounds himself. He's nuts. Consistency is key. And one set of people that are very consistent in their quality brought to you are Mike and Ike. Take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or even Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help you fuel your game and keep you playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. But that's going to do it for map number 1. There's still at least 1 map to play, if not 2. It's a massive upset required now for the E-Daters as we head into Split. It's the map pick of ZMM and possibly our final map of the series and the LAN as a whole. We'll see in a bit.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back to the Nerd Streets Summer Champs Fullerton Valorant LAN. Map number 1 going the way of the Zero Marksman. Haven, the map choice of the E-Daters no less. 13-5, the finish. And Chad, you have to feel for the E-Daters because they're now heading on to Zero Marksman's map pick of Split. It's a map that is not always played by everybody, and up against a team that has more experience than just about everybody at this LAN. I would not want to be the E-Daters right now.
Yeah, we see a thing in Valorant a lot of times that teams just don't win their map picks. However, this is a scenario where, because of how Split is a map that's a little bit hard to execute if you're not coordinated with your team and very well practiced, very well experienced, the fact of how dominant Zero Marksman looked on the map win of Haven, this is all just looking bad for E-Daters, especially with how much Zero Marksman Black was looking to be the favorites going into the series as well. So this is absolutely a very tough challenge for E-Daters, and a very good opportunity for these players to learn some things. And I love seeing the crowd gathering around E-Daters as well. Heck yeah, man. They've earned some respect. Love that. I mean, Cluey especially had some pop-off moments and they made some big plays happen. And the rest of the team, honestly, they didn't perform all that bad individually. It really came down to teamwork. It was a lot of times Zero Marksman Black saying, and also a little bit of an X factors throughout, especially on the hands of Jonah 6 for the first map.
I'm just gonna give you a nice TLDR for all of you who missed map number 1. Jonah 6 is nuts. That's all you have to know. That's all there is to know. Jonah is cracked. And playing the initiator role of Breach no less, allowing yourself to peek using the fault lines very effectively. The flashes were outstanding. And notably, the Aftershocks found a few kills here and there as well, just for good measure. I think the Rolling Thunders speak for themselves. Probably one of the best ultimates in the game, in my personal opinion, considering how much ground and space you create for yourself. It also stuns up anybody that you hit and sends them sky high. Ironically, Sky doesn't elevate herself, so that name not as applicable. But
Sky did on 2Tap's team.
True. True. He played the Jet, yet fell a lot. By the way, a little bit of a highlight about Sky back on 2Tap. You remember when Sky kept hitting his head, or hit his head that one time inside of CT on Ascent? I went into a custom game. Turns out there's a tree in CT that is a clipping issue when you try and elevate yourself. There's your fun fact of the day. Don't updraft in CT on Ascent. It's not going to work out for you. But into Split we go. My digressions aside, map number 2. I'm going to give you a prediction for the first time today, Chad. Okay. Zero Marksman's going to win.
Bold choice.
And yeah, I know it's really controversial. They really played, questionably on map number 1. It was a massive question mark for the squad as a whole. I know it's a whole question. By the way, sides are flipped. Zero Marksman start on the defensive side. But I'm really looking to favor Zero Marksman because Jonah 6, there you go. Thank you very much, Will. Jonah 6 starting off on the Raze. Lear on the Breach this time around is an awkward position for them to be in. But I'd really like to see Jonah 6 back on that Breach just for style points.
You know what's also crazy beyond everything else we already covered about Jonah 6 is the fact that Breach as an agent is typically the least fragger agent, because you can't pot flash yourself in or anything, and you don't get all the information like a Sova to really know where they are to get free shots through the walls and stuff like that too. So of all as far as initiators go, you typically see Breach being the lowest in the frags, and Jonah just popped off on that first map on Breach, which is, man, we'll see what they can do on Raze, which is designed to get frags for the team. That's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, we're seeing November over towards the Raze as well. Player who definitely seems proficient to get frags themselves too. And yeah, everything makes sense as far as how these players' play styles go and what agents to go towards. Right now, Elite looking to go with a very aggressive push through a lobby, and Joy couldn't quite connect to the heads. Bjor being suppressed and swarmed as Cluey finds the last frag on Joy as well. But hey, frag out. Got a frag on the K. Answer right back.
Good opener for the E-Daters. Exactly what they need, but they're rotating towards this B side, straight in towards clear. Clear, good shot across. Stunny in a good position, but they want to rotate through CT, and understandably so. The dark cover in a good position, but in goes the boom bot. Looking to clear at that close corner. That should land, but no, it goes right past him. The spike is planted, but it may not matter. Cluey now in a 1 versus 3. A clean retake as the spike was being planted, no less. And Zero Marksman take their defensive pistol for the second map running.
Yeah, for E-Daters fans, you hate to see Clear not get at least 1 kill over towards the stairs there, as all those members of Zero Marksman Black had no idea that Clear would be there clearly. But beyond that, even E-Daters still had a player advantage on top of it all. But the cleanest entry onto the site out of the smoke you could ever see is one player swings out to the right, looks left, the other player swings out left, looks to the right, crossfires for each other, covers each other's bearings, and trust their allies and comrades amongst that time. That trust goes a long way. That cohesion and synergy goes a long way, and that's one of the many reasons why Zero Marksman Black came out on top of the first map so dominantly. One of the reasons why they've been such a favorite, and definitely the reason that they came out on top in that first round.
If they win this, again, I'm looking to favor Zero Marksman so heavily. Good swing from Bjor, drops 1. Lear on the crossfire, finds 2 of their own. The fault line landing, and to full effect at that. It's down to just 2 here on the E-Daters side. Enjoy looking to swing in towards the Omen. Could get caught with timing. No, gets the timing themselves. Almost doesn't find the kill, but does indeed in the end. Clear is it a 1 versus 5? Does find the first. Nice shot. Does have 5 headhunter bullets remaining. Hey, that just means you have to hit at least 4 of your shots, and now only has 4 shots. 100% accuracy required, all being headshots. None will land. Lear with a 3K to close it out, and Zero Marksman keep 4 players alive in their post-pistol conversion.
It appears that that coordination is somewhat habitual for these players, as well as Lear challenges straight forward around the corner. Like, you're close to the corner. Lear doing so. Jonah 6 satchel packing over and blasting away on the high end and swinging out faster around the far end as well. And that just causes a distraction for Clear and makes it an easy clean up for Zero Marksman Black. Even in a 4v1 anti-eco situation, they do this kind of situation just to keep it clean and keep their economy looking nice and fresh. And it's those little things that go a very long way, and Zero Marksman Black does it like it's a habit. Not pitching out though. Aggressive on their bonus this November, shutting them down. Good for 3 in the mid of this map, and it's a little bit of a turn of events from what we saw in the last round.
And November gets the overgrowth as well. Bjor's getting aggressive over towards that A side, but Enjoy has yet to be cleared. Looking for another towards B long. Does make it out, but just barely. Has run out of headhunter shots. All but 1 have been expired. Still has a Spectre in hand, though. The swing does not land. They look to close down that wall before it solidifies and do break at least 1 panel, but that means they'll walk straight into the meat grinder. Luckily, he makes it out. The satchel goes through, but doesn't do as much damage because he's vacated the premises. ZMM, this is going to be one of their more difficult retakes thus far in the map. And, well, in the game.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, they made it happen with a player down 2 rounds ago. They do it now. Bjor challenging. They're not coordinated right now. November on for an ace, but it gets taken away by Clear. But, you know, fair enough. We'll take the win. We need the rounds. We want that prize, getting the first place here. This is Zero Marksman Black up 1 map already in the grand finals. Best of 3 situation, and already in the round leads situation for what could be the last map of this entire LAN time.
Yeah, and notably for all of you who are just joining us, this is a $10,000 LAN. Winners of this game make $5,500. Second place makes $2,500, and the winner automatically qualifies in the top 4 positions for the $50,000 LAN in the middle of August at the end of the season in Philadelphia. So keep that in mind. Winners don't have to play in the rest of the online nor LAN events should they want to qualify. If they don't want to, of course, they could still play for money should they choose to do so, but there's no real reason if you just want to qualify. But, you know, who doesn't like a little extra money? And the competition's fun as well.
And fame, you know, more credibility, and
true.
Yeah. Stay practiced is good to go as well. Scrims are one thing, but playing in a live environment is completely different. Zero Marksman down a player already, losing the Brimstone, which is an interesting pick that we can talk about later. But right now in the middle of a round, we can talk about how E-Daters have gotten mid-control and will be playing for A Heaven, but the trademark will announce their presence. Enjoy is alerted to it. Bjor as well. Crossfire setup, but they have to go out for this ramp. Not in time from Bjor. Good timing from Clear to get a pick. And you can already see the rotation for Zero Marksman Black with a nice read that will be playing for B site, but he won't have many players to fight for it, especially with Jonah6 falling to Cluey.
Perfect swing as well from Cluey, well timed dropping that raise, and you're looking at a good spot overall for the E-Daters. This should be a second round for them, breaking the bank of the zero marksman, and yeah, it will be a second round. There's not even going to try to aggress in this situation. Clear's made some noise though, and will die. On today's episodes of Time to Light's tips of advice in the game of Valorant, don't make sound cues when you have your knife out. Probably not the greatest idea, at least not when you have no information as to what's on the other side of said sound cue. ZMM, that's a good gun to take away, but it's only one kill throughout the entirety of the round. It really just prevents the flawless and nothing more. This should still break the bank for ZMM, but they're walking straight in towards the ZMM squad. Are the E-Daters? They avoid the fault line though, and they still want to take these rifles away. Understandably so, but at the same time, you really don't have the money yourself.
We're all tied up. Zero Marksman Black underway. And I want to talk about Brimstone now that we have a little bit of time. The fact that this controller alongside Omen doing a double controller composition, which is something we haven't really seen much in the past in Split, but we're starting to see a little bit more often for a Brimstone Omen meta, especially. So we've seen Astra Viper stuff in the past, of course, but now things have changed. Players went with just a Brimstone, just an Omen for a while, maybe just a Viper or something like that. But Brimstone Omen together, not super common, but something that's a nice look that we've seen lately. And Zero Marksman Black using that. Brimstone offers so much as far as hard lockdown, but it's a little bit of a bursty mentality. It's not sustained throughout the round. Omen a lot more of a sustained factor for using smokes and gives you a lot more positional opportunities. Brimstone for faster swings and rotations at that for the team. So across the two of them, the individually team-based, they can controlled, sustained, bursts, all of the same. Can do that all the way through whatever they need for the situation. I like that it's a combination now.
Leaders, what's the call for them? They have positioning towards both A and B, and 3 towards mid. 1 making their way in through the vents, but would have to walk straight into a trademark. That would give away audio and general informational cues, which would really dampen their mood. Jonah waiting here with... You do not want to walk into the judge. I'm sorry. Please do not walk into the judge. That's a good paint shell, but no, it gets clipped. Oh no, Valorant clipping issues. And Jonah6 can look in a good position. In goes the showstopper. It's shut down. There's 2 from Jonah. It is shut down, but Lear gets 1 of their own. Now in a standing position for the entirety of Zero Marksman. The swing from Clear, the information given over, looking for a second in towards Bjor. They walk straight into it and bind the kill regardless. Somehow don't die towards the Molotov. The Incendiary not landing as it needs to, but the spike has been dropped. That will do it. That's the round. Zero Marksman win a round they shouldn't have, lose a round they should. The story of my life.
I love that Mina tried to sell a bluff that, yeah, I'm going to shoot this incendiary far, as if nobody's off to the right. Surely nobody there either, right? But Clear was ready for it. Still got the kill anyway. Jonah6 shutting down the showstopper use as well there, which is a really big deal on top of getting spike control for the team. Massive round for Zero Marksman Black. So we're back up in the driver's seat for this game.
That's an outstanding showing. I love the replay as well from the long range. You can see the third-person perspective of them just walking in towards an awkward spot. By the way, shout out our replay op Grave and third-person POV observer Sappho, who both of them are nuts and have been very awesome throughout the entirety of this broadcast. We're approaching 7.5 hours, by the way, on this broadcast, and they've been outstanding for all of it, as have you, Chad.
Well, thank you. I honestly thought you said chat at first. I would have agreed, and then I realized you didn't.
Well, chat has been too. They've been relatively kind today.
Yeah.
Valorant chat
awesome.
being what it usually is. You guys have been awesome.
I'm pleasantly surprised. Thank you, chat. You've been doing great as well, Time, bringing us some of this action, the play-by-play, and a lot of analysis here and there in between as well. And now we see E-Daters taking mid control yet again, very consistently done. And we're seeing a lot of teams on defensive side of Split. Back in the old days, there's a hard contest and a hard hold for mid for the defensive side of things, but lately it's been a lot more of defensive teams just giving it up and controlling the exits.
Full Rolling Thunder committed? what is that call? And now, in tandem, Edators will run towards the A side. In goes the Showstopper. The commit from Jonah6, looking for a frag, decides to back away, and understandably so. The no-scope from Clear whiffs. The Showstopper up towards Heaven does as well. But Zero Marksmen are still in an outstanding position, regardless of the outcome of the Showstopper. Still looking for the frags. Mina throwing down the stim beacon, trying to get aggressive, but with just 12 seconds left, there's no real call. That's looking good here for the Edators. K left alone in a 1 versus 5. She can't do all that much. Unfortunately, she can't do anything at all. Mina 3K and a flawless 4th for the Zero Marksman, looking outstanding on the defensive side.
Definitely a clean execution there. I definitely agree that the Rolling Thunder and Showstopper both are very ambitious ultimates, but honestly, should Edators have funneled into be having a lot heavier, than that would be a massive play. You know, sometimes you see a play and you're like, oh, I don't know about that one, because hindsight's 2020. In the moment, that was a read that Lear went for. It could have been a massive opportunity. Nevertheless, it did send Edators off to A, and you can see that Zero Marks and Black responded as such. It's like, oh, I just ulted this and nobody's here. They had mid control. Be careful, A main, and immediately there's a response from Zero Marks and Black's teammates for Lear. And it was a good one at that. And now Bjorn catching K on the drop down, and she was a little left stranded because of that orbital strike. Couldn't see the assistance coming out from November.
Oh, enjoy getting the cone to Cluey and another onto Stunny as well. Finding the third. Why the heck not? November now to 1 versus 5. Picking up where K left off in the previous. The satchel not landing as it needed to. Looking to retreat. Does as well and finds a second in concession. But November still has 3 to find, 2 of them on full HP. The Chamber, the only one that's low, and they will actually be the one to find the kill. No, Mina's the one to steal that away. No comms on my end, unfortunately. ZMM still looking strong, and earlier you were talking about the Brim being a little bit of a questionable choice, and we were talking about that later. I want to talk about that right now, because, well, the Brim doesn't seem like the most conventional of options. It's a good bit of sectioning, especially on split where those smokes are always so pivotal. And yeah, the Omen's the conventional option, but sometimes you're just a little bit more comfortable on the Brim. The Incendiary helps out a lot, along with the stim beacons, and Mina, being nuts at the game, assists in that same right.
Yeah, I agree. And the only reason I would be questionable is because it's new and not very orthodox, but it may become an orthodox strategy as things develop on split in this current meta. As teams have been trying Astra still, and trying Viper still, but it seems like this could be the best pick based on how things go. And Mina continue to launch that smoke, make it hard for Edators to be able to get some confirmation of what's going on the site, force them back in the back line, being ready for it. But Spucky is just too good. The swing from K as well in a 2v1 situation as well. They have a resurrection as well, so they have full B-side coverage, but not garage, because that's something that Bjor won out through the 1v1.
The 4 versus 3 on the retake here for ZMM as well. The overgrowth's available. They could heal up November. It's exactly what happens. The fault line, though, forcing November off the angle. Bjor, seemingly aware the push is indeed and finds the kill. Smokes are available, as is the Paranoia and 1 Shrouded Step in terms of abilities for Bjor. Out goes one of those 2 dark covers, the other one up and in the board just within a few seconds. Stunny is stunned and flashed out. Can't see a dang thing. Now is dead and can't do a dang thing. K low on the far side, but November has a flank coming.
Wow.
Does not matter. Shut down from Lear in Heaven. They'll get on the spike with enough time on the clock. And the Zero Marksman, it was a 3 versus 4 retake. All 3 players live. An outstanding comeback into the round.
That movement from Jonah 6 at the end there was insane. Just buying time, being flashed, but just throw themselves around, making them a hard target to hit and allowing some time for the allies to take those kills down. And November got caught completely distracted by that rapid target. And also, shouts to Bjor as well, wanting to use the Paranoia before, just understand the situation. Let's just go ahead and use dark cover for that left lane, wait for the team to get there, and then use Paranoia alongside the flashpoint on top of things from Lear, just so we can have all bases covered. Everybody's going to be flashed, and then we'll exit on and execute onto the site. Everything looking very clean for Zero Marks and Black all around for that round, especially in tough situations.
Oh.
Enjoy, gets out and takes no damage on top of it all.
Oh my goodness. Enjoy looking for another as well. Does get paranoid out and nearsighted, so they have to back away. Clear, do they clear this? Seems like they will. Mina gets the kill regardless. Why not come out on top of that engagement? Enjoy barely stays alive. The Roomba being thrown in allows ZMM to create a little bit more space. They don't have any healing here on the defensive side, so it's an awkward position for them as a whole. But regardless, they still have a two-man advantage, and Jonah's playing that odd angle at the back of heaven, just waiting for the push across. K could be the first victim. Stunny in that same right could be as well. The guiding light has to be committed, and it does not seem like that's going to be the case. Jonah finds the first default line to allow the second peek, finds yet another, and Kluey also hit with the same fault line. What are the chances of that one? Not really consequential to the round, just a little funny in the grand scheme of things. Kluey now in the close range position. They're aware of his area. He swings, finds the first, needs to find 4 more though, and another 1v5 here for the E-Daters. Are they messing with him? They've got to be messing with him. They just didn't shoot at him.
Hard to say.
He finds a second. They had to be messing. I refuse to believe anything differently. They were totally messing with him.
Could be the case. Could be a little bit of mind games for sure. Zoomarksman Black still definitely in an ever-growing lead, as we can see. Stunny unfortunately got caught with just not having a gun out, using that wall, trying to get some coverage, and just try to do something with this team. The E-Daters mixing it up here and there, attacking different sites. They're not just running it down or anything of that sort. Just they kept running into a wall of Zoomarksman Black, just making overall great decision making. Just an experienced team that's like, okay, we've seen this before, we've seen this before, we've seen that before. So keep throwing us choices and chances, and we'll just keep adapting and responding to it efficiently. And that's basically the case of Zoomarksman Black. Like I said earlier, you either win or you learn. Zoomarksman, they've had their chances to learn before, and today they're coming out here to win.
E-Daters on the bright side doing a whole lot of learning, just I don't think in the way they would like. Not especially in a $10,000 LAN grand
Still a
final.
second.
But
If they lose. It's
true.
Still
Second place.
Worst case scenario, you still get over $2,000 for your team. Not bad.
True. You make a very, very good point. I would like to be E-Daters, but in the same right, in this game specifically, I wouldn't be. ZMM are in such a good spot. Why not go skeet shooting there? Enjoy. Looking for more. He rendezvous away, just barely staying alive, and will not be in the grand scheme of things. Lear gets the kill across onto Kluey. Clear, looking with that Bucky to try and get aggressive. Has to find a kill with it, though. The information now there on his whereabouts. Mina finds a kill across onto Stunny. It's just a close range position for both of them. Clear actually finds a double. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Just him up against ZMM's Raze. Clear looking for the frag across, but has to grab the spike and has to play aggressive towards Jonah 6. Cannot allow Jonah 6 to gain control as he sits inside of CT. The showstopper not available. A very fortunate position for Clear, who starts to plant default, but it's all a fake. As 4 seconds progress, he'll know, and Jonah 6 is about to get aggressive as well. He'll plant for the real this time, but Jonah getting aggressive. There's the swing, there's the kill. ZMM with 8 rounds and some tactical crouching and making sure the body's actually dead from Jonah will solidify the round for Zero Marksman.
Yeah, you know, on a LAN, we've had some tech issues, so you gotta make sure all your buttons still work, right? So why not try it out right now? Yeah. Great shotgun usage from Clear, for sure. Those were spicy shots. 8-2 for E-Daters being down. Having a rough go of things. We have seen them being overall a better team on defense. We sort of saw that a little bit on Caden, but
let's play.
Still, it's just you can't say anything other than this being looking like a one-sided affair thus far. Until now, November fighting back.
Hey, there's an opening kill going the way of the E-Daters. Everybody, hooray! I don't know. I'll take my turns back in games where I can get them. Jonah 6 trying to play a close range position. The guiding light doesn't hit him, and he'll find an opener. Lear from the back line finds another onto Stunning. The orbital strike forcing K out. She'll fall regardless of the orbital strike. November takes a little bit of damage to it and is actually about to walk into an incendiary grenade. Actually doesn't for as long as I thought they would, and finds the opening kill, but the spike is still down. It's a 3 versus 2. I would not want to be the E-Daters in yet another one of these situations. The Tour de Force is out, setting up a flank, but I believe ZMM have this in the bag.
E-Daters does have time to work with. 45 seconds still on the clock, so even though they don't have the spike, and then Zero Marks and Black are all set up right next to each other, it's going to be absolutely a tough task, but one that is technically possible, especially if Clear can get this first
No
frag
way.
here on the opening site here. With Bjor pushing through, they won't realize maybe that they're going to be over to the right.
30 seconds
Oh, it's so close. 30 seconds on the clock. They have to make a move soon.
Oh, he actually gets shot. He's low as well. This is, oh no, the Tour de Force left alone. 1 versus 3 finds a first, got the second. Mina with a double will close out the round. A wallbang headshot to close it out in style at that. Zero Marksman Black on to 9 rounds. Now the E-Daters could win this and force the 9-3 curse.
True.
But, I don't know if I like
Hey man, 9-3 curse going into a defensive side where you've looked better overall on a day and on split, which is overall still, despite all the changes, fairly favored towards the defensive side of things as well. Maybe that could be enough.
Fair.
And players like November and Clear getting some big key frags, being very consistent as well, could be the case. The Sage definitely will be a lot better off on the defensive side of split, that's for sure. So Sunny will have a better time then. The Seeker's going through though. No way! Got that over the Seeker. Finds the frag on November on the way in.
Oh, and Chewie actually TPs into the back and finds the kill regardless. No double jeopardy there for the chamber. Get lucky once, you cannot do so again. 4 versus 2 in the retake. This could be a 9-3. In goes a showstopper. Does get the kill, but not before Jonah dies himself. Lear, 1 versus 3. Needs to find an opening kill to allow themselves to have that rolling thunder. It's not going to happen. The 9-3 scoreline is there. The question as to whether the curse comes through will be answered after the break. Outstanding showing from the Zero Marksmen on the defensive side of their own map pick, as one would expect, no less. But the E-Daters now have to match them and or beat them just to move us on to a third. I'm Time to Light, still joined here by Chad Lantis for possibly the final time tonight on an intro. Zero Marksmen looking good to close this one out. A pistol round win would almost certainly solidify it.
That would make it incredibly more dire for E-Daters, that's for sure. And with the double controller setup, will be interesting to see how E-Daters can navigate around those smokes, because the field can be littered with smoke screens from Zero Marksman Black to very much dictate which lanes are open, which ones they want to clear out, which has been something that they've been really good at in general anyway. So if they can do that on their own terms, it'll make it even harder for the E-Daters, as Zero Marksman Black is now currently taking mid control, which is pretty much the common thing for attackers these days, but becomes more of a question if they can make it into one of the heaven locations instead.
Seems like the answer is yes. They're not really being contested. Trailblazers are going to be popped here by K, but it will be shot immediately. The information now gained. Both players on the site now wary of the push. Clear finds the opener onto their doppelganger, but needs to find the follow-up. Will not, and dies because of it. A 3-for-2 trade overall in the round favors the Zero Marksman, but it's turned right back. Avoiding themselves back onto the site itself is a good position for them, but Bjor on a flank has been caught by us and our observers, but not the squad of the E-Daters. The swing from Jonah 6, the right click is missing and continues to do so. Stunny with 1 second to close it out. The E-Daters win yet another vital pistol. Can they convert as they did back on Haven?
Wow, Jonah 6 trying their best to stay alive as much as possible, but the approach was just too fast from E-Daters, especially Stunny, who really popped off just now for the team, for the pistol, to win it all out for them there and keep themselves in contention for this map, to keep themselves with the dreams alive to go to at least a map number 3 in the series. 9-4 though, still in favor of Zero Marksman Black. Curses aside, this is still a defensive sided team, a defensive sided map, but E-Daters still 5 rounds behind.
Jonah tapping it through. Chewy across, has to avoid it and does so, but just barely. Kluey, the smoke through, will back away towards the back corner. E-Daters, if they don't win this, they're in such an awful position in terms of their economy, but a good guiding light could allow them to peek through. It does land, and Clear peeks around from the vents position, finds one, but only information onto the remainder. Another guiding light looking to be prepped here from K could allow yet another peek, but it's saved, only for the time being, before they can peek again here on the E-Dater side. The bait across, K finds yet another for the squad. Clear with a second for themselves as well. This is looking an outstanding round. It's a flawless round at that. Perfect situation for the E-Daters as they send themselves into the bonus with all 5 of the same weapons they had in the post-pistol conversion.
That being a flawless round for them on the anti-eco. It wasn't anti-eco, but flawless means a perfect example of how this team is still not out of it yet, especially since it's a double sentinel composition. We didn't really touch on that much on the offensive side of things. That would make it naturally harder for E-Daters to find success on the attack when they have 2 sentinels in their roster. So on the defensive side, I have to imagine they have a far better success rate overall, but can they still overcome is the question, of course. And now with the wall being dropped in mid, which we talked about yesterday, I'm not the biggest of fans of instant walls in mid because less than 10 seconds around, that utility is gone. And what information did you gain? Well, Zero Marksman was in mid, but we still kind of have to give it up because that smoke being dropped towards mail.
The awkward position you're put in is you're also playing up against 2 controllers, which really allow you to initiate on towards sites much easier. Yes, they also have an initiator, but that's not really the point I'm making. Speaking of the initiator, a flash in towards vents allows Jonah to push through regardless of whether anybody was there. They weren't flashed, so E-Daters keep all 5 of their players alive. But ZMM still want to get aggressive towards this A side. They have the options of an A or B split with their Omens still sitting inside of the B garage. Kluey's actually trying to get aggressive, and Bjor seems to be aware of the possibility. With that smoke placed, they're just awaiting the push from Kluey.
So many stacks. I imagine paint shot going into that fence right now being amazing, but of course that's not going to be the case. Man can only dream of an unrealistic circumstance. Pushing into heaven is going to be Zero Marksman Black, but good setup from E-Daters overall. Spectres in hand. This range should be good enough for at least 1 frag. Make that 2, nearly a third. Kluey couldn't grab one of their own. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 retake situation. A couple of weak members, but
oh no,
less members on the side of E-Daters as the fight gets planted down.
9 HP for Jonah left over as well in that swing, yet finds the kill regardless. Clear had 100 and was dropped to 0 next to immediately. ZMM reached double digits, and we've seen a 10-5 scoreline in this series before, Chad. In that same situation, it was ZMM walking away with the game. And actually, it was a relatively similar overall composition in terms of rounds separated as well. This time, it was 2 for ZMM, then 2 back for E-Daters, and then 7 straight, because math is hard, with 3 back from E-Daters into the half, and between halves as well.
It didn't quite require Jonah 6 to have a crazy pop-off moment where he flicked a 180 hit headshot instantly. He's the last person that previously didn't know about the location of, so I don't know if that can be replicated very consistently, but I also don't know if E-Daters can replicate the success they had on that round previously as consistently either. What a 8th play. I love to see it. And it worked out for Zero Marks in Black.
Can I please get an F in chat for the Rays? The judge, it just misses everything. The first time we've really seen a shotgun go wild, and it just feels bad position for them in an awkward
timing?
Study. What is that? Welcome to first-person shooters, ladies and gentlemen. Timing is everything and has gone against the E-Daters multiple times this series. Not only in that situation, Stunny could have found an almost free kill, yet is, regardless of the opportunity, still in a good position to deny a B split. In goes everything here from the defensive side. Utility traded, Paranoia's placed well, but the orbital strike in towards the back corner denies anybody trying to lock down that angle. Kay, the only one to deny the cross, is now dead. She will have no further part in this round. Cluey will not either. The aggression through the sky smoke will be shut down. It's Stunny in a 1 versus 5. Finds the first 2, has the Ealing Orb available, and the Resurrection as well, should they find anything more. But the dink across no kill gives ZMM an 11th.
That was very close to a pop-off round for Stunny there. Getting a dink, getting a close near shot onto Enjoy there on the rope, and had the Resurrection available as well. So if you get those 2 kills, get the revive, that'd be 2 versus 1 situation. Maybe they can pull it off, but it's not going to be the reality we see. 11-5 for Zero Marks in Black, continuing to be that repeat situation of the 10-5 scenario we saw before. Now it's 11-5. Zero Marksman, last time we were in this situation, went crazy aggressive and found success. And if they do that towards B site, they would find success and get a nice, easy post-plant setup. But they don't know that, of course. They'll still take things seriously, 1 step at a time, clear some corners, clear some possibilities, we use their utility properly, but that will allow E-Daters time to rotate through.
They're again just holding W in. The Sky Smoke's already dropped, allowing that double controller setup to fully come to fruition. Enjoy with a double, again to open things up, playing the duelist role as a sentinel no less. Really the second in the episode of 2 duelists here for Zero Marksman in a perfectly placed dark cover, disallowing Cluey to have any vision through. There's that double controller. That's the reason the Sky Smokes were brought alongside those dark covers. That's the reason the Brim was brought through. ZMM in such an outstanding position. Another post-plant scenario, but the E-Daters are onto an eco. Clear misses the opening shots with the Headhunter and really is put through the ringer in this situation. Cluey being sprayed through and won't even get a chance to see anybody, much less get a kill on towards them. ZMM threatening match point, and as that Spike continues to clock through, November is staring at a wall. It's a flawless 12th win for ZMM, and the Spike goes off. They're on to match point.
I gotta be honest, it's not a good look for the mental of November just staring at a wall with a knife out and turns and looks at the person at the very end, just like, guess I'll die now. Buys up, they have to force out. This could be the last round of the entire LAN event. Zero Marksman wins it out here. They have the Tour de Force available, so not surprisingly, Joy going over towards A side. We'll probably use that towards screens and have rendezvous to teleport out as needed. Yeah, going to be just positioned towards the elbow. Oh, maybe go for a more aggressive angle. Interesting.
I'd expect aggression from them, but I really wasn't expecting this much aggression from ZMM as a whole. Yes, it's the attacking side, so don't get me started about, yeah, they have to initiate regardless, blah, 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 time to light, you're a moron. You're right. But holding W through to B 2 rounds in a row just is not usually the call. They're popping the Tour de Force, looking to get aggressive towards B again. And as the kids say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This has been working perfectly thus far, and they'll do it again. Chewy with the judge out, looking for any frags they can find. Could get caught with the timing, but Jonah finds the opener. The showstopper pop. Chewy finds one, but cannot find anything more. They are taken out, as is Stunny, but the showstopper's removed from contention. Bjor taken away, as is November. It's down to just Clear. A 1 versus 2 with 125 HP. 6 Headhunter shots and a Guardian out. A post-plant scenario as well. Zero Marksman looking to lock this down long range. He's dinked down to 23 HP. If they look in his general direction, he shall indeed fall, and Lear wants to be the one to close it out. It's Enjoy removing his doppelganger with a Tour de Force no less. The Zero Marksman win the Fullerton LAN, get $5,500, and auto-qualify for the finals of the Summer Champs in Philadelphia.
they were the favorites to take it all from the get-go, and they're the ones who did it in the very end. And that's exactly why they would be the favorites. They've proven to be a very talented and remarkable team, and they showed to be exactly that. E-Daters definitely put up a valiant effort in the end. Some good moments from all of the members of the squad. However, overall, the consistency was there for the Zero Marksman Black. The lessons have already been learned for the squad while they were being learned for E-Daters today.
It was an outstanding full tournament from Zero Marksman. They drop, as I look at my notes, not a single map. Zero between yesterday as we started, somewhere around the neighborhood of 1 p.m. Eastern, and now as we finish today at just 10 o'clock. It's 7 on the West Coast, so they're more than comfortable, but here's your replays and the highlights from the series. Spoiler alert, a lot of them favor Zero Marksman.
Yeah, naturally so, because of how things played out. The Jonah 6 massive pop-off moment coming up in just a moment as well for the B-side hold. And yeah, it was honestly just a lot of times, or just don't have it. A lot of the times, though, it's just Zero Marksman Black being ahead of the curve. They just were ahead of things and just knew what to expect. E-Daters threw a lot of nice strategies. A lot of them were a little bit more 101 options, which are things that Zero Marksman have seen before, not caught by surprise very often. So sometimes they were there, and despite talented players on the side of E-Daters, it would require a lot more practice and prowess for them to overcome a team that's as experienced, seasoned, and composed as Zero Marksman Black are.
I have to say, I'm so surprised at how efficient we saw them on both sides of play. Yes, it was outstanding play through and through by this E-Dater squad through the quarters and even the semifinals. Dropping Leet and 2-tap was an outstanding feat for the squad. And yeah, they made $2,500 and 800 NSG points looking forward towards Philadelphia. But they looked outstanding, and look how happy they look. They're just, look how energetic they look. After that win, packing up, you know, that's more sarcastic. They were relatively expecting to win, but it's still so nice to see that everybody's in person and looking strong as a squad in person as well.
Yeah, I mean, while they might be expected to win, still got to show up and perform for sure. We've seen many upsets in the past, so it's never going to be an easy route, though could be a pretty standard and predicted one for sure. But yeah, shout out to all the teams and spectators coming out to the Fullerton LAN. There were, this place was filled to the rim yesterday as all the teams coming through. We literally had to stagger the group play because we just simply didn't have enough setups because there was just that many people here. It was absolutely crazy. And now it's been clearing out because teams are finishing up, going home, getting some dinner, things like that, which is something that I'll be doing pretty soon. But yeah, been a fantastic weekend overall. There's a lot of highlights to be sure. Definitely the player that popped off the most to me overall was Jonah 6, so I'd probably give him the MVP of the finals, perhaps MVP of the whole event. But Zero Marksman overall, fantastic showing. Did show as expected, and I'm glad they showed up and performed as we would expect.
Jonah 6 was popping off through this series, and really every series we saw them in, notably the best of ones in groups as well. But one person I want to talk about consistency with is Bjor, playing that Omen time and time again, finding the frags that they should and the control that they need on the controller role, no less. A little bit of a sneak peek, we're going to get an interview with Bjor, but first we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, an interview with possibly one of the best players of the event. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Fullerton LAN. Zero Marksman Black, the victors here in Fullerton, California. Outstanding showing from them as a squad, and lucky for you, we have an interview with one of our winning players. It's Bjor from Zero Marksman. Bjor, I want to get an opening bit of info. How do you feel about the win? How was your energy going into this game?
The energy was pretty high. I feel like yesterday was kind of like a low point because we waited a while and then we like barely squeaked by that game. But then today we were like, everything was on time, everything was like well ran, and we were ready to go. So energy was very high. It was a lot of fun, especially because like you're next to your teammates, and then so that like escalates it as well.
How things go on a LAN, because you talk about being next to teammates, or things feel different as far as vibes? Do you feel more confident on LAN? Does it feel basically the same as remote, or is it so beyond like just personal experience as far as gameplay and performance wise? You feel like it has much of a difference?
I think being online with your teammates makes like a pretty big difference actually, because at least online, sometimes people can like, if you're having a bad game or something like that, people can kind of like lose focus, I guess, and focus more on their gameplay than like communicating and playing with the team. Whereas on LAN, like you have that consistent energy, you have everybody next to you, you're getting fist bumps, and so even if things are going bad, you're able to like look at the people next to you and just like everybody's collective energy kind of helps you perform and stay on the same level.
I want to talk about your overall confidence level as well, coming into the event as a whole. You came into this as the #1 seed, and understandably so. You're a well-known name. Your player names in yourself. You, just Bjor yourself, you're very well-known. How were you as a squad confident coming into this? Were you thinking you were going to do relatively well? Were you just playing it as it went? What were the thought processes there?
I mean, we came to the event like thinking we're gonna win. I think if you come into something or a match thinking you're not gonna win, you already lost. So like no matter who we're playing against, I always believe that like when I load into the server, like we are going to win this game. We are the better team. We are the better players. But I mean, even if that didn't happen at the end of the day, these LANs are super fun and you get to meet lots of people. So either way, it's like pretty much a win-win.
So I want to talk a little bit about the game itself compositionally. We've seen on Split specifically, a lot of times in the past, it was like Viper Astra meta, right? And ever since that changed, the nerfs came through. People have been practicing with like just Omen or just Brimstone, but y'all come out with both. Come out with a double controller, but different controllers from what was of old. Do you feel like that's the strongest choice in the meta? Is that more just for you specifically by playstyle? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't know if it's necessarily the strongest thing in the meta, but it definitely fits our playstyle well because we're very like defaulty and like running like fake sorted teams and just like cutting off information from the enemy team, right? So previously you do that with Viper, but now that Viper got nerfed, it's really just not that good at all. And then so to get that same lurk presence while still running the chamber, we use the smokes. So then it allows us to use my smokes for pretty much like all the lurk plays or executes because they're constantly refilling, and then it doesn't really matter because whenever we do want to hit, we have the brim smokes to fall back on. So it helps a lot with, like I said, cutting info and being able to still have the lurk presence on the map.
I want to move past the game itself, past the matches you've already played. By the way, a lot of W's in the win column for all of you who are just joining us. Zero Marksman winning every single game that they pulled off. It's looked pretty good for you guys on LAN, but I want to get a feel for your LAN experience because I've been to a single LAN. That was up in Philly. It was just for a collegiate one, but as a player, I want to get a feel for how you feel as a squad. I know you talked about it was nice meeting new people. It was nice being next to your team. How do you feel about the whole experience? LANs are probably, like, as a player, one of the most exciting things. Like, when I initially went pro, like, that was the thing I was most excited about. Like, I get to travel around, I get to go to LAN tournaments and compete, but unfortunately, that was when COVID happened, so none of that ever happened for a year. I was just, like, in the parents' basement, you know, playing video games. Like, I was still playing professionally, but it wasn't, like, what I thought it would be, you know? So to finally be able to come out and come to these events and compete is amazing. Because I can guarantee anybody that signs up for these LANs, like the weeks leading up to it is nothing but excitement. Just because, like I said, you get to meet people, and being next to your teammates is energy level that you can't really find anywhere else.
For sure. Thank you so much for joining us, Bjor, for this interview. I want to give you the stage here. You've definitely earned it. If there's anything you want to say as far as shout-outs, thanks, anything like that, to finish off this interview.
All right. Well, first of all, make sure you follow me on Twitch and Twitter at Bjor Lulu. That's BJORLULU. And then make sure you follow all the Zero Marksman boys too. We got Enjoy, we got Jonah AAA6, we got Dayton, aka Lear, and then Mina or Kevin. So make sure you follow all of them. Make sure you follow Zero Marksman because they helped us get out here. So shout out to them. And that's all I got
awesome to
for
hear.
shout outs
It's
and such.
Awesome. Well, I love it. It's awesome to hear an outstanding performance from you as a singular player and from your squad as a whole. The Zero Marksmen move on to the finals in Philadelphia. An outstanding performance from Bjor. Bjor, thanks so much for your interview.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it a lot.
Wow. Wow, oh wow. Dude, I would love to be in that situation as well. That's so cool to just win a LAN around your teammates, around people who came out there to support you as well, and in such a place as localhost. By the way, localhost.gg. But it's so cool to see that, and to see visuals of it happening as well. It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely treated to be able to see awesome gameplay at the comfort of our own home, but it always is awesome to be immersed in the energy and the environment of a LAN experience. You can kind of hear a little bit of the ambient noises and things like that, and some banter and stuff like that getting shot out. As I gotta be honest, it seemed a little bit more tame than most LANs I've seen as far as banter and pop-off moments overall, but nevertheless, it still is awesome to be part of that energy of it all. So definitely has been very sweet to see everything happen this weekend.
Well, speaking of sweet, as we head into our sweets play of the day, we were talking about it earlier. It's from Dens in a 1v4, no less, looking outstanding in this position. It's an awkward spot as a Sova, already using the sonar, but does not care. Critical is dropped. Another 1 and 2 onto Cavern and Snarly as well, and then Messiah walking straight in towards that fragment is dropped where he stands. That's your Mike and Ike sweet play of the day.
And Manish even tried faking as if like, okay, this fragment is located off to this left side of heaven. Surely I won't be there standing on top of it, right? But because it's a teammate's fragment, they can survive that last tick of it. But even with Manish dropping that and trying to do the mound games, Dins was still ready and aware of that possibility. Still was very clean on the shots as well on that 2v1 peak that happened as well, long range. Like, everything Dins did was fantastic there and great awareness overall.
Outstanding tournament overall from Zero Marksman. Dens played well earlier, but unfortunately Illusion fell regardless. That was a 3-map series that Core Red took, and then Zero Marksman dispatched of Core Red in just 2 maps required. But Zero Marksman move on and look good doing so. Speaking of moving on, we are moving on here in the tournaments. The online event is just tomorrow. Come back with Nerd Street for that. But our next LAN is just next week up in North Brunswick. I actually would have gone to that, but I'm going to the R6 Major in Charlotte. So go hang out at the North Brunswick LAN. Go play in it as well. I'm not sure if there's still tickets available. I'm going to have to check on that for y'all. But North Brunswick, the next up. That's up in New Jersey for all of you who are looking to join.
Yeah, awesome other events as well, such as Bakersfield coming up in June 25th. Would be a fantastic one to check out. Also over to California. So everybody over there in Fullerton, just kind of drive on over to Bakersfield. That would be fantastic as well. Denver, Georgetown also happening for anybody who isn't quite in the California area, can still have their access to other fantastic LANs moving forward in the season. So check out definitely those 10K ones. Try to get your guaranteed spot in that Nerd Street game champs 50K grand finals. The 10K is for the LANs themselves. It's otherwise try to check out every LAN you possibly can and all of the online events to get all of those fantastic points, money on the line, everything of the such.
Unfortunately, our show has to come to a close at some point, though, and now seems to be about that time. A massive shout out to a lot of people, including those at Mike and Ike and Mavix, for sponsoring these events and really allowing us to bring them to you as a production staff and as a whole community at Nerd Street. Speaking of a production staff, a shout out to them as well, with Grave running replays, Will English running the production as a whole, and our observing core of Raven and Sappho running things from Europe. on a West Coast LAN no less. And of course, a massive shout out to Boone alongside Jorge and Rena, who have been on site through and through this entire event. But unfortunately, that's going to do it here for us at the Fullerton LAN. I've been Time to Light. That very handsome man right there for the final time has been Chad Lantis. We'll see you on Tuesday for some more online action.
Spaceship.